Finally I called David's voicemail up at Apple Corps. I told him I had a personal crisis and was going to Guatemala City. I'd try to be back by the end of the week, hell or high water, but no guarantees. And if he touched so much as a frame of my work print while I was gone, I'd personally strangle him. I don't remember much of what happened next. I basically went on autopilot. It's as though I dropped into a trance, totally focused. I packed my passport, a good business suit, the tailored blue one, and also a set of mix-and-match separates, easy to roll and cram in. Finally a of pairs of good, clean jeans, a few toiletries, and then, thinking ahead, I also threw in my yellow plastic flashlight. I almost always overpack, but not this time. Oh, and one other thing. For airplane reading I grabbed a Lonely Planet guide to Central America that Steve had left behind. I guess he figured he was at the stage of life to start writing them, not reading them. That turned out to be very helpful, particularly the map of Guatemala City and the northern Piton rainforest. I then collapsed and, images of Sarah's emaciated face haunting my consciousness, quarter of hours sleep. The next thing I knew, it was 9:20 a.m. and I was settling into window seat 29F on American Airlines Flight 377, next to a 200-pound executive busy ripping articles out of the business section of El Diario, headed for Guatemala City. Chapter 15. For once in my life, I took my time getting off an airplane. But the instant I felt that first burst of humid tropical air against my face, like a gush from a sauna, I found myself wondering what Sarah had felt the moment her feet first touched the ground of Guatemala. In fact, I'd decided to try to think like her, to better understand why she might want to come back. Truthfully, I didn't have a clue. But first things first. Not knowing whether I was being stalked by Ramos or his proxies, I decided the idea was to see and not be seen, which actually was easier than I'd expected, at least during the initial pell-mell stages. Turned out the self-centeredness of Homo sapiens blossoms under those circumstances. Ignore thy neighbor, goes the credo. I just buried myself in the crush. When I got to immigration I labored through the formalities, as all countries love to call the suspicious looks you get from their airport bureaucrats, along with all the other gringo passengers on AA Flight 377, paranoid I might be arrested on the spot for some spurious reason. The purpose of my visit, I declared, was tourism. Just a nod at my passport and a stamp, which looked exactly like the one in Sarah's. I stared at it and felt a renewed sense of purpose. In fact, the photo in my passport looked more than a little like her. Maybe, I thought, I'm getting carried away with the identity issue, but there it was. As I emerged through the wide glass doors of the arrival area, which fronted out onto the steps leading down to the parking lots and the humidity, I spotted a black Land Rover with tinted windows right in front. Oh. That was, Steve once told me, a vehicle much favored by the notorious Guatemalan G2 military secret police, who had retired the cup for murderous human rights abuses over the past 2 decades. Then 2 middle-aged men with Latin mustaches and nondescript brown shirts began getting out through the door on the far side. They next walked around to the terminal side of the car and glanced up the steps in my direction, as though looking for somebody. It was a quick survey, after which they turned back and nodded to the vehicle before it sped away. What's that about? Am I imagining things already? By the time I reached the bottom of the steps, I was being besieged by clamoring cabbies, so it was difficult to keep an eye on the 2 men, who were now walking off to the side of the main commotion, toward a shady grove of palms at the end of the arrival drive, lighting cigarettes. Get out of here. Whether you're fantasizing or not, the thing to do is grab an unsuspecting cab and get going. I strolled toward the other end of the long row of steps till I reached an area where cabs were parked, more drivers lurking in wait. They all looked the same way most cabbies in third world lands look, shabby clothes, with beat-up cars, an expression in their eyes somewhere between aggression and desperation. Just pick one whose air looks like it might actually make it to downtown. I spotted a dark blue Chevy that seemed clean and well maintained, its driver young and full of male hormones as he beckoned me to his vehicle, all the while undressing me with his eyes. Yep, he was definitely my guy. I ambled by his car, acting as though I was ignoring the innuendos of his pitch. Then I bolted for the back door, opened it myself since he was too startled to help, threw in my carry-ons, piled in behind them, and yelled, "Let's go. Rapido." As we sped away, I realized his greatest surprise was that I hadn't raised the subject of price. At that point, it was the last thing on my mind. I looked back to see the two guys from the black Land Rover, together with two others, heading for a car that had been double-parked right in front. Had I been right after all? We made a high-speed turn onto the highway, and I immediately ordered the driver to take a service road that led off toward a cluster of gas stations and parking lots with falling-down barbed wire fences. I figured I had about half a minute of lead time, whatever was going on. We dodged massive potholes and the loose gravel flew, but then we reached a ramshackle gas station and I ordered him to pull in. Then I watched the line of traffic speeding by on the main highway for several minutes. Nobody pulled off. Good. My driver finally got around to asking where I wanted to go, and as calmly as I could, I told him. The Palacio Nacional. With that he gunned his engine and spun out. Jesus. Más despacio, por favor. Okay, he said, showing off his English as he donned his sunglasses. I go more slow. No problem. The initial destination was part of my new plan, hatched while I was on the plane. When I was reading my guidebook and filling out my entry card, I'd had a bright idea. I knew exactly how I wanted to begin. Heading into town, the time now the middle of the afternoon, I leaned back in the seat and tried to absorb the view, to get a feeling for where I was. We first traveled through the suburban fringes, the heavily guarded luxurious mansions of the landholding and military elite, the 1% of Guatemala who own 99% of country. Iron fences and wide expanses of lawn, protected by Uzi-toting security, guarded whimsical architectural conceits topped by silver satellite dishes. A 20-foot wall shielded their delicate eyes from the city's largest shanty town, makeshift hovels of bamboo and rusted tin, with no signs of water or drains or toilets. Guatemala City, as Steve had put it once, 1 million doomed citizens, the rich and the poor, trapped together side by side in the most modern capital in Central America. Why on earth had Sarah decided to come here? Even if she did travel with the mesmerizing Alex Goddard, it was hard to imagine a place less spiritual. Couldn't she feel that this was all wrong? One of us had to be missing something major. 15 minutes later I was passing through the fetid atmosphere of downtown, which seemed to be another world, Guatemala City's twin soul. It was an urban hodgepodge of Burger King, McDonald's, discount electronics emporia, an eye-numbing profusion of plastic signs, filthy parking lots, rattletrap buses and taxis, stalled traffic. Exhaust fumes thickened the air, and everywhere you looked teenage guards in uniforms loitered in front of stores and banks with sawed-off shotguns, boys so green and scared-looking you'd think twice about letting one of them park your air. But there they were, weapons at the ready, nervously monitoring passers-by. Who were they defending all the wealth from? The ragged street children, with swollen bellies and skin disease, vending single cigarettes from open packs? Or the hordes of widows and orphans, beneficiaries of the Army's Mayan pacification program, who now begged for centavos or plaintively hawked half-rotten fruit from the safety of the shadows? My bright idea destination was a government office in the Palacio Nacional, right in the center of town, where I hoped I'd find Sarah's old landing card, the record of when tourists arrived and departed. When I'd filled mine out on the plane, I'd realized you were supposed to put down where you'd be staying in Guatemala. I figured the best way to locate her this time was to find out where she went last time. As my cab pulled up in front, a black Land Rover was parked in a prohibited stationary zone by the front steps. To my eyes it looked like the same one I'd seen at the airport. Shit. But nobody was around, so I decided maybe I was just being paranoid again. The Palacio turned out to be a mixture of Moorish and faux Greek architecture, with a facade of light green imitation stone that gave off the impression of a large, rococo wedding cake. I took a long look, paid off the driver, who had turned out to be very nice, and headed in. It was, after all, a public building, open to tourist gringos. Nobody in the lobby appeared to take any particular notice of me, so after going through their very serious security, uniforms and guns everywhere, I checked the directory. It turned out the president, cabinet ministers, and high military officers all kept offices there, but it didn't take long to find the bureau I was looking for. Going down the marble-floored hallway on the 3rd floor, I passed by the Sala de Recepción, a vast wood-panelled room of enormous chandeliers, stained glass windows, and a massive coat of arms. Quite a place, but not my destination. At the far end of the hallway, I found the door I wanted, went in, and tried out the Spanish question I'd been practicing in the cab. Not necessary, English worked fine. Senora, the records for that time were only kept on paper, a Ladino woman declared, shrugging, her nails coloured a brash mauve, her hair a burst of red, but you are welcome to look. She'd been on the phone, chatting in rapid-fire Spanish, but she quickly hung up and got out her glasses. Thanks. The mat was obviously a little thin. The woman was trying to be friendly, but very quickly her nervousness began to come through. We're always glad to accommodate Amrians searching for friends or relatives, she went on, attempting a smile. Some of your American press has been printing distortions, that the Guatemalan army conspired with the CIA to cover up murders. It's a total lie. Right. Maybe you ought to see some of the photos Steve has of army pacified Maya villages up in the mountains. The search took an hour and a half of leafing through dusty boxes, which chafed my hands raw, but then, voila! There it was. The crucial piece of information Lou had missed. A hastily scribbled-in landing card for an American, with the name Sarah Crenshaw. I stared at it a moment, feeling a glow of success. Was it an omen? It was definitely her. She'd even dotted an I with a smiley face, one of her personal trademarks. Then I looked down the form. What I wanted was the address she'd put down as a destination in Guatemala. The answer, Nino's del Mundo, Peton Department. My hopes sank. Great. That was like saying your address is Children of the World, lost somewhere in the state of Montana. The home address was equally vague. Just New York. So much for the high level of curiosity at immigration. However, the urban copy of the landing card, which you're supposed to surrender when you leave, was not stapled to it, the way it was on all the others in the box. Naturally, since she'd left in a medevac plane, half dead. What does this mean? I got up and walked over to the woman's desk, carrying the ad. Mainly I just wanted to get a rise out of her. The urban copy is missing. Does that mean she could still be red alert? She glanced at the arrival date a moment and her eyes froze. Then, doubtless with visions of another CIA scandal looming in her consciousness, she brusquely announced that the office was getting ready to close for the day. You'll have to pursue any further inquiries through the American Embassy, Mrs. James, which handles all matters concerning U.S. nationals. Well, thanks for all your help. I was finally getting the police state runaround I'd expected all along. I guess I needed her to care, and it was obvious she didn't. Okay. I'd planned to go to the embassy anyway. Maybe they could tell me about this place she'd put on her landing card. Could it be the local name for Alex Goddard's clinic? As I picked up my things, I thought again about the prospect of showing my face on the streets of Guatemala City. Would there be more loitering men in grungy brown shirts waiting to watch my every move? More black Land Rovers? As I marched back out through the ornate lobby, I decided not to let my imagination get too active. It was now late afternoon, but I was making progress. I also was thinking about Steve, wondering if he'd gotten into town yet. Probably not for another couple of hours, but just thinking about seeing him again, and having him for support, was boosting my energy. A short cab ride later I arrived at the embassy of the all-powerful United States of America, a 2-block-long concrete fortress on Reformer Avenue guarded by Yank Marines with heavy automatic weapons. When I explained myself to the PR people manning the reception desk, including my brush with Guatemalan bureaucracy, they told me to check with the internal security section. In fact, if you're looking for an American national, this is where you should have come in the first place, said a very efficient-appearing young woman, with a business suit and dark, close-cropped hair. A phone call from here works wonders at the Palacio Nacional. I had no proof Sarah was in Guatemala yet, and if she was, it would doubtless be under a different name. What's more, telling them my suspicion that she'd been kidnapped by a high official and brought here would definitely brand me as a conspiracy theorist. So for now, all I could really hope to get from them was an address for Alex Goddard's clinic, someplace to start. Where and what was Nino's del Mundo? Apparently the woman hadn't fully understood that. Moments later a 30-ish male attach showed up, looking very harried. He also could have been president of the local Young Republicans, with a cute haircut and preppy tie, knotted perfectly. "Hi, I'm Mel Olberg. How can I?" I told him I wanted to see someone who was responsible for the missing American tourists. I also sensed he was edgy and trying to get it over with fast, all the while he kept checking his watch, only half listening. "Gee, I really wish you'd come earlier," he said. "Monday afternoons are a little nuts around here, weekly reports due and all, and it's getting late." When he glanced at his watch again, making sure I noticed, I found myself wanting to yell at the guy. "Mean it's been 2 years since this woman you're looking for filled out a landing card. We might have something in the files, but would it be possible for you to come back tomorrow?" "No, it will not be possible," I lied. "I've got a plane back to New York tomorrow." I felt my frustration rising. I wanted to just grab him and shake him. My first thought was to tell him I make documentary films and maybe he'd like to end up in one about how my country's Guatemala City embassy didn't air about its citizens. But then I decided to go in a different, probably more productive, direction. "Just for 5 minutes," I declared, reaching for feigned helplessness. "Well, let me call upstairs," he muttered, realizing, I suppose, that the best way to get rid of me was to kick me up the chain of command, and see if Mr. Morton can take a moment to meet with you. It worked. The next thing I knew, I was in the office of a good-looking diplomat named Barry Morton, grey temples, tailored suit, rugged face of a 60-year-old soap opera heartthrob who plays tennis and keeps a mistress. Chief Information Officer. "Actually, I do remember her," vaguely Morton declared, flashing me his professional smile. The Crenshaw girl was an unfortunate case. To begin with, anybody who overstays their visa that long gets us in a lot of hot water with the locals. They always tend to blame us, Miss James. "My name's Morgan James." "Miss James." Another of those smiles. "Frankly, I don't know what to tell you, though." He shrugged, exuding helplessness. "It's hard to keep track of every Ammon tourist who comes and goes through this country. Some of the hippie types end up in a mountain village somewhere, gone native. In this instance, as I recall, we got her out on a medevac. Her landing card gave her destination as someplace called Nino's del Mundo up to the Piton. That ring a bell?" Any idea how I could find it? Natos del Mundo. He glanced up quickly. That's a new one on me. He'd been fiddling with a stack of papers on his desk, giving me only half his attention, but he abruptly stopped. You try the phone book. Like I said, it's in the Piton. I was getting the definite sense he wanted to get rid of me as soon as possible. The whole scene was feeling tense and off. My understanding is that's mostly rainforest. Do they even have phones up there? Not many, he said, his tone starting to definitely acquire an I have better things to do edge. That was when he focused in on me, his look turning protective. Let me speak candidly, Miss James, strictly off the record. Down here people have been known to disappear just for asking too many questions. Curiosity killed the cat, and all that. Between us, this place is still a police state in many regards. You want my advice, let sleeping dogs lie. Just forget about this Crenshaw girl. She's out of the country now, so. Let me put it like this, people who go poking around here are just asking for trouble. I felt a ring of sincerity in his voice. Maybe a little too much sincerity. Why was he so worried for me? That may be true, but I'm still going to see what I can find out. My heart is pure. Why should anybody care? Do what you think best, he said with a sigh, but I've told you everything we know. Which, I'm afraid, is actually very little. By the way, try one more thing on him, I thought, see what he'll say. Since you're so concerned about Sarah, you'll be relieved to know she's regained consciousness and started to talk. There seemed no point in telling him any more. The rest was all still speculation. That stopped him cold. What has she said? His eyes appeared startled in the glaring light of the office fluorescents. At long last I had his undivided attention. You're busy. I smiled at him. Don't want to bore you with details. But it's just going to be a matter of time before she remembers exactly what happened down here. She hasn't talked about it yet. He was fiddling with an ornate letter opener, an onyx jaguar head on the handle. She's getting there. I stared back at him, trying to read his mood. We may soon find out who was behind whatever happened to her. Then I tried a long shot. Maybe officialdom here had something to do with it. Let me tell you something. He sighed again, seeming to regain his composure. The sovereign state of Guatemala definitely plays by its own rules. Whenever foreigners down here meet with foul play, lower-level officials have developed a consensus over the years that sometimes it's better not be too industrious. Nobody's ever sure of what, or who, they might turn up. The meeting was definitely ending, and once again I had more questions than answers. Something about Barry Morton felt wrong, but I couldn't quite get a grip on what it was. One thing I was certain of, he knew more than he was telling me. Why was that? As I was exiting through his outer office, headed for the swarming streets below, I waved goodbye to his secretary, a stout, 50-ish Ladino matron with defiantly black-dyed hair, a hard look mitigated somewhat by the zircon trim on her thick glasses and a small silver pendant nestled on her ample, low-cut sweater. It was the pendant that caught my eye, being the silver face of a cat, most likely the local jaguar. Looked just like the ones I'd seen you know where. I was staring so hard I almost stumbled over a chair. Yes. It was definitely like those I remembered from Kevin and Rachel. The only difference was, when she bent over to reach for her stapler, the medallion twisted around and the back, I could see, flashed blank silver, no engraving of lines and dots. So where did she get it? I started to ask her, but decided I'd just get more BS runaround. Then I had another thought, maybe she handled a lot of things that never made it to Barry Morton's desk, the don't waste the boss's valuable time kind of secretary. Maybe she's the one I really should have been talking to, the kind of woman who takes care of everything while the high-paid senior supervisor is at long lunches. She looked at me, and our eyes met and held for a second. Had she been listening in on my chat with Morton? Did she know something I ought to know? By then, however, thoughts of Steve were weighing in. I hadn't seen him in 3.5 months, and I was realizing that was about my limit. I wanted to recapture the lost time. Our being together was going to make everything turn out right. Clinging to that thought, I grabbed a cab and headed for my hotel and a much overdue hot bath. Chapter 16. Come here, he said. Whoosh. There he was. He strode through the door, tan safari shirt, smelling like a man who'd just driven hundreds of miles through Central America in an open jeep. I wanted to undress him with my teeth and lick off the sweat. Brown eyes, skin tan as leather, he threw his arms around me and I felt the weight of the world slip away. He was here. I was wearing a robe, fresh from the tub, but it was gone in a second. Steve, I gotta say, knew a thing or two about the bedroom. As we wound ourselves together for the next 2 hours, I had a refresher course in how much LD missed him, soul and body. His taste, his skin, his touch. Finally, we were both so exhausted we just lay there bathed in sweat, spooned together on the sagging bed. I hadn't felt so good in years. It was like another world. God, I've missed you, I said again, holding him closer. The air conditioning was beginning to lose ground against the late sun, but I didn't care. After my solo nightmare of the last 2 days, I was remembering what it was like to be a couple again. The Camino Real, by the way, turned out to be an Amarien-style hideaway with budget shag carpeting and flaking blue walls. In a way, though, the downtrodden actually made it more romantic, like we'd sneaked off to a garish hot sheet motel for a twilight rendezvous. I finally dragged myself up and got us a bottle of water. Then, leaning against the rickety headboard, I recounted an abbreviated version of what had happened yesterday after we'd first talked, the theft of my film, and then Lou being assaulted and Sarah taken, apparently willingly, to be brought, strongly suspected, back here. What I held out on were the details about a certain Colonel Jose Alvino Ramos, my belief that he was behind the crimes and in league with Alex Goddard and stalking me. I was afraid our room was bugged. Morgie, we'll get through this, he said, reaching over to stroke my hair. If somebody brought her back down here, we'll find her. And I apologize for being such a shit on the phone, about the baby. I'd just had a low-IL lab lose 3 rolls of high-speed Kodachrome and I was seriously frosted at the world. We can keep trying if you want to. Just hold me. I put down my glass and I reached around and ran my finger across his chest. It was so lovely to be this close to somebody you wanted so much. I loved his earnest brown eyes and his soft skin. I loved him. Just having him with me made such a difference. The unexpected part was, I'd asked him to and help me, but now that he was here, I was starting to feel uneasy about luring him into my personal nightmare. Was that really fair? Also, I was getting hints he had problems of his own. The photo book, I gathered, was not coming together the way he'd hoped. He'd mumbled something about finding himself torn between a heartstrings essay about the children, his specialty. You've probably seen his work, whether you know it or not, a devastating portrayal of the latest crop of sleazy politicos, or a nature valentine to the vanishing rainforest. But whenever he agonized about his work, I knew enough to keep my mouth shut and just listen. He didn't want bright ideas, he just wanted me to clam up and be there for him. Anyway, I knew he'd think his way through the problem. He had a deceptive air of vulnerability that always disappeared in a crunch. He was the master of ad hoc solutions. At that moment, he reached for his watch, studied it, and abruptly bolted straight up. Hey, I almost forgot my surprise. I hope you're still up for it. Did you know this is our anniversary? It was on this very Day I first watched you dive into that grungy swimming pool at the Olofsen in Port-au-Prince. My God, you're right. I'm humiliated. I hugged him contritely, feeling like a self-centered twit. I guess I was too focused on Sarah. I'll screw up a lot on birthdays too, always with an excuse. I'll don't even have a present for you. I've been so, that's okay. He grinned, then stood up and headed for the shower. Not the first time. But I've got one for both of us. We'll make it a gift to each other. It'll help start you thinking like a Guatemalteco insider. What? You sneak. What did you get? A trip back into the void of prehistoric time, he yelled over his shoulder. I am the possessor of a little-known secret about this town. I called from Belize City this morning and made dinner reservations for us downtown. You'll see. God, I loved this man. But the last thing on my mind at that moment was food. Honey, I don't know if I'm really, hey, don't wimp out on me. If we are going to do this place, at least we can do it in style. Besides, you can't live on smog alone. You gotta eat. He had a point. Starving myself wasn't going to help find Sarah any sooner. And there were details I wanted to tell him that I didn't want to broadcast in the room. What if Colonel Ramos had long ears to match his long arm? Come on, he pressed. Just put on the slinkiest thing you've got and get ready to go native. It'll help you put this part of the world into perspective. Alas, I had nothing particularly slinky, though fortunately I'd packed a silk blouse I could loosen and tie with a scarf around the waist. Don't laugh, it worked. I even brushed on some serious eyeshadow, which normally I don't bother with much. I tried not to let him know how concerned I was as we walked down the driveway of the hotel and hailed a cab, while I furtively searched the shadows. Seeing the streets after dark made me sad all over again for Sarah. I still wanted to see and feel Guatemala the way she had, but when I got close to the realities of the place, it made me uneasy. It turned out the marvel he'd discovered was called Siriacos, a wonderful old place with a patio and garden in back, both roofed by glittering tropical stars, which were down a stone pathway from the main dining room and bar. It appeared to be where a lot of VIPs, the ruling oligarchy, dined. It was romantic and perfect. When we arrived, his special anniversary surprise was already being laid out on a low stone table, attended by Mayan women all in traditional dress, the colourful huapil blouses of their villages, red and blue skirts, immense jade earrings. They've reconstructed a kingly feast from old documents, he explained, beaming at my amazement. Cuisine of the ancient rainforest. We're going to have a banquet of authentic Guatemalteco chow from eons ago. And the meal was definitely fit for royalty. Soon we were working our way through a long-forgotten medley of piquant flavors that swept through my senses as though I were in another world. There was pit-roasted deer, steamed fish, baked wild turkey. One calabash bowl set forth kidney beans, another had half a dozen varieties of green legumes all in a rich turtle broth, a third offered vanilla-seasoned sweet potatoes, others had various forest tubers steamed with chilies. We even had a delicious honey wine, like heavenly nectar, served in red clay bowls, that made me want to have sex right on the table. There with Steve, the unexpected juxtaposition of spices and flavors made every bite, every aroma, a new sensual experience. Let me say right here, he's a cooking fanatic, whereas I've been known to burn water. I think it's the new division of labor in post-feminist America. Finally, the Mayan waitresses brought out cups of a chocolate dessert drink from ancient times, beans roasted, ground, and boiled with sugarcane. The whole event was pure heaven. Except for the occasional unwanted intrusions. Various dark-eyed low-cut Ladino divorcees, about half a dozen in all, hanging out at the bar with heavy perfume and too much jewelry, kept coming over purportedly to marvel over our private feast, or was it Steve's big brown eyes? He returned their attentions with his polite and perfect Spanish, but I despised them. In any case, they were shameless. Not remembering quite enough Espanol, however, the best I could do was just to put my hand on his and give them the evil eye. It seemed to work, though what I really wanted to do was hold up across the way you do to ward off vampires. "Hey, check out Orion," he said, finally leaning back, an easy, delicious finger aimed at that sprawling constellation. I looked up at the canopy of stars, and sure enough, the hunter and his sword dominated the starry sky above like a stalwart centurion, guarding us. "I'll always know I'm in the tropics when it's right overhead." "Honey, this has been wonderful," I declared. "Thank you so much." I moved around and kissed him. It's exactly the attitude adjustment I needed. "Well," he smiled back, "now I guess we've got some organizing to do. So tell me everything you left out back there at the hotel. I know you were holding off." I was feeling increasingly hyper, probably from the high-octane chocolate, but I proceeded to recount all my findings about Alex Goddard and Quetzal Manor. Then I moved on to Colonel Ramos and how he'd threatened Carly and me about my film. Finally, I told him my deep belief that Colonel Ramos and a couple of his goons were obviously the ones who'd roughed up Lou and taken Sarah. "Bad scene," he said when I finally paused for breath. He was toying with his cup and running his fingers through his sandy hair, in that deep thought mode of his. "Way I see it, this just sounds like a classic case of selling kids. To me, that's right up there with murder and grand larceny." "Well, I also firmly believe it's all tied in with Alex Goddard's clinic here, or whatever it is. The place Sarah called Nino's Del Mundo on her landing card. I'll bet you anything that's where Ramos has taken her. You know," he said, his brow a perfect furrow, eyes narrowed, "about the babies you saw, there've been press stories over the last few years about Americans being attacked in Guatemala on suspicion of trying to kidnap my children out in the villages, to put up for adoption. But I've never seen any proof of it. I've always thought it just might have been dumb gringos who don't know the culture. They go poking around out in the countryside and stupidly say the wrong thing. Maybe using schoolbook Spanish nobody out there really understands. But now this makes me wonder if, love, those babies I saw up at Quetzal Manor are not kidnapped Indian children, trust me. They are Caucasian as vanilla snow cones." "Try again." "I get your point," he said quickly. "But let me relate the facts of life down here. When you've got some Guatemalan behind something, you'd better think twice about how many rocks you turn over. Funny, but that's exactly what some guy at the embassy named Barry Morton said to me. And you'd better listen. This is the country that turned the word disappear into a new kind of verb. People get disappeared. I actually knew some of them, back in the late 80s. One dark night an army truck rolls into a village, and when the torture and other things are over with, a few Maya are never heard from again." He looked at me. "You saw my pictures of that village in the Huehuetenango department, Salala, where the army mutilated and murdered half the, I'll know all about that." It was chilling to recall his gruesome photos. "But I'm going to track down Alex Goddard's clinic, no matter what. That's where they've taken Sarah, I'm sure of it. I just may need some help finding it." He grimaced. "Damn, I've got to head back to Belize by noon tomorrow." Then his look brightened. "But, hey, I finish my shoot Wednesday, so I drive back here on Thursday. Then on Friday maybe we could, come on, love, I can't just sit around till the end of the week. What am I going to do till then?" The very thought made me itchy. I'll need to find out if Nino's Del Mundo, the place Sarah put on her original landing card, is for real. Her air said it's somewhere in the Piton, the rainforest. If I could find somebody who, okay, look. He was thinking aloud. How about this? There's a guy here in town who owes me a favor. A big one. He screwed me out of 20 grand in the US. We were going to start a travel magazine, I think I told you about that, but then he took my money and split the country. He ended up down here and went to work for the CIA, till they sacked him. After that he leased a helicopter and started some kind of bullshit tourist hustle. He sure as hell knows what's going on. Name's Alan Dupre. The prick. Maybe I could give him a call and we could get together for a late drink. He's got an easy number these days, for mine. How's he going to help? Trust me. He's our guy. I leaned back and closed my eyes, my imagination drifting. In that brief moment, my mind floated back to yesterday afternoon at Lou's loft, and Sarah. Her hallucinations still haunted me. What had happened to her in the rainforest? And why would she say she wanted to go back? Then I snapped back. All right. Try and ring him if you think he can help. Right now I need all I can get. He got up and worked his way to the phone, past the crowded bar. While I tried to contemplate the night sky, I looked up again, hoping to see Orion, but now a dark cloud had moved in, leaving nothing but deepening blackness. He'd said there was a storm brewing, part of an out-of-season hurricane developing in the Caribbean, so I guessed this was the first harbinger. Tonight's out, but tomorrow's okay. He was striding back. Crack of dawn? Which for him is roughly about noon. We'll have a quick get-together and then I've got to run. Really? But if this guy doesn't know what's going on down here, nobody does. He's probably laid half those hot tomatillos there at the bar. The man has his sources, if you get my meaning. Then let's go back to the glorious Camino Real. I took his hand. We'll split the check. At the moment, even that seems romantic. I'm still thinking about, don't think. I touched his lips, soft and moist, then kissed him. An impulsive but deeply felt act. We've all had enough thinking for one day. Chapter 17. Alan Dupre didn't ring till almost 10:30 the next morning, and I had the feeling even that was a stretch. He then offered to meet us in the Park Concordia, right downtown. As I watched him ambling toward our bench, my first impression was, why'd we bother? The man appeared to be in his early 40s, puffy-eyed and pink-cheeked with discount aviator shades, looking like a glad-handing tourist just down to Central Amarillo for a weekend of unchaperoned bacchanals. The flowered sports shirt, worn outside the belt, gave him the aura of a tout insufficiently attired without a can of Coors in hand. How can this be progress? I'm down here hoping to find Sarah, and I end up in a trash-filled park meeting some expat operator. Steve had explained that the main benefit of Alan Dupre's CIA gig was that he did learn how to fly a helicopter. With that skill he'd ended up starting a tourist agency in Guatemala City using an old Bell he leased, Mayan pyramids from the air. Mainly, though, he was a self-styled bon vivant who knew people. Steve the Brave. On came Dupre's mirthless smile as he approached a jaunty spring entering his step. Alan, any friend of yours has got to be brave. Steve just stared at him. Dupre had the kind of empty grin that looked like it had been rehearsed in his high school bathroom mirror. It was thin, kind of forked and dangerous, and this morning its plaster quality undermined any attempts at honesty. Maybe dealing with complaining tourists every day of your life did that to you? You called, I came. He was now shifting from foot to foot. Guess it finally had to happen. What's the phrase? You can run but you can't hide. Surprise us both and pretend you're happy to see me. Steve looked like he was not entirely prepared for this moment. He used the awkward pause that followed to introduce me. Dupre shook hands like he was fearful of germs, then turned back. Jesus, man, I'm still working on the money, honest to God. But do I get a last cigarette before the firing squad? Hey, Alan, ease up. Steve was deadpan. Good to see you again. I mean it. Love that Waikiki shirt, by the way. Never knew you had such progressive taste. This is actually my incognito attire. For secret missions. It's my objective today to look like some cruise ship jerk. He glanced around nervously. So how am I doing? I'd say your years of training in undercover work have paid off. I listened, remembering Steve had explained that Alan Dupre's career as a CIA information gatherer was hampered by his propensity to drink too much tequila and then brag about his occupation, hoping to impress whatever woman he had in his sights at the moment. So bring me up to date. Steve was trying to hide his total contempt. Why'd you get out of the spook business? Langley couldn't find a new mission for you after the evil empire dissolved. Dupre's face turned pensive. Man, you don't get it, do you? Langley's still got plenty on its mind. Nothing has changed. Most people don't realize the US isn't run by the folks they vote for. There's a permanent government that doesn't appear on Larry King, and I was part of it. The Central Intelligence Agency of the US will go on doing exactly what it's always done, guiding events in third world toilets like this through whatever means are necessary to protect America's strategic concerns. Keeping the world safe for Microsoft and Ronald McDonald. He paused and glanced at me, as though slightly embarrassed. Then he continued. What I'm saying is, all those Beltway turkeys with the briar pipes and gigabyte computers, sitting around wringing their hands, worried the company needs a new mission, never really grasped its old mission. You're right, Steve said, going along with the shtick. The applause lines Dupre had doubtless used in 1,000 bars. I'm getting slow. What Langley needs nowadays is a new cover story. Couldn't have phrased it better. Dupre smiled again too easily. They are, actually, Steve said, cutting him off impatiently, all the while gazing up at the gathering dark clouds as though they were a hovering adversary. The truth of the matter is, we asked you to discuss a favor. A small helping hand. He seemed to be searching for a sales point. For old time's sake. For old time's sake. Dupre appeared to be having trouble with the concept. Yeah. All we want is to hear a little talk of the town. He gazed out over the square, Uzi-toting police still strolling by. You know, local information of the kind that doesn't make the papers. Right, I said. For starters, how could a gringo sort of melt into the Peton rainforest, disappear for months and months, and then end up in a coma? I had decided to feel him out before going for the bigger questions. People disappear down here all the time, and nobody in their right mind goes around inquiring why. Dupre seemed genuinely astonished that anyone would find such a thing unusual. He also was fingering a cigarette pack in his breast pocket, clearly nervous about the quick turn our conversation had taken. Whatever's your problem in Guatemala, just forget about it. Drink some cerveza, take a few snapshots of the picturesque natives, and then move on to a civilized place. This is a land of mystery, lady, and the people who matter like it that way. There are those here who take their privacy very seriously. Just like Alex Goddard's Children of Light, I thought. Or Nino's Del Mundo, or whatever it's called. It was chilling to hear Alan Dupre backing away so quickly from my question. The guy seemed truly scared under all the bluster. I also observed that his eyes were curiously small, out of proportion to his face. I hadn't noticed it at first. Well, I went on, determined to push him. An old landing card for the person I'm looking for said her destination was a place called Nino's Del Mundo, up in the Peton. I assume that's somewhere in the northern rainforest, right? So I guess what I want to know is, does that name stir up any connections? He looked around, then extracted a Gauloise from a blue pack and lit it with a wooden match, flicking the tip with his fingernail. He inhaled, taking his time. Well, maybe I've heard a little something about a place some people call by that name. He drew again on the cigarette. And the story might include a female American tourista or two, about one a year, actually, who've sort of melted into the forest never to be seen more. I'm not exactly sure where it is, though. Or even if what you hear is true. But who cares? Come on, guys, this is Guatemala, for Christ's sake. Shit happens. Get a life. The embassy, or the CIA, or anybody ever carry out an inquiry? I felt my energy rising. A woman every year or so. I went by Reformer Avenue yesterday and nobody there seems to have ever heard of any of this. No kidding. He snorted. Whatever happened that place, our caring embassy, ain't gonna do zip. Don't faint at the news, and there's no way the company's going to pull their old-time Yankee number, roll in with the beige sunglasses, and yell, "Okay, you peons, we're here to take names and kick butt." What happened to our national? They've recently acquired a habit of taking local situations at face value. Makes for a lot better tables at the Tony supper clubs in town. This guy liked to talk, I realized, but he had no interest in going beyond glib one-liners. I glanced at Steve, and I could tell he was having the same thoughts. "Tell you what," Steve said finally, "how about this? Tell us whatever you know about how to find this place, and maybe we can adjust the terms on the money you screwed me out of. I might settle for something less on the dollar and let bygones be bygones." "Hey, man, you'll get your money. I'm good for it." Dupre sighed and drew on his galloys. "It's just that things are a little tight right now, you know." He paused. "Matter of fact, I was hoping you might be able to spare a couple of bills for a week or so. But I guess." His voice trailed off. Alan Dupre knew something I needed to know, or might know it. Steve had definitely found the right guy in that regard. But he clearly was anxious to the point of paralysis as he kept furtively glancing around. What was he so fearful of, and what I do to convince him to help me? I stood gazing at the dark sky for a long moment, and then I had an off-the-wall idea, a long shot, the all-or-nothing take-you-go for when the sun is dying and the unions are looking at overtime. "You do tourist flights, right?" I started, still working on the idea. "So how about pretending I'm an eco-nut? A lover of the rainforest? You can tell whoever you're so afraid of that you're taking me up into the wilds to show me jaguars or something. A regular tour. Just cruising around, taking in the sights. Totally innocent. And then if we accidentally scouted a little, maybe we could find the place." "Jesus, you're serious about this, aren't you?" Dupre nervously crushed out his cigarette, staring at me glassy-eyed. "Never been more." He extracted another galloys. "Okay, a counteroffer, Miss James." "Morgan James." "Right, Miss James. I'm beginning to think you've got no realistic sense of proportion about this part of the world. You fools rush in, right? My point precisely. But if Steve here means what he says, well, maybe there's a little room to negotiate. Maybe I could take you on a quick sightseeing trip. And just for laughs I could kind of inadvertently stray over the area I think you might find productive. Assuming we can locate it. But here are my terms. I do it and Steveno and me are square. Consider it a $20,000 cruise. Fine with me." Steve didn't even blink, and I loved him all over again, right on the spot. Though the truth was, I knew he'd never planned on seeing a penny of the money again anyway. "And you think this place is Nino's Del Mundo?" I was trying not to get my hopes up too much, but still Dupre lit his new cigarette. "You didn't hear this from me, okay? You heard it from the embassy or some other damned place. But that's one name for it. Another is Jungle Disneyland. Actually, I think the Loyal name is Balaam, the old Maya word for jaguar. But everybody acts like it's a state secret, so all you get are rumors. Well, assuming we find it, then how I get in? I mean actually in. I was squinting at him, feeling my body tense. What was it Lou had said about a word he'd heard when they were taking Sarah? It sounded like Babylon. I also thought that was what she'd whisper to me. Could it be the word was actually Balaam? The gloomy morning skies abruptly flooded with the brilliant white light of hope. I glanced back at Steve, and our eyes locked for a long moment. Morgie, for Christ's sake, what are you saying? Steve took my hand. Don't you realize this is Guatemala? Don't even think about it. We're just talking now, okay? I squeezed his hand, then looked back at Dupre. I was just wondering. Once we've found it, IJ a sneak look-see? Assuming I wanted to. Well, I'll tell you one thing, Miss Morgan James. Dupre was fingering his new cigarette, oblivious to my reaction. Give no serious thought to just driving up. The army be all over your butt in the time it takes to cock an AK-47. He glanced up at the sky again, though now a dense bank of dark clouds had swallowed what remained of the sun. A pre-rain gloom was enveloping the park, which was starting to empty out. The hawkers and loiterers headed home to wait out the weather. But if we do find it, then as long as we're there, I might be able to drop you off for a quick glance somehow, say, if we did it around twilight time. That is, if that's what you want. But it's 10 minutes tops, and that's my final offer. Frankly, I think you'd be ill-advised in the extreme to do it, but, in any case, it's got to be a low-profile enterprise all the way. We screw this up and we easily swell the ranks of the disappeared. But you think you could actually locate it? What I hear, the place is on a tributary of the Usumacinta River, a latrine they call the Rio Tigre. Way up in the northwest. Low-level army types, you meet them in bars from time to time, like to BS about it. I've got a rough idea where it might be, though you don't know whether to believe a bunch of kid recruits after half a dozen beers. Then my mind clicked. The Rio Tigre? Didn't that have something to do with where Lou said Sarah was found? That was definitely where I wanted to go. Morgie, have you lost your senses? Steve had placed his hand on my shoulder. If the army's involved in something down here, you don't want to know about it. Don't lose sight of the fact those goons knocked off 200,000 villagers since the freedom-loving days of the Jipper, for fear they might be commies, with the CIA practically flying in the ammo. This whole damned just one big mass grave. Yet another unclaimed corpse or two won't make a hell of a lot of difference. Steve, I'll bet you anything that's where she is. Saying it, I had a vision of all the things that had happened to me, and to Sarah, because of Alex Goddard. I wait to confront the bastard. He's brought her back. Steve just glared at me for a long moment, despairing. Christ, you make me nuts. Okay, look, how about this? At least let me come with you. That way we'll face the unknown together. Though I had a lump in the throat moment, I didn't say anything, just stood there glorying in the feeling of being together. It was so wonderful to have him with me and so difficult to think about pressing on without him. There was a long, awkward pause, and then he glanced at his watch. Blast, I've got to hit the road if I'm going to get back in time to set up for tonight's shoot. I just pray I beat the rain. Then he pulled me around and circled me fully in his arms. Please, Morgie, I really don't like the sound of this. I'll move heaven and earth to get back here by Friday night, and if you still want to check out this Balaam place, then we'll figure out a way to do it together. Just you stay safe. I hugged him back. Nothing I do is going to mean much if I don't have you. Don't worry. I'll be okay. Alan Dupre had abruptly taken an even deeper interest in the darkening sky. I got the feeling he was uncomfortable being around two people capable of caring. It's only for a couple of days, Steve went on. We'll both be okay if we just stick together. Right, I said, and kissed him harder than I ever had. 5 minutes later, my heart and my head still at war with each other, I was alone in the virtually empty park with my brand new best friend. Watching Steve's Jeep blend into the smoggy haze of the avenue made me feel like half of me had just disappeared into another dimension. So that's that, I declared finally, turning back and taking a deep breath. I had to find Sarah before something else truly horrible happened to her. And the one thing I was determined to do was keep Steve as safely distant from my search as even though it meant I was going to be terribly lonely for the next few days. When can we leave? Hey, get real. Dupre choked, whirling around. We can't go today. Case you hadn't noticed, there's a storm coming. If you really, and I mean really want to, then maybe in a day or so. Want to go? Preferably when Steve, don't want to drag him into this, I said evenly. Truthfully, I was sounding braver than I felt. But then I remembered once going down into the 400-year-old subterranean harem quarters of the Red Fort in Agra, seemingly miles underground and pitch black, with nothing but a flashlight, surrounded by screaming bats and knee-deep in guano, for no better reason than I was determined to see how the women there once lived. So how much scarier could this? Well, I say no way, Dupre told me. Not today. Correction, make that no fucking way. He had removed his aviator shades and was cleaning them with a dirty hanky. Besides, I don't think you have any business going up there in the first place. If you're not scared shitless, you ought to be. Alan, I think you're the one who's afraid to go. He almost reached for another cigarette, but then stopped himself. Will definitely plead guilty to a deep-seated disquiet about the people who rule this placid paradise. But if it'll square things with Steve, then I'll take you up to have a quick look, for my sins. But it's got to be after the weather clears. I finally realized he was already thinking about his next loan. Steve, beware. Tomorrow then? I wasn't going to blink, because the Peton was where Sarah had ended up the first time and I was sure that was where Ramos had taken her now. Barlam? Dupre stared at the sky a moment longer, then caved. Maybe we can shoot for tomorrow late. If I can convince myself this storm has done its worst. He looked back at me. But I gotta tell you one thing, Miss Morgan James. We blunder in up there and end up getting ourselves disappeared. We won't even get our pictures in the papers. You'd better tell your immediate loved ones where you're going, and it wouldn't be the worst time in the world to think about making a will. The way he said it, I was sure for once he meant every word. Chapter 18. When I got back to the Camino Real, the time was early afternoon and the bed was freshly made, with all signs and sense of my and Steve's torrid reunion long gone. I tried to push aside thoughts of how much I was already missing him and focus on what I was getting myself into. I must admit I was having serious qualms about going up to the Peton, the part of Guatemala where Sarah had been left for dead, with my brand new tour director, the flaky Alan Dupre. I'd never been in a helicopter before, much less one flying over a stormy rainforest. On the other hand, if that was where they'd taken Sarah, the sooner I got there, the better. Sitting there in the room, I found myself feeling right at home. Everything about it was so familiar to an expert on budget travel like me. Off-brand carpet the color of decaying vegetation, the usual 2 double beds, one totally unused, except as a suitcase shelf, the TV suspended over the dresser and bolted to the wall. Funny, but it was the first time I'd noticed half the things in the room. Okay, I told myself, the thing to do first is I'll street Vincent's and check on Lou. Also, I wanted to tell him what was happening. I just hoped he wouldn't launch into a lecture about the recklessness of what I was planning. I needed support, not male advice. I got the desk to give me the local AT&T contact number, then rang right through to Street Vincent's. The next thing I knew, they were calling his room. "Hi. How's the patient?" "Morgan, what the hell are you up to? I've been trying to reach you. I finally called David and he said you'd left a message, something about Central America." "Why the hell, I was trying to explain that to you Sunday night, but you were pretty far gone." "Well, I ain't that far gone now, so I'm telling you to." "By the way," I interrupted, hoping to change the subject, "how are you feeling?" "I'll guess I'll live. They let me get up and go to the bathroom now. They are saying I can probably go home tomorrow." "That's encouraging. Thank God he was going to be okay." Elle also had a talk with Jerry, downtown. He believes Sarah was kidnapped, even if New York's finest don't, so that means the FBI has jurisdiction. "We're gonna get some action. They are trying to get a photo of that colonel, so maybe I can ID the bastard. But the consulate's giving us a lot of shit about it." "Well, I'm tracking something down here. Between the two of us, I think we'll find her." "So, what the hell are you doing?" I told him about finding the name of a destination on Sarah's old landing card, and about meeting a guy who was going to take me there as soon as the weather cleared. "And you think she could be there now?" He didn't sound hopeful. "There are reasons to check it out." I didn't want to elaborate. "Maybe we'll get lucky." I was attempting to say as little as possible, fearing the phone was tapped. In that spirit, I decided to get off the line as quickly as possible. "Lou, you get lots of rest, and I'll try and call you tomorrow." With a final warning to watch out for myself, he took down my hotel number and hung up. Truthfully, he was sounding pretty tired and weak, not nearly his old self. Well, he had a right to be. But at least there were no complications. My next call was going to be to David Roth, to check in on things at Applecore, but first I wanted to order up some huevos rancheros, get some breakfast protein. I was becoming energized by the prospect of progress, and being that way always makes me ravenous. It's probably a primal female response that has a Latin name. I checked out the number for room service, and was literally reaching for the black phone when it rang of its own accord. Startled, I picked up the receiver, wondering who had my number. "Hello." It was a man's voice that sounded vaguely familiar. "Thought I'd check in and see how things are going with your search." "Hi," I answered back after a pause, trying to place his intonation. "Oh, sorry. Barry Morton. Remember me? Fortress America. You came by the office yesterday." "How? Why was he calling me? How did you get this?" "You must have accidentally put the wrong hotel on your landing card as your address in Guatemala City." He hesitated a second, then said, "But I had my secretary all around and, well, it happens all the time." "I see." It did have the ring of logic. And I had put down a different hotel. A safety measure. "Do you always take this much interest in your fellow citizens?" "Only when they to see me personally." He chuckled. "So how's it going?" "Well, thanks for calling," I said. "Everything's moving along." Good, good." There was another pause. Then, "Incidentally, you having any luck finding that Nino's Del Mundo place you were looking?" I hesitated, wondering why he would ask and also unsure what to say. "Not yet," I volunteered. My God, it finally dawned on me. The guy was tracking me. He wanted to know what I knew. "You come up with anything at your end?" "I've been busy, a string of meetings, but I still think you might want to check out the phone book." It was the second time he'd made the suggestion. He was practically ordering me to do it. "Why?" "You never know." "I'm afraid that's about the best I can do." "Maybe I will," I said. I've been a little busy too. The phone call was feeling stranger and stranger. He was sending me to see something, probably in hopes it would make me go away. It was actually more unnerving than if he'd done nothing at all. Well, in any case, I hope you have a good visit, he declared diplomatically. Another pause. Planning to be here long? I'm not sure yet. Why did he want to know that? I see. Whatever happens, I hope you find what you're looking for. Best of luck. He hung up, leaving me with the feeling he already knew the answer to every question he'd asked. The guys at the airport, and now the embassy, I was the best-known tourist in the country. Okay, maybe I should just play along and see what happens. In any case, I'd just lost my appetite for fried eggs with hot sauce, but I had a definite interest in the phone book. And there they were. Nino's del Mundo. Complete with an address, way out the Boulevard Aguilar Batas. Well, why not see where it leads you? Sarah's card said the place was in the Piton, but who knows? I got up off the bed and went into the bathroom for a shampoo and shower. Despite the fact that Barry Morton wanted me to see this Nino's del Mundo place, whatever it was, I didn't want to show up looking and smelling like some bedraggled tourist. I'd wear my tailored blue suit, which, along with the dark blue heels, ought to make me look adequately businesslike. The shower was wonderful, purging away the sort of the park, and I was wrapping my hair in a large beige towel when the phone jangled again. I tucked in the edge to secure it and walked over. Maybe it was Lou ringing back. No such luck. The caller was none other than my brand new partner Alan Dupre. I was not thrilled to hear his voice. Was he about to get cold feet and back out? Morgan, listen, he said, not wasting time on niceties, there's been a small change of plans. Alan, don't do this to me. You shit. You agreed. No, why I'm calling is, we've got to go ahead and go up today, storm or no, God help us. You happy now? What? After that neurotic song and dance he'd just given me in the park? I should have been overjoyed, but something about the whole thing immediately felt synthetic. I paused a long moment, trying to think the situation through. What was going on? The answer to that was clear as day. I was being set up. Somebody wanted me out of town, and they'd just found a way. Or was I being paranoid again? Had the weather cleared? I reached over and pushed aside a curtain. Nope, it looked as threatening as ever. No question. This was definitely a setup. On the other hand, why not use whoever had put him up to this? This told me for sure I was on the trail of Sarah, and the sooner I got going, the better. Aside from isling New York and then checking out the low isle Nino's del Mundo that Barry Morton wanted me to see so badly, I had no other pressing plans. Alan, I thought you declared no effing way were you going to go today, I said, testing him. Why the sudden revision in scheduling? Yeah, well, something heavy's come up for tomorrow. I'm afraid it's gotta be now or forget it for at least a week. Unrefined bullshit. But somebody knew how badly I wanted to go. Look, there's something I need to check out first. I just learned about a place here in town I want to at least see. It's also called Nino's del Mundo. No shit. He paused. Okay, we'll talk about it. Get the address and maybe we can cruise by if there's time. Thing is, we don't have all that much leeway here. One last question. I thought I'd give him a final shot at the truth. Just tell me honestly why it has to be today. The real story. Like I said, everything's changed. He wasn't budging. So if we're doing this, I've got to pick you up now and get us on our merry way. He was too cheerful by half, which definitely told me he was lying. All right, but I really need to make at least one phone call first. I wanted Steve to know where I was. And if I walk out of here with a bag, I've got to let the desk know I'm not skipping on the bill. Forget the phone call. No time. Do it after we get back. Just be out front in exactly 19 minutes. This is not a dry run. The train is leaving. I'm out of here now. There was a click and he was gone. I sat there a moment staring at the floor. What was I getting into? Well, there's one way to find out. Play their game and beat them. There's no better way to get inside what's going on. The first thing I did was call Steve's hotel in Belize City. Of course he wasn't there, but I left a long message to the effect that I was taking a sightseeing trip up to the Piton with Alan Dupre today because of unforeseen new circumstances. The reasons were complicated, but I'd watch out for myself and therefore he shouldn't worry. That out of the way, I looked around the room. It was a disaster, but I quickly began cramming things into the small folding backpack I always took on trips. Then I rang the kitchen and told them to make up a quadruple egg sandwich, 4 huevos, por favor, to go, along with a large bottle of distilled water. By the time I got to the reception desk and explained I wasn't actually checking out for good, Alan Dupre was already waiting outside in his battered green Jeep, cleaning his scratchy shades and leaning on the horn. Let him wait. I wrote out a long note to Steve, on the chance he might come looking for me. Then with deliberate slowness, I wandered out to where Alan's Jeep was parked and tossed my backpack behind the seat. First things first. I climbed in and handed him the address of Nino's Del Mundo I'd copied onto some hotel stationery. This is where we've got to go. He stared at it a moment, puzzling, and then seemed to figure out where it was. Upscale part of this beautiful oasis. He shifted into gear. But it's more or less on the way. He glanced up nervously at the sky. We just don't have all day. Off we headed toward the suburbs, through a ganglia of downtown streets laced with pizza joints and frying meat vendors, till we eventually ended up on a tree-lined avenue that looked as genteel as Oyster Bay. When we got to the address, I told him to park across the way, and just sat a moment staring. The building itself was a windowless compound surrounded by trees and a high wall of white stucco, with a guardhouse and wide iron gate, not unusual for Guatemala, protecting a long walkway. The whole thing looked like a fortress, except the view through the gate was a pastoral vista of neat flower beds and a pristine lawn. The guardhouse itself had a dozing teenager, undoubtedly with an Uzi resting across his lap. Okay, Alan, I said, time to get with the program. How's your Spanish? Depends on who I'm trying to BS. He shrugged and began cleaning his sunglasses again. Well, why don't you see if you can talk us past that guard? He stared at the entrance a moment. Be a waste of our precious time. Tell you right now, kids like that only answer to one boss, the Hafer, the big guy, whoever he is. That's how they retain their employment. A joint lockdown this tight don't give Sunday tours. Well, I think he's asleep. So I'm going to be creative and see if there's a back entrance of some kind. Maybe a service area that'll give me some idea of what's going on here. Do what you want, but make it fast, he said, leaning back in the seat. And try not to get shot. I carefully got out and walked down the empty street away, then followed the stucco wall /fence. The building covered an entire city block, until I came across an alley entrance, with another large iron gate, padlocked shut. I peered up the driveway, shrouded in overhanging trees, but there was nothing in the parking lot except a couple of army jeeps. And a black Land Rover. Well, Barry Morton really wanted me to see this. But why? Is there a connection to the place in the Piton? And what are the army vehicles all about? I sighed and made my way back to the street. When I reached the Jeep, Alan was gone, but then I realized he was over-talking to the young guard, offering him a cigarette. A few moments later he waved goodbye and casually ambled back. Okay. He settled in and hit the ignition. Here's the official deal. This place is some kind of hospice for unwed mothers. They also take in orphans, or so he thinks. According to him, no American women have ever had anything to do with the place, which is probably why I'd never heard of it. He glanced at me as we sped off. You happy now? Debriefing young army dudes is a specialty of mine, so I think that's probably the straight scoop. Did you ask if it's connected with something in the Peyton? I was still hoping. In any case, whatever it was, I was collecting more pieces of the puzzle. Hey, give me a break. He shifted up, gaining speed. I'll know when to push, and this wasn't the precise moment. The kid was itchy enough as it was. Like, who the fuck are you, gringo, and what are you doing here? I got all I get without a cold cerveza. He glanced over. You ask me, a little gratitude wouldn't be entirely out of place. Okay. Muchas gracias, amigo. Happy now? Ecstatic. The Jeep was open and I checked out the sky, which was growing darker and more threatening by the minute. The promised foul weather still seemed to be just that, promised, but it was definitely on the way. Alan Dupre must really be scared. Finally I leaned back in the torn plastic seat and closed my eyes. Was this Ninos del Mundo, the Latin branch of Children of Light? The place where Alex Goddard's babies came from? Considering the interest Colonel Ramos had in my movie, the army jeeps be a tip-off. Also, there seemed to be an even chance that Barry Morton was involved somehow. But it was all still guesswork. And anyway, this wasn't the place Sarah had put on her landing card. That Ninos del Mundo was somewhere up north, hidden in the rainforest. Ready or not, sir, hang on. Chapter 19. What did he say? I asked, not quite etching the burst of rapid-fire Spanish from the cockpit. The explosion of expletives had included the word navigation. Something about malfunction. God help us. Alan Dupre's helicopter reminded me of the disintegrating taxes on Guatemala City's potholed streets. The vibration in the passenger compartment was so violent it made my teeth chatter. My stomach felt like it was in a cocktail shaker, and the deafening roar could have been the voice of hell. I was staring out the smudgy plastic window, where less than 300 meters below I could just make out the top of the Peyton rainforest of northwest Guatemala sweeping by beneath us. So this was what it looked like. Dense and impenetrable, it was a yawning, deciduous carpet enveloping the earth as far as the eye could see, if something 10 stories high could be oiled carpet. I had been in the forests of India's Kerala and seen some of the denser growth in southern, but this was like another planet. The main problem was, a violent downpour, the leading edge of the hurricane, was now sweeping across the Yucatan, stirring up the treetops of the jungles below. The rain, which had begun in earnest about 10 minutes after we got airborne, had been steadily increasing to the point it was now almost blinding. This was the risk I'd chosen to take, but let me admit right here, the weather had me seriously scared, my fingernails digging into the armrests and my pulse erratic. And now was there something else? We'd only been in the air for 35 minutes, and already we had some kind of mechanical issue looming. What was left to go wrong? Some of the lights went out or something? Dupre tried a shrug. I'm not sure. No big deal, though. This old bird always gets the job done. His pilot, Lieutenant Villatoro, formerly of the Guatemalan Army, had just shouted the new development back to the cabin. Probably nothing. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. His tourist helicopter was a Guatemalan candidate for the Air and Space Museum, an old Bell ID patched together with chicle and corn masa. Surely the storm was pushing it far beyond its stress limits. Right, but what exactly? Sounds like the nav station. He clicked open his seat belt. Something? Who knows? If you'd be happier, I'll go up and look. I felt my palms go cold. Doesn't seem too much to ask, considering. The world down below us was a hostile melange of towering trees, all straining for the sky, while the ground itself was a dark tangle of ferns, lianas, strangler vines, creepers, among which lurked Olympic scorpions and some of the earth's most poisonous snakes. If we had to set down here, I didn't even want to think about it. To lower a helicopter into the waves of flickering green below us would be to confront the hereafter. It's just the lights, like he said. Dupree yelled back from the cockpit's door, letting a tone of "L told you to chill out" seep through. He was peering past the opening, at the long line of instruments. He followed his announcement with a sigh as he moved back into the main cabin. Relax. I wasn't relaxed, and from the way his eyes were shifting and his Gaulois cigarettes were being chain-smoked, he was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. In his case, it wasn't just the weather. He was fidgeting like a trapped animal, giving me the distinct sense he was doing someone's invisible bidding and was terrified he might fail. Well, why don't you try and fix it? Was he trying to act calm just to impress me? Can't you bang on the panel or something? Okay, let me see what I can do. Jesus. He edged back into the cockpit, next to Villatoro. The wind was shaking us so badly that, even bent over, he was having trouble keeping his balance. Then he half-heartedly slammed the dark instrument readouts with the heel of his open hand. When the effort produced no immediate electronic miracle, he settled into the copilot's seat. "Q pacer," he yelled at Villatoro, his voice barely audible over the roar of the engine and the plastering of rain on the fuselage. Then he looked out the windscreen, at the torrent slamming against it, and rubbed at his chin. "No mi comandante," the Guatemalan shouted back. I sensed he was hoping to sound efficient and unperturbed. Dupree claimed his pilot had personally checked out the bell and prepped it. Now, though. Myra. Like I said, the lights. On the nav station. Maybe the electrical, how about the backup battery? Dupree was just barely keeping his cool. Villatoro scratched his chin. "I'll tell you the truth. The backup is Motherhood. I tested it before we left, but I couldn't find any replacements in provisions. I figure, no problem, but now, amigo," I felt another wave of dismay, right into my churning stomach. "Well, keep your heading north." Dupree's voice was coming from a place of extreme pain. "And if you sight the Rio Tigre, then Barlam or whatever should be more or less due west, according to what I'm assuming. Just keep your eyes open." He paused. "Problem is, with all this rain, the river's going to be tough to make out." I redoubled my efforts to peer out the window, searching, my breath coming in bursts. Still nothing. Dear God, what now? Finally Dupree headed back, bracing himself against the firewall as he crouched and passed through the door into the main cabin. When he settled into the seat across from me, he was glaring at me as though everything was my fault. "You know," he was yelling again, "I'm beginning to think maybe we ought to try to find a clearing and just sit out this crap till morning." He leaned over and peered down through the bell-spattered side windows at the dense tangle of growth below. After a moment he got up and once more moved toward the cockpit, still with the same troubled look. This time, however, he was beaming as he shouted back. "There may be a God after all. I think we just intersected the Rio Tigre. We bear due west now, along the river. We could be getting close, if it's where I think it is." I turned and stared down again, barely making out the thread of the stream through the rain. Yes. Maybe there's hope. Still, below us the windblown treetops were a solid mass of pastel sparkles, a dancing sea of hungry green. But then I thought I saw something. Hey! It might even be a clearing. I quickly unbuckled and made my way up to the cockpit, hanging on to anything I'd grasp. "Alan, look," I yelled, and pointed off to the side, out through the rain-obscured windscreen. "I'll think we just passed over something. Back there." "See?" "Where?" He squinted. "You can still just make it out." I twisted and kept pointing. I was biting my lip, trying to hold together. "There, it looks like some kind of clearing." "Maybe. I don't know, but what if we just sat down there and let this storm blow over?" He ordered Villatoro to bank and go back for a look. A few moments later it was obvious there was an opening in the trees. "Yeah, let's check it out." He then said something to Villatoro and we started easing toward it, definitely a wide opening. The billowing ocean of trees below us seemed to be parting like the Red Sea as we settled in. There had to be solid ground down there somewhere. Had to be. What's I was pointing? "There, over to the side, it's a kind of hill or something." "It's, where?" Dupre squinted again, his voice starting to crack. Then he focused in. "Yeah, maybe there's something there. Hard to tell what it is, though. But I guess we're about to find out." He gestured to the lieutenant, barking an order in quick Spanish. While the bell kept moving lower through the opening, Dupre flicked on the landing lights, and appeared to be muttering a prayer of thanks. I was staring out, growing ever more puzzled. A hill was there, all right. The problem was, it was definitely man-made, topped by a stone building. I could just make it out in the glare of the lights. "What do you think that is?" "What do I think?" Dupre studied the scene for a moment longer, and then his face melted into the first smile I'd seen since we left. "I'll think we are lucky beyond belief. God help us, we may have found it. That could be the damned pyramid or whatever's supposed to be up here." He leaned back. "Yeah, congratulations. Look at that damned thing. Either this is the place, or we're about to become the archaeologists of the year. Cover of Time. The Nobel frigging Prize." At that moment I almost wanted to hug Alan Dupre, but not quite. Instead I moved farther into the cockpit, trying to get a look out the windscreen. By then we had lowered well through the opening in the trees, the controls fighting against the blowing rain, and it felt as though we'd begun descending into the ocean's depths in a diving bell, surrounded by thrashing, wind-whipped branches. Now, though, I was staring at the ghostly rise of the pyramid emerging out of the rain. It looks brand new. "Yeah, the whole place is jungle Disneyland, remember? Except this deal ain't about Mickey Mouse, believe me. There's plenty of army hanging out around here." Lieutenant Villatoro took us ever lower, gently guiding the chopper's descent, and now we were only a few feet above the ground. There certainly was no mistaking what was around us, even with the blowing rain. The pyramid loomed over one side of a large plaza, a big paved area that was mostly obscured from the skies since the swaying trees arched over and covered it from aerial view. "Okay, we're about to touch down." Dupre was clawing at his pocket, yearning for a cigarette. "So if you still want to get out, move over by the door. I'll disengage the main rotor once we're on the ground." As we settled in, the rotor began to cause surface effect, throwing a spray off the paving stones, which now glistened under the cold beam of the landing lights. And looming above us, off to the right, was a stepped pyramid in the classic Mayan style. We all lapsed into silence as the bell's skids thumped onto the stones. The ex-army pilot, Villatoro, kept glancing over at the pyramid as though he didn't want to admit even seeing it. Did he know something Alan and I didn't? This was the moment I'd been bracing for. I was increasingly convinced somebody wanted me to see this place, whatever it was, but now what should I do? Well, the first thing was to dip my toe in the water, do a quick on the ground. If this really was Barlam, Dupre's Maya Disneyland, could it also be part of Alex Goddard's Clinic of Miracles, the location Sarah called Nino's del Mundo? If I knew that for sure, Then I could start figuring how to find out if she was here, as I suspected, and get her out of his clutches. Maybe the See No Evil embassy might even be prodded into helping an American citizen for a change. I'm getting out, to look around a little, but not till you turn off the engine. I want to be able to use my ears. All right, but don't take all day. This kind of weather, I want to keep it warm. He turned to Villatoro and shouted the order. In the sheets of pounding rain, I figured that no one could have heard us come in. That, at least, was positive. When the RPMs of the engine had died away, I clicked open the Bell's wide door, slid it back, and looked around. In the glare of the landing lights I realized at once that the stones were old, weathered, and worn, but the grout that sealed them was white and brand new. The plaza was free of moss, clean as the day it was done, which did not appear to be all that long ago. Above me, the pyramid, continuous recessed tiers of glistening stones, towered into the dim skyline of trees. I stepped out onto the pavement, holding my breath. The plaza was almost football field in size, reminding me of an Italian piazza. Around me the rain was lessening slightly, and as my eyes adjusted, my God! There wasn't just a pyramid here. Through the sparkle of raindrops at the edge of the helicopter's lights I could see what looked like a wide cobblestone walkway leading into the dense growth just off the edge of the square, probably toward the south, away from the river, connecting the plaza with distant groups of small, thatch-roofed houses, set in clusters. Could Alex Goddard's miracle clinic be in some collection of primitive huts? It made no sense. But I decided to try to get a closer look. I'd walked about 30 feet away from across the slippery paving, when I saw a flash of lightning in the southeast, followed by a boom of thunder that echoed over the square. At least I thought it was thunder. Or maybe the army was holding heavy artillery practice somewhere nearby. Abruptly the rain turned into a renewed torrent, and the next thing I heard was the helicopter's engine start up again. Then I sensed the main rotor engage, a sudden whoom, whoom, whoom quickly spiraling upward in frequency. Hey! I told him not to. When I looked back at the Bell's open door, Dupre was standing there, frantically searching the dark as he heaved out my tan backpack and what looked like a rolled-up sleeping bag, both splashing down onto the rain-soaked paving. What? For a moment I thought the thunder, or whatever it was, must have completely freaked him. Then what was actually happening hit me with a horrifying impact. Alan, wait. I started dashing back, but now the main rotor was creating a powerful downdraft, throwing the rain into me like a monsoon. By the time I managed to fight my way through the spray, the rotor was on full power and Alan Dupre and his Bell were already lifting off. I reached up, and just managed to brush one greasy skid as he churned away straight upward into the rainy night. You shit! I yelled up, but my final farewell was lost in the whine of the engine. My God, I thought, watching him disappear, I've just been abandoned hundreds of miles deep in a Central American rainforest. Then it all sank in. Whoever had gotten to him was playing a rough game. They didn't want me just to see Barlam, they wanted me delivered here. Probably to secure me in the same place Sarah was. Colonel Ramos, or whoever had frightened Dupre into bringing me, had wanted us both. So what now? Were we both going to be disappeared? Staring around at the pyramid and the empty square, I feel my heart pounding. Then I tripped over the rolled sleeping bag and sank to my knees there in the middle of the rain-swept plaza, soaked to the skin and so angry I was actually trembling. Up above me, Alan Dupre, king of two-timers, had switched off his landing lights, and a few moments later the hum of the bell was swallowed by the night sounds of the forest, the high-pitched din of crickets, the piercing call of night birds, the basso groan of frogs celebrating the storm. And something else, an eerie sense of the unnatural. Explain it. Even the night songs of the birds felt ominous, the primeval forest reasserting its will. It was haunting, like nature's mockery of my desolation. I pounded the sleeping bag and felt shit. How did I let this happen? Get a grip. I finally stood up and looked around. Maybe when God wants to do you up right, she gives you what you want. You used Alan to pray just like you intended, he got you here. But there's more to the plan of whoever's holding his puppet strings. So the thing now is, don't let yourself be manipulated anymore. Get off your soggy butt and start taking control of the situation. That was when I sighted a white form at the south, forested edge of the plaza. What? I ducked down, sure it was somebody lurking there, waiting to try to beat me to death as they had Sarah. Did Ramos intend to just murder me immediately? But there was no getting away. If I could see them, they surely could see me. And where would I escape to anyway? I dug my yellow plastic flashlight out of my backpack and my hands shaking, flicked it on. The beam, however, was just swallowed up in the rain. All right. I strapped on the pack and taking a deep breath, threw the rolled sleeping bag over my shoulder and headed across the slippery paving toward the white, which now glistened in the periodic sheets of distant lightning. Meet them straight on. Try and bluff. When I got closer, though, I realized what I was seeing was actually just the skin of a jaguar, bleached white, the head still on, fearsome teeth bared, which had been hung beside the paved pathway. Thank God. But then, playing my light over it, I thought, bad sign. My first encounter at Barlam is with a spooky, dead AET. It felt like a chilling omen of. I wasn't sure what. I studied it a moment longer with my flashlight, shivering, then turned and headed quickly across the plaza toward the pyramid now barely visible in the rain. If there were jaguars, or God knows what else, around, I figured I'd be safer up at the top. When I reached the base and shined my light up the steps, I saw they were steeper than I'd thought, but they also looked to be part of some meticulous restoration and brand new, probably safe to climb. And there at the top was a stone hut, complete with what appeared to be a roof. Good. If there hadn't been anything taller than it around, I think I might have just climbed a tree. On the way up, I began trying to digest what the place really was. The pyramid was fake. Or was it? 100 years ago, the eccentric Brit archaeologist Sir Arthur Evans whimsically the Palace of Minos on Crete with his own money, and it's still a tourist highlight. So why couldn't somebody do the same with a reclaimed Mayan pyramid in Central America? Still, this was different, had the feel of being somebody's crazed obsession. As I topped the steps, I realized the building that crowned the pyramid was also a restoration like everything else, including a decorated wooden lintel above the door that looked to be newly lacquered. Bizarre. I moved through the door and unloaded my gear, then extracted my water bottle, now half empty, for a pull. Finally I unrolled Alan Dupre's sleeping bag on the dry, stone floor, removed and spread out my wet clothes, peeled off the edge, then took a new pair of underpants, jeans, and shirt out of my backpack, donned them, and uneasily crawled in. I was shivering, whether from the soaking rain or from fright, I didn't know, and my teeth were trying to chatter. Was I hidden away enough to be safe? I didn't know. All I did know was, I was in something deeper than I'd ever been in my life, and I had no idea how I was going to get out. And I was both scared to death and angry as hell. Sarah was here, though, I was certain. Like a sixth sense, I could feel her presence, out there somewhere in the rain. For a moment I was tempted to just plunge into the storm looking for her, but a split second's reflection told me that was the stupidest thing I do. Instead, I should try and get some rest, till the storm cleared, and keep periodic watch on the plaza in case somebody showed up. Then, the minute there was light, I'd hit the ground and go find her. I suppose nothing ever happens the way you plan. My mind was racing and my nerves were in the red, but I was so exhausted from the teeth-rattling trip in the bell I couldn't really stay alert very long. In spite of myself, I eventually drifted off into a dreamless doze, a victim of the narcotic song of wind in the giant sabia trees and the insistent drumming of forest rain on the roof. Chapter 20 I awoke as a sliver of sun flashed through the stone doorway of the room and forest birds erupted around me in celebration. As I pulled myself up and moved over to the opening, a quick tropical glare burned into my face. My God, the dawn was electric. It was the purest blue I'd ever seen, a swath of artists' cobalt. An azure radiance from the sky glistened off the rainforest leaves around me. Had I dreamed the stormy, haunted world of the night before? When I looked down, everywhere below me was a bank of dense, pastel mist. Was the plaza really there, or had I imagined it? I felt like the top of the pyramid was floating on a cloud. Babylon. That was what Sarah had called this place. Ancient and mysterious. I took a breath of the morning air and wondered what would draw her back here. Was Balaam the ultimate escape from her other life? Even so, why would she want to return after somebody had tried to murder her? What was waiting down there in the fog? Turning back, I noticed that the room's inside walls were embossed with rows and rows of classic Mayan glyphs, like little cartoon faces, all molded in newly set plaster. To my groggy sight they seemed playful, harmless little caricatures, though next to them were raised bas-reliefs of warriors in battle dress. It was both sublimely austere and eerie, even creepy. I knelt down and rolled my sleeping bag, trying to clear my head. Then I stuffed my still moist clothes into my backpack and thought about the river, the Rio Tigre, down somewhere at the back of the pyramid. And I felt my pulse rate edging up. The first thing I wanted to do was see it in the light of day. It had been Sarah's way out, the only thing I knew for sure she'd touched. Get going and do it. I headed through the rear door and down the back steps. When I reached the ground, the dense forest closed in around me, but I was certain the river lay dead ahead, through the tangle of trees. As I moved down a path that grew ever steeper, the canopy up above thickened, arching over me till it blotted out the pure blue of the sky. And the air was filled with nature sounds, bird calls, trills, songs, and clacks, all mingled with the hum and buzz of insects. Then suddenly, from somewhere up in the canopy, a pack of screeching spider monkeys began flinging rotten mangoes down in my direction. I also thought I heard the asthmatic, territorial roar of a giant howler monkey, the lord of the upper jungle. And what about snakes? I kept an eye on the vines and tendrils alongside the path, expecting any moment to stumble across a deadly fer-de-lance, a little red and black operator whose poison heads straight for your nervous system. On the other hand, the birds, the forest birds, were everywhere, scarlet macaws and keel-billed toucans and darting flocks of Amazon parrots, brilliant and iridescent, their sweeping tails a psychedelic rainbow of green, yellow, red. Then the next thing I knew, the path I was on abruptly opened onto a mossy expanse of pea soup green, surely the Rio Tigre, and, my God, those dark brown bumps scattered everywhere, they are the eyes and snouts of, yes, crocodiles, lurking there in wait, hoping I'm dumb enough to wade in. Forget what Alan Dupre said. This is definitely not Disneyland. Then I glanced upstream and caught sight of a string of mahogany dugout canoes tied along the shore. They were huge, about 15 feet long and 3 feet wide, and clearly designed to be crocodile-resistant. Wait a minute. Lou said Sarah was found in a dugout canoe that had drifted all the way down the Rio Tigre to where it joins the Usumacinta. One more clue, she might have been here. Maybe I was closing in. Yes. I glared back at the crocodile's unblinking reptile eyes and tried to get my mind around the fact Sarah have stood right where I was standing, or been set adrift from here in a coma, to float downstream. Seeing that vision, I felt unbidden tears trailing down my cheeks. And the questions I had kept piling up. Was this the location of Alex Goddard's miracle clinic? Why was Balaam such a high-security secret? What was the between this place and Sarah's ravaged mind and body? I wanted to know all of it, and by God I would. This was the farthest I'd ever been from civilization, though I was trying not to let that fact sink in too deeply. The water was green and full of small aquatic creations, but I managed to find a reasonably mossy spot and, still keeping an eye on the leering crocodiles, splashed my face. It felt good, even if it was filthy. Okay, I'd seen enough of the river. I raised up and stretched. Time to go. My hopes at war with my nerves, I turned my back on the scummy, fetid Rio Tigre and headed back up the jungle trail toward the plaza. When I got there, I was struck all over again by the vision of the pyramid. Something like it might have been here originally, but in any case it had been completely redone, with newly cut yellowish stones and white lime plaster, an exotic castle nestled in the green lap of the rainforest, rising above the square like a haunting presence. It must have been well over 100 feet high, a stone wedding cake with a dozen steep tiers between the ground and the platform at the top, which also was square and roughly 15 feet on the side. Standing there gazing at it, I think I'd never felt more disoriented. Sarah, how could we both end up here, at the last outpost of the known world? But seeing is believing. I took a deep breath, then turned down the pathway toward the thatch-roofed huts. Through the mist it was gradually becoming clear that Barlam actually was a village, and a sizable one. The walkway led past a string of clearings, each with clusters of one-room huts built in the ancient, classical style, with walls of mud over rows of vertical saplings, their roofs and porches peaked with yellow-green thatch weathering to browns and greys. The structures, outlined starkly against the towering green arbor of the forest above, were grouped around paved patios. It all was neat and meticulous, like a jungle brigadoon. Although the effects of the storm were everywhere, blown thatch and bamboo, I still felt as if I'd fallen into a time warp where clocks had gone backward. What? Then I began to catch the outlines of people, as though they had materialized out of the pale fog. All pure Maya, short and brown, shiny black hair, they appeared to be just going about their daily lives. I was approaching a workshop area where, under a wide thatch shade, men with chipped flint adzes were carving bowls, plows, various implements from mahogany and other rainforest woods. Next to them, potters were fashioning brown clay jugs. They all were wearing white loincloths and a large square cotton cloth knotted around their shoulders, their hair tied back in dense ponytails. It must have been how the Maya looked 1,000 years ago. Their earnestness reminded me of the villages I once filmed in the Yucatan for the Discovery Channel, with one big difference: there I was the big shot gringo, here I felt like a powerless time traveler. The sense of being lost in another age was as compelling as the colonial mock-up at Williamsburg, but this was real and it was decidedly spooky. Finally one of the men looked up and noticed me. Our eyes locked for an instant, it seemed like forever, and then he reached over and, in a way that seemed breathless, shook the man next to him, gesturing toward me. Together they gazed back as though viewing a phantom, their brown faces intent, and then they turned and called out to the others, alerting them. What are they going to do with me? I wondered with a sudden chill. A stranger here in their hideaway midst. Would they just turn on find some women? Get off the street. I turned and headed as fast as I could down the cobblestone central path, till I saw a cluster of females on a whitewashed stone porch, long hair falling over their shoulders as they bent to their tasks beneath the thatch overhangs. Some were stirring rugged clay pots of corn soaking in lime, others were grinding the softened maize to tortilla thinness on wide granite platters. Behind them was another group that appeared to be part of a sewing commune, young wives busy at their backstrap looms, layering thread after thread of dyed cotton. None of them was wearing a huipis, the traditional multicolored blouse I'd remembered from the waitresses in the restaurant. Instead, they all had on a kind of handloom woven white shift I'd never seen before. Talk to them. Let them know you're no threat to anybody. As I moved down the hard clay pathway toward them, 2 looked up and took notice. Their first reaction seemed to be alarm, as they tensed and stared. But then I tried a smile and it seemed to work. Their looks turned to puzzlement, then embarrassed grins, as though they wanted to be friendly but weren't sure how to acknowledge my presence. When I reached the porch, several reached out to touch me. One older woman, short and wizened and extremely brown, even tried to stroke my hair. What was going on? I was taken aback, but I also was determined to get through to them. Why not just ask them point blank if Sarah's here? Is there any chance they understand Spanish? Buenos dias. I smiled and nodded. Dispense. Quiero descubrir esta una gringa de los Estados Unidos aquí. They all returned uncomprehending looks, then glanced quickly at each other in confusion. Or at least that was how I read their faces. Sarah, I said, pronouncing the name slowly. Sarah Crenshaw. Sarah, one voiced, then others. They backed away and immediately began a heated dispute, which eventually involved all the women. Well, one thing was for sure, they damned well knew who I was asking about. But why were they so upset? Next, several of them grew testy, pointing at me as they continued to argue. Finally, the 2 I'd first approached turned and began urging me to leave, gesturing at me with their hands as though sweeping me out of the compound. Yes, there was no mistaking. I was being dismissed. And I detected an odd nervousness as they glanced around, seemingly worried somebody might catch me there with them. I got the feeling they'd finally decided they didn't want me anywhere near them, since they kept pointing down the thoroughfare in the direction of the pyramid. I've blown it, I thought. They must have figured out I'm here to get her and decided they no longer want to have anything to do with me. What did that mean? And now what do I do? As I retreated back out to the main walkway, I felt a growing sense of defeat. Then, looking down it, I realized I'd literally been going in a circle. It was actually a large oval that curved back to the main square and the pyramid, where I'd started from. God, what a nightmare. I obviously had to rethink my game plan, find a way to communicate. And on top of that, I was dying of thirst. I fished out the almost empty plastic container from my backpack, then walked across the square and settled myself on the first step leading up the steep front. As I drew on the bottle, my mind still swirling, I happened to notice an upright stone slab off to the side like a tall, thin tombstone, with a bas-relief of a Maya warrior on it, next to some kind of 2-headed serpent god, probably Kukulkan, one of the few Maya deities I knew. And then, down the side, were rows of lines and dots. I studied them a minute before realizing it was the classical Mayan number system, telling precisely when things happened to the ruler shown there, born on such and such a date, assumed the kingship, won great battles, etc., all carefully dated as career high points. I knew that dots represented single years, horizontal lines the number 5. The Maya loved numbers and numerology, so that was when I glanced up to see a group of women approaching slowly across the square, with a bunch of the men watching from the forest arbors beyond, and they were huddled around something they were carrying. Whatever it was, they seemed to be delivering it to me. Then I realized they were the same ones who'd just kicked me out of their compound. What next? Are they coming to drive me from the plaza too? Should I try and forcibly search all the huts? But then they set down their load, it turned out to be a crude bamboo and thatch palanquin, and stepped aside as they beckoned me forward. For a moment I just stared, disbelieving. I felt like I was seeing someone I didn't want to recognize, perhaps because that someone looked so much like me. Morgie, they told me a new one was here, and I hoped it was you. Sarah was swinging her skinny legs off the side, her voice bright. Her face was drawn, but her hair was neat and her eyes were radiant. LSNT Barlam, the most wonderful place you've ever seen. She was wearing a white shift that reminded me of the blue hospital smock she'd had on the last time I saw her, except here it seemed more like something that had a special significance, like the robes of an acolyte. Her shoes were soft brown slippers that looked brand new, and around her waist was a braided leather band. As I stared at her, I wondered if she was really as transformed as she looked. She was undeniably stronger than 2 days ago, in spite of what that bastard Alex Goddard and his Guatemalan army cronies had done to her to get her here. But still, she had to be half dead. Thank God Lou couldn't see her now. "Sir, oh, sir." I rushed over and threw my arms around her. She'd been freshly bathed and perfumed, a fragrance like chocolate, but she felt like a bag of bones. "Are you okay?" I was afraid Balaam was all just a dream. She hugged me back, then started rising to her feet. God, could she walk? But now I remember everything. "Sir, I've to take you home." I grasped her hand, warm and soft, to help her stand, though it wasn't necessary. "You're not safe." "No, it's wonderful now." Then she turned and said something to one of the women. It took me a moment to realize she was speaking their language. I guessed it was Kekkai Maya. I was stunned. How did she learn it? Finally she looked back at me and switched to English again. Elle didn't understand before. I was sick so much. "Sir, come on." I slipped my arm around her. "We're going to get you out of here." I'd never felt so helpless. Alan Dupre had said there was a road, but it was controlled by the army. Right now, I didn't even know where it was. Maybe I find a phone, or radio. Call the embassy. There must be something. Alex Goddard has to be here somewhere, but he's not going to stop me. I'll strangle him if he tries. I hugged her again, the feel of her skin and bones frame making my soul ache. But most hurtful of all, I wasn't sure she would want to say, "Can you understand me?" I tried to catch her deep blue eyes. "I'm taking you home. Your father's very worried about you." Mention of Lou seemed to finally get through to her. She turned and examined me with a quizzical look, and then her eyes hardened. "Morgie, he was never there for me." Her voice was filled with certainty and pain. "But when I went to see Dr. Goddard, he let me come here for the ceremony. It's so spiritual." "After, sir, come on." What did she mean by ceremony? Whatever it was, I had to get her out of this place. Immediately. "Weave, are you here for the ceremony?" Her face flooded with renewed joy. "It's 2 days from now." "Maybe he'll let you, she should be resting." It was a harsh voice, directly behind us. I recoiled, then whirled around. 3 men were standing there, 2 of them young privates in uniforms of the Guatemalan army and carrying AK-47 assault rifles, the ones with the long, ominous curved clip Steve called Cuerno de Cabrillo, the horn of the goat. The third was in a black sweatshirt and black jeans, his long salt and pepper hair tied back in a ponytail. "They should have known better than to bring her out here," Alex Goddard said. "Not in her condition. The bastard." It was all coming together in my mind. He'd tried to kill her once before, and now he was going to finish the job. But he'd have to kill me first. "I'm here to take her home." I marched up to him. "You're not about to get away with kidnapping." "I'm going to get the embassy too. She's here for important medical reasons." He met my eyes. "I hope you'll allow me the opportunity to help her." "What do you mean, help?" "I'll explain if you'll give me a chance." He revolved and delivered some brusque orders in Kekkai Maya to the women, who nodded apologetically and began helping Sarah back onto the palanquin. After he admonished her in the same language, he then said something in quick Spanish to the 2 young army privates, who gave him a firm salute, turned, and walked over to pick the palanquin up, to carry it for the women. The sense of authority he exuded reminded me of that first morning we met at Quetzal Manor. His eyes flashed from benign to demanding to benign in an instant. "No, damn it, Alto." I strode over, shoved the soldiers aside, and took her hand. "Sir, honey, don't you understand what's going on? Something terrible happened to you when you were here before. I'm so worried, but he says I need to stay, Morgie." She drew back. "It's best. He's helping me." As I watched the two privates carry her away, down the cobblestone pathway, AK-47s swung over their shoulders, I felt my helplessness become complete. The army here was under his control, just like everything else. How was I going to tell Lou about this, that Sarah had been brainwashed? Whatever Alex Goddard had done to her had turned her into some kind of Moonie ready to denounce her own father. So now did I have two battles to wage, one with Alex Goddard and one with her? Then he walked over to me. "I'm not going to ask how you got here, though I assume it wasn't easy." He smiled, like a kindly priest, and put his hand on my shoulder. "But however you did it, I'm glad you decided to come. It's important for you to be here. She needs you now." Chapter 21. Cut the crap. I pulled away, still in shock from seeing Sarah so addled. I wanted more than anything else in the world just to slug him. "Why did you bring her here? Think about your answer. Kidnapping is a serious crime in the States. I've been very about her." He looked up at the groves of sabia trees around the square, a quiet glance, as though to inhale the misty morning air. My legal threat had gone right past him, probably because here he was the only law. But now she's receiving the treatment she needs. I expect she'll be fine before long. Treatment? I was caught off guard. Okay, let's start getting things straight. When she was here before, somebody tried to beat her to death. How? What happened then was beyond my control. He motioned me to join him as he settled onto the first step of the pyramid, sadness in his eyes. We were alone in the square now, and I felt like I'd his personal prisoner, trapped. Sarah is very dear to me. I care for her deeply. You cared so much for her she ended up in a coma, over on the Mexican border. I didn't sit. Instead I just bored in, hoping to stare him down, but his eyes had grown distant, that little trick he had of alternating between intimacy and remoteness. Again it reminded me of that first morning we'd met, looking out over the bluffs of the Hudson. If you'll let me, I'd like to try and tell you something of the circumstances surrounding that tragedy. He was gazing off in the direction the women had gone. You see, when Sarah first appeared at Quetzal Manor in New York, she was a very troubled young woman. She declared she was a person of pure spirit and she wanted to have a baby without so much as touching a man, some procedure that would produce a divine child created of cosmic energy. Cosmic energy. I had a flashback, hearing the words, to the time when she'd just turned 6 and we'd been sent by my mother to the hayloft to track down nests secreted there by rogue chicken hens. When we came across a cache of eggs, she asked if baby chicks came out of them. I assured her they did, and then she asked if human babies came from eggs too. My biology was pretty thin, but I told her I supposed they did, sort of, but then the eggs were probably hatched, or something, before babies were born. She thought about that a moment, scrunching up her face, then declared no, and bitterly began smashing the eggs. Babies and all living things came from another world, she declared, a special place we not see. They came directly from God. That was why she would seek out someone like Alex Goddard. For her, he must have seemed a messenger of the unseen. Who better to create a child for her? The ironic part was, I'd found him for almost the same reason, seeking a miracle when all else had failed. Were Sarah and I even more alike than I'd realized? So I began trying to work with her. He was turning back to me. But then I discovered she'd been born with an abnormality of the uterus. It has a medical name, but suffice to say it's very rare, and afflicts only about 1 woman in 20,000. Even after my diagnosis, though, she refused to give up. She was a person of enormous tenacity. God, I thought. Why didn't she come home to us, to Lou and me? We loved her. I felt my guilt go out to her all over again. She next declared she wanted to come here to Balaam, to the place of miracles. I told her that, yes, miracles can sometimes transpire here, but only at a great price. We would need to have an agreement and she would have to keep it no matter what. What do you mean, an agree? Truthfully, though he went on, ignoring me, Elle immediately regretted the offer, since I realized she was far too unstable for this environment. Finally I forbade her to come, but just before my next scheduled trip she found out and booked herself on the same flight. There was literally nothing I could do to stop her. She put Nino's Del Mundo on her landing card. I was growing sick to my stomach at the rehearsed way he was recounting her story. That's this place, right? Balaam? My clinic here is known by that name. The village itself is called Balaam. He was easily meeting my eye, holding his own in our battle of wills. Sarah was, I have to say, a very impressionable young person. Once here, she forgot all about her purpose for coming. She should have stayed up the hill there, he was pointing off to the south, where I could care for her, but instead she moved down here, into the then she discovered a hallucinogenic substance they have here, began using it heavily, and I think it tipped her into a form of dementia. So, she was doing drugs, something I'd always secretly feared. Well, maybe she was still having flashbacks of some kind, maybe that explained why she was off in another world when she came out of her coma. What kind of hallucinogenic substance? He sighed, then shrugged and answered. Here in the rainforest there's an ugly 3-pound toad, the Buffo marinus. You'll see them around, near sunset, that has glands down its back that excrete a milky white poison. I knew about them. They were migrating north now, even into Florida. They were huge and looked like Jabba the Hutt in Star Wars. I hate toads of all varieties, but the thought of those monsters made me shudder. My God, isn't their toxin lethal? Was Sarah trying to destroy herself? Was that why her mind was so blitzed? We heard. Yes, it can kill you, but it can also, if processed correctly, with fermented honey, give you truly supernatural visions. The classical Maya used it for ceremonial purposes. I'd managed to how they prepared it, and, something I now deeply regret, I showed the shamans here how to replicate the procedure. At the time it was just a minor part of my research into traditional pharmacology, but she heard about it and persuaded them to give her a vial. Then more and more. That did sound like Sarah. Always out on the edge, testing new realities. But then I thought a moment about what he'd actually said. Some of the people here in his place of miracles were doing heavy drugs, and she'd got caught up in it. But why didn't you stop her? You unfeeling bastard. Elle tried, believe me. But I'm afraid she was far past listening to me. By then she was learning the Kekkai Maya dialect, becoming totally immersed in their world. She began having episodes of complete non-rationality, and then one day she told the women in her compound she was going over to Palenque, the Maya ruins in Mexico. It's where the classical Maya held their last kingship ceremony. Before anyone realized she was serious, she stole one of their kiukas, their mahogany dugout canoes, and headed down the Rio Tigre. His eyes had turned completely dark, the way he used to blank them out. She just went missing. Everyone here was devastated. We all loved her. I stood there weighing his story. It didn't ring true. I supposed she was capable of something that crazy, but would she have actually done it? I didn't think so. Then I remembered something else he'd said. You said you proposed an agreement. What was that about? He stared at me. It's nothing that need concern us. Suffice to say I kept my part. Anyway, it's over and past now. Why wouldn't he tell me? Did she make some bargain with the devil? But regarding Sarah, he went on, Elle only just learned she'd been found and brought to New York in a coma. Wanting to do what I could, I immediately called the hospital and, out of professional courtesy, they told me she'd shown early stages of coming out of it, but she appeared to be hallucinating. It was exactly what I'd feared. His voice trailed off. I hope I did the right thing, but when I learned she'd been released, I arranged for her to be brought back here, where perhaps I can do something for her. What? In rare cases, the hallucinogen she took permanently alters critical synapses in the brain. I'm fearful she may have abused it to the extent something like that have occurred. No one in the US would have the slightest idea what to do, but I think I may know of an herbal antidote they turned to in ancient times that can repair at least part of the damage. I also knew that getting her back here through normal channels would be impossible. So you had Colonel Ramos and a bunch of his Guatemalan thugs just break in and take her. I didn't know which part of the story horrified and angered me the most. I have the misfortune to know him reasonably well, and I explained it was very important to me, and he agreed to assist. I honestly didn't know where else to turn. I understand there may have been some violence, for which I apologize, but these people have their own way of doing things. He rose and came over and put his hand on my shoulder. I hope you'll understand. The son of a bitch was coming on oily and contrite, when he'd just subcontracted an outright kidnapping. I wanted to kill him. Finally I walked away, trying to get a grip on my anger. You know, that bastard also broke into my apartment and stole a reel of a picture I'm shooting. I turned back. I've also got a strong feeling he's the one who just threatened one of the women I filmed. Well, if that happened, then let me say welcome to the paranoid harassment of the Guatemalan High Command. He sighed against the morning sound of birds chirping all around us. Unfortunately, I gather they've assumed you're documenting the operations of Children of Light in some way, doing a movie. His eyes drifted off into space, as though seeking a refuge. You see, my project up here in the Piton is to carry out pharmaceutical research with as few distractions as possible. But in Guatemala City, I have what is, in effect, a hospice for girls in trouble, which is also called Niños del Mundo, by the way, that's connected with my US adoption service, Children of Light. However, any time Niños del Mundo takes in an orphaned or abandoned infant and tries to provide it with a loving home through adoption in the States, the government here always threatens to hold up the paperwork if I don't give a bribe, what they call an expediting fee. So if you were to probe too deeply, let me just say it's not something they'd care to see lead off 60 Minutes. It sounded like more BS, but I couldn't prove that. Yet. Well, why don't you just clear that up, and then I'll take Sarah but I've only now initiated her treatment. Surely you want to give it a chance. I looked out at the rainforest. This was the place she'd come to once, and, though I'd never admit it to Alex Goddard, it was the place she'd announced she wanted to return to. But something devastating had happened to her mind here. What should I do? The fact was, I didn't trust Alex Goddard any farther than I could throw him. I had to get Sarah and get us both out of here as soon as possible, though that meant I'd have to neutralize him and the army, and then use my limited American dollars to try to buy our way back to Guatemala City. But come. He turned his gaze toward the south. Let me show you the thing I'm proudest of here. It's just up there. He was pointing toward a dense section of the rainforest, in the opposite direction from the river and up a steep incline. I see anything but trees, but then I still had the feeling I'd stepped through the looking glass and found Sarah trapped there. The next thing I knew, we were on an uphill forest trail, headed due south. "I think it's time you told me what's going on back there in the village," I said. What was it about this place that had seized such a claim on Sarah's mind? Balaam is difficult to explain to someone it for the first time. He paused. "Much of it is so, I think I can handle it. You have every right to know, but I don't really know where to start." "How about the beginning?" Why was he being so ambiguous? Very well. He was taking out a pair of grey sunglasses, as though to gain time. "It actually goes back about 10 years ago, when I was prospecting for rainforest plants up here in the Piton and accidentally stumbled across this isolated village, which clearly had been here since classical times. I immediately noticed a huge mound of dirt everybody said was haunted by the old ones, and I knew right away it had to be a buried pyramid. They are more down here than you'd think. So I struck a bargain with the village elders and acquired the site. But after I unearthed it and began the restoration, I became inspired with a vision. One day I found myself offering to restore anything else they could find, which eventually included, by the way, a magnificent old steam bath, in exchange for which they would help me by undertaking a grand experiment, a return to their traditional way of life. So you deliberately closed them off to the modern world. It told me Alex Goddard could a Mayan village just as he controlled everything else he touched. It also confirmed he had a weakness for the grandiose gesture. Would a time come when I could exploit that? I told them that together we would try to recreate the time of their glory, and perhaps in so doing we could also rediscover its long-lost spirit and wisdom. On the practical side, they would help me by bringing me the rare plants I needed to try and rediscover the lost Native American, and in return I would build them a clinic where families can come for modern pediatric and public health services. So Balaam became a project we share together. I call it a miracle. That still didn't begin to explain why it felt so eerie. Something else was going on just under the surface. What was he really doing here? Then the path uphill abruptly opened onto a clearing in which sat a large 2-story building, its color a dazzling white, most likely plaster over cinder block, with a thatch roof and a wide, ornate mahogany door at the front. The building was nestled in a grove of trees whose vines and tendrils had embraced it so thoroughly, there was no telling how far it extended back into the forest. There also was a parking lot, paved and fed by a well-maintained gravel road leading south. Seeing it, I felt an immediate wave of relief. Even better, the lot itself contained half a dozen well-worn pickup trucks, while sunburned Maya men were lounging in the shade of a nearby tree and smoking cigarettes. They were not from Balaam. They wore machine-made clothes and they were speaking Spanish, unlike the men in loincloths down in the village. Yes. That's how I can get us out of here. A few dollars parked there also was a tan Humvee, the ultimate all-road vehicle, which I assumed belonged to Alex Goddard. Maybe I should just try to steal it. As we passed through the door and into the vestibule of the building, I glimpsed a cluster of Maya women and children crowded into a brilliantly lit reception area. Goddard smiled and waved at them, and several nodded back, timorously and with enormous reverence. They were being attended by a dark-eyed, attractive Maya woman in a blue uniform. The name lettered on her blouse was Marcelina, who was holding a tray of vials and hypodermic needles. She was pure indigena, all of 5 feet tall, with broad cheekbones and deep-set penetrating eyes. Unlike the other women in the room, however, there was no air of resignation about her. She was full of authority, a palpable inner fire. One of my most successful programs here, he nodded a greeting to her, is to provide free vaccinations and general health resources for the villagers in this part of the Piton Department. I thought you said already had public health projects in Guatemala. The sight deeply depressed me. They all looked so poignant, the women with their shabby Hoover pills and lined faces, the children even more disheartening, sad waifs with runny noses and watery eyes. which confirmed again that they'd come in the pickups parked outside, driven here by the men. I had $600 cash in dollars. I could just buy one of those worn-out junkers for that. Alex Goddard glanced around, as though reluctant to respond in the presence of all the mire. You saw those security guards down there just now. They are nothing but boys with guns, recruits kidnapped by the government on market day and pressed into the army. They are all around here. The powers that be in Guatemala City are very threatened by what I'm achieving, so they've got these army kids hanging around, keeping an eye on me. They also hate the fact I can provide health services better than they can. But to answer your question, most of aid money gets soaked up by the bureaucracy in Guatemala City, so the people up here have learned to rely on me. The army, however, despises me and everything I'm doing. What a load of BS. You just admitted you had an inside track with Colonel Alvino Ramos. Anybody can see Children of Light or Ninos del Mundo, or whatever the hell other aliases you use, is thick as thieves with the Guatemalan armed forces. Don't insult my intelligence. It just makes me furious. I turned to Marcelina. She'd begun passing out hard sugar candies to the mesmerized children, showing them how to remove the cellophane before putting them into their mouths. Though she was pure Maya, she looked educated. I instinctively liked her. Maybe she could tell me what was really going on here. Do you speak English? Yes. She was gazing at me with a blend of curiosity and concern. LF, I've got a procedure scheduled shortly, Goddard interjected, urging me on down the tiled hallway. But I need to take a moment and recharge. Come with me and we can talk some more. Near the end of the hall, we entered a spacious, country-style kitchen. He walked over and opened the refrigerator. Care for a little something to eat? He looked back, speckled white hair swinging across his shoulders as his ponytail came loose. I had Marcelina whip up some gazpacho last night and I see there's some left. It's my own secret recipe, special herbs from around here. It's good and good for you. I'm not hungry. It wasn't true. I was growing ravenous. But I was repressing the feeling because of everything else that was going on. His village was holding back its secrets, and now his clinic of miracles also felt suspiciously wrong. I'd seen plenty of rural public health operations in developing countries, and this setup was far too big and fancy. The whole thing didn't begin to compute. As you like. He gave an absent shrug. I looked around and noticed that just off the kitchen was another space, which was, I realized, his private dining room. There was a rustic table in the center that looked like it had been carved from the trunk of a large sabia tree. I walked in, and moments later he followed carrying a tray with 2 calabash bowls of gazpacho and some crusty bread. In case you change your mind and decide to join me. He placed a bowl opposite where he was planning to sit. Like I said, there are unusual herbs around here with flavors you've never dreamed of. He began eating, while behind him I glimpsed Marcelina moving down the hall, carrying more trays of vaccine and headed out toward the vestibule again. I had to find a way to talk to her. As I settled into the rickety chair that faced my plate, I glanced down and saw a red lumpy mixture with a spray of indefinable green specks across the top like a scattering of jungle stars. No way. When I looked up again, he was swabbing his lips with a white napkin, his penetrating eyes boring in. Now he said, it's time we started concentrating on you. Got you going with your program. Chapter 22 My program. I stared back at him, feeling a jolt. With my thoughts completely focused on Sarah, the last thing on my mind was my own baby. Now that you're here, he smiled, there's no reason we shouldn't proceed. This is, after all, a place of miracles. Right. You let Sarah destroy her mind and now you want me to. Don't even think about it. I have to tell you, I'm not overly impressed thus far with your program, I said. First I passed out in your clinic, and then my doctor in New York told me those drugs Ramallah gave me are highly illegal, and for good reason. What is legal is more often than not the judgment of medical reactionaries. He dismissed the issue with a wave of his hand. My work has moved far beyond anything the FDA has ever dreamed of. Then his look turned grave. I hope you'll give me a chance to try to help you. I've been giving your case a lot of thought since our first examination, about what we should do. But first let me ask you, do you have a partner who could come here soon? Okay, maybe the thing to do was appear to play along for a while, move under his radar, and then get Sarah and split. It's a possibility. He smiled again. Excellent. If this person can come here to the clinic for a deposit, then we could put you on a fast-track schedule. One thing at a time. First, I'd like to know exactly what it is you have in mind. Would his program include stringing me out on the toad drug, the way he'd done with Sarah? Of course. He leaned forward in his chair. I'll believe that, given your history, an in vitro procedure would have the highest chance of success. You undoubtedly know how it works. We remove a number of eggs by aspiration and grade them for maturity and viability, after which we fertilize them to begin embryos growing. Then we pick the most promising for implantation. In vitro is invasive and dangerous, and there's a lot that can go wrong. I genuinely hated the idea. To some extent. He examined his watch for a moment, then looked up. But let me just say this. Since any reproductive therapy, particularly in vitro, is strongly dependent on the factor of timing, I've developed experimental down here that can regulate egg maturities very precisely. It minimizes a lot of uncertainties, which is why we're so lucky you're. He paused. Look, the first thing we need to do is put you on a strict regimen of diet and spiritual discipline, using my system for regulating your chi, your energy flows. Then, if you respond, we can start thinking about the procedure. And should you eventually decide you want to go ahead and you can have your partner come here, we could possibly have everything done in just a few days. Well, you can forget about me taking any experimental compounds. How long could I stall him? Morgan, there's more to this. His look grew pained. It's awkward to bring it up, but your presence here creates no small difficulty for me. I told you certain people in the military high command have concerns about the film you're making. And then the next thing they know, you show up here. It's just going to heighten their paranoia. But if I can convince them you're here for fertility treatment in any case, it's important that nothing you, or I'll, do is at odds with that presumption. I hope it's true, but even if you chose to forego it, I still need to put you on my normal regimen. You understand? That's baloney. Somebody had me brought to Balaam. Whoever did it knows full well why I'm here. The problem is, I still don't know what they really want. Well, you can say I've come to take Sarah home, I told him. That seems reason enough. The other story is simpler to explain. He took a last bite of gazpacho, then rested his pewter spoon on the table. Take my word for it. And what if I don't choose to go along with this charade? We would both be in jeopardy. They are entirely capable of things I'd rather not have to elaborate on. I sat there, feeling a chill envelop the room. How was I going to get out of this place? By the way, a while ago Sarah mentioned something about a ceremony. What's that? It's a special time here. His gaze shifted to the ceiling. In fact, it's supposed to take place in 3 days, but the army has informed me it has to be 2 days from now. That's the day they rotate the troops here, so there'll be double strength. But why do they need? Things can get a bit frenzied. He smiled, though he seemed to be embarrassed. However, the people will love the fact you're here to share it with them. Did he say frenzied? My mind immediately flashed on the Aztec rituals of ripping out beating hearts. But the Maya didn't go to that extreme, at least so far as I knew. Once again, though, I had the feeling I was only hearing what he wanted me to know, not the whole truth. It felt like a chess game where I didn't know the location of all the pieces or how they could move. Tell you what. He was getting up, turning toward the hall. Why don't you let me show you around the clinic? In fact, I'm scheduled to perform an in vitro this morning for a childless couple here. You're free to see it. Perhaps that help you make your own decision. Well, do you have a phone? I need to make some calls. Would he let me call out? That would be a first test of what his intentions were. It was all getting so insidious. I had Sarah to worry about, and the army, and now some kind of ceremony that he'd managed to stay cannily vague about. I only knew I wanted the whole world to know where I was. Of course, he said. You're welcome to use my office. He was pointing down the hall. It's right this way. Yes. Maybe I'm not completely his prisoner yet. I still have privileges. But I damned well better use them while I can. I walked out and felt a breeze, and then I studied the far end of the hallway, at the opposite end from the entrance, and noticed huge slatted windows. As we walked in their direction, I realized there was a stairway on one side, at the end of the hall, leading up to the second story of the building. What's up there? Hygienic nursery rooms. He glanced at the stairs. Unlike US practice, new mothers here aren't sent home after a day or two. Women and their newborns are encouraged to stay here at the clinic for at least a week. It's actually very much a part of their tradition, a period of bonding. You're to visit with them later if you like. I intended to. In fact, I found myself looking around and trying to memorize everything about the place. A 2-story building, a marble stair, a nursery upstairs, downstairs rooms along either side of the hallway, what was in them, and an office I was about to see. Could the clinic be locked down? What were the escape routes? How closely was the army watching? The time would, I was sure, when I'd need every scrap of intelligence I collect. When we reached the end of the hall, the fresh cool wind still blowing against my face, he stopped in front of a large, ornate wooden door with a brass knob in the very center. There was no sign of a lock, just a sense of great gravity about its purpose. The phone's in here. He pushed the door and it slowly swung inward on hinges that must have required ball bearings. It was indeed an office, dimly lighted by the moving screensavers of 2 computers, each on a separate desk. He flicked on the overhead lights and I noticed that one computer was hooked to a fax machine, the other to a separate printer. An impressive assembly of data management technology for out here in the rainforest. Then I focused on the central desk, on which sat an open, briefcase-looking box containing a mini console labeled Magellan World Phone. A small satellite dish was bolted down next to it. It uplinks to the Inmarsat Series 3 geostationary satellites. He indicated the dish. But it works like a regular phone. The international codes all apply. Then he turned to leave. Elle should be ready for the procedure in a few minutes. I picked up the handset and flicked it on. 3 green diodes flashed, then 2 yellow ones, after which a white light came on and I heard a hum, a dial tone. Hooray! But was his satellite phone tapped? Why would he let me just call out? Was this a feint in our game of cat and mouse, just to lull me into believing everything here was safe and benign? Remembering Sarah's drug experience, I already knew that couldn't be true. For now, though, I had to get an SOS out while I had the chance. I'd long since memorized the number of Steve's hotel in Belize City, and if I could reach him, he could go the embassy in Guatemala City and... I wasn't sure what. I still hope to get out of here on my own, but if that failed, maybe some of those sturdy Marines. When I dialed the Belize number, however, the phone just rang and rang. Come on. Somebody please pick up. Then they did. Thank goodness. But when I asked for Steve, so sorry, Mon, came the proud Caribbean voice, but Mr. Abrams check out Monday. Early in the morning. Right, I know that. But he came back last night, didn't he? No, Mon. He say he be coming back, to hold his room, but he didn't come back. I felt my palms go icy. Who was going to know where Sarah and I were? What do you mean? He not coming back here, Mon? The man paused and mumbled something to another clerk, then came back on. Nobody seen him since. You won't leave a message, that's okay. But I don't know when. No. I didn't know what to say. The implication was only gradually sinking in. No message. Thanks anyway. I'll try back later. Any time, Mon. No problem. I hung up, trying to stay calm. Steve, where are you? Okay, I told myself, you don't actually know something's wrong. It could be anything. Still, it was very worrying. Steve, my one and only. I was staring at the phone, wondering what my next move should be. Whatever else, I've got to try to reach Lou, tell him I've found Sarah. But then what? He certainly wasn't going to be any help in getting us out. If he blundered his way down here, there was a real chance he'd misread the delicacy of the situation and end up getting us all disappeared by the army. But still, I had to tell him about her. I picked up the handset again, keyed in the US country code, and tried the number for his place in Soho. He'd said he was going to be released from St. Vincent's today, so maybe he was home by now. The familiar ring jangled half a dozen times and then... Crenshaw residence. It was the Irish tones of Mrs. Riley, Sarah's day nurse. Hallelujah. I guessed she was there now taking care of Lou. Ah, this is Morgan James. Mr. Crenshaw's niece. Remember? I came by. Is he home yet? I need to talk to him. He's resting, dear. I was just about to go out and get some things, milk and soup and the like. Dare I ask? How is he? He's weak, but I think he's going to be fine. If people will just let him be. Look, I hate to bother him, but it's really an emergency. I'm calling from Guatemala. Oh. I truly don't know if he's awake, dear. He was napping a while ago. Could you go and see? Please. And take the phone? Just a minute. She sounded reluctant, but I could hear her movements as she shuffled across the loft. I listened, wondering how long Alex Goddard was going to be away, and then a moment later. Yeah. There was a rustle as Lou got a grip on his cordless. Morgan, is that you? Where the hell are you now? It took me a second to even find my voice, I was so thrilled to hear him. He sounded just like always. Hey, how's it going, champ? I said. Come on, Lou, get well. Fight. Elle started having these migraines, but they gave me some medicine. Listen. I cut him off, and immediately felt guilty. I'd been so impatient. I'm up in northern Guatemala and I've found Sarah. Oh, my God. That was followed by a long silence, probably an emotional meltdown. Is she all right? What was I going to say? That she'd been brainwashed or worse by Alex Goddard. That we were both in his clutches, cut off from the world, and in deep, deep trouble? She's able to stand, I said. I don't remember what white lies I eventually managed to tell him. I think it was something like, she's being treated for a post-coma syndrome by a medical specialist. I found out that when she was in Guatemala before, she was given some very bad drugs, and someone here who knows about them is trying to reverse some of the damage. Alex Goddard, right. There was no BSing Lou for very long. That bastard. Lou, I'm going to get her out of here and back home as soon as possible. Everything's going to be all right. Don't worry. It's really too complicated to try and explain over the phone. Yeah, well, I'm coming. Soon as I'm up. I'm gonna take that son of a bitch by the, Don't you go anywhere. I'm handling it, okay. I heard him grunt, whether from pain or frustration I be sure. Lou, listen, I'm going to try and phone you every day. If I miss a day, then you should call the embassy down here. Tell them you're FBI. That might get their attention. The place where I am, where Sarah is named Barlam. It's a kind of village. In the Northern Petén Department. I don't know if the US has any clout up here, but that's where they should come looking. I got him to write it down, and then eased him off the line as gently as I could and hung up. I would have loved for him to be here, but I wanted to try to get Sarah out by stealth if I could. And stealth was scarcely Lou's style. My calls were 1 for 2, and there still wasn't anybody to help me. The time had come to try David. I was having the glimmerings of a new strategy. It was lunchtime in New York, but on Wednesdays he usually just had a sandwich at his desk. Maybe I could catch him. Hello, declared the British female voice he'd put on his machine, hoping it would sound like he had a classy secretary. You've reached the office of David Roth, president of Applecore Productions. We're sorry Mr. Roth is not available at this time to, David. I barked into the phone. If you're there, pick up. This is Morgan. I've got to talk to you. While the announcement kept running, noises erupted outside in the hall, voices and a clicking sound, as though something was being rolled along the tile floor. Shit. Was Alex Goddard about to walk in? My mouth went dry. Come on, David, I know you're there, hiding, variety with a tuna salad on rye, extra pickle. Dr. Brown's Celery soda. David, dammit, pick up. I said it quieter this time, but I could feel my heart pounding. This is an emergency. Morgie, don't. He yelled as I heard the receiver being lifted. Jesus, I just walked in from the deli. Listen, thank God it's you. Drop whatever the hell you're not doing and get your butt in here. Jerry Rayner called, you know, the Orion distribution deal, and he wants a rough cut of Baby Love yesterday so he can pitch it to the suits on the 5th floor. We could be staring at financial success here. I hope you can handle the vulgarity of that. David, you're not going to believe where I am. I began, working out my game plan as I went along, trying to sound cool and control my racing pulse. I'm in northern Guatemala, at a place that would make a terrific feature. It's like a Maya theme park, deep in the rainforest. But it's real. I want you to the embassy and get them to grease the way for my crew to come here. This is too good to pass up. I thought about the costs and then added, at least one camera and sound. One sure way to get Sarah out was to blow the place open to the world. Where are you again? I gave him a glowing trailer of the Williamsburg-like qualities of Barlam, a beautiful, exciting recreation of times gone by that out Disney. The cable channels would be bidding for the footage. Hey, look, all things in time. He wasn't buying. I'm talking an actual deal here. You know, money. Fuck the jungle wonderland. You've got exactly one more day down there on the Tarzan set, or wherever the hell it is, and then I'm gonna start finishing final cut on this damned picture myself. Don't make me have to do that, Morgie. This is not a drill. Nicky Russo came by again yesterday. He's fully prepared to call our note and impound your original negative. It's here, under lock and key, but we've got to get this project in the can and sold. You touch a frame of my movie and I won't be responsible for my actions. God, he was missing my SOS. David, do one thing for me, please. INT tell you how important it is. I haven't explained everything. This situation is. It's very threatening. I need you to at least call the embassy down here and see if they'll send somebody. The army's all over the place and a loud noise intervened, followed by complete, absolute silence. The diodes on the panel all began flashing yellow. Shit. Had Alex Goddard been listening in and decided to cut me off before I could get word to the embassy? I slammed the box and went for the usual maneuver. I cut the connection and tried again, but nothing. Again, and still nothing. My hands were trembling. I'd just lost contact with the outside world. I was completely isolated in the middle of nowhere. How convenient. Alex Goddard let me tell a couple of people I was physically okay, and then he blocked the line. I exhaled, settled into the padded chair next to the computers, and tried to think. David, why wouldn't you listen? He was so excited he'd completely ignored my distress signal. Nobody was going to come and help me get out of here. I gazed around the room, wondering what to do next. Was there another phone, a radio, a box of flares, for God's sake? That was when I spotted the outlines of another door. Why hadn't I noticed it sooner? This one steel, there on the left. Alex Goddard might walk in any second now, but I had to try to learn everything I could as fast as I could. What was going on besides what was going? Alert for any new sounds from outside. I quickly went over and tried the knob. It was locked tight. Figured. Now I really wanted to know what was in there. When I glanced around the office, I noticed a ring of keys on the desk. Could he have forgotten them? More important, would I blow everything if he caught me snooping? In spite of his attempt at a veneer, he might go ballistic. I made a snap decision. Take the chance and give them a try. My hands were so moist I had trouble holding the slippery keys, but finally I managed to shove in the first one. It went in, but nothing would turn. Come on. I managed to wiggle the next one in, my hand trembling now, but again the knob wouldn't budge. Footsteps outside marched up to the door and I stopped breathing, but then they moved on. Hurry! I was rapidly losing hope when the fifth one slipped in and the knob turned. Yes. Taking a deep breath and working on a story in case Alex Goddard walked in, I clicked the lock and eased the door inward just enough to look inside. Hello, what's this? The space was a fully equipped medical research lab. The lights were off, but like the office, it was illuminated by the glow of several CRT screens stationed above a long lab bench. There also was a large machine, probably a gas chromatograph, with its own screen, flanked by rows of test tubes. Finally, there was a large electronic microscope complete with video screen. One non-medical thing stood out, though. There in the middle of the workbench was a 2-foot-high bronze dancing Shiva presiding over whatever was going on. It was breathtakingly beautiful. So, what was the Lord of the Dance giving his blessing to? Time to try and find out. Now clanking noises were filtering in from out in the hall, along with the pounding of heavy boots, and my pulse jumped again. Was the army coming to drag me away? Just go in. Do it. The CRT screens were attached to black metal containers, their doors closed, that all were connected to a power supply, doubtless to maintain some temperature. It looked like Goddard was incubating something in a carefully controlled environment. The whole arrangement was very carefully organized and laid out. Finally I noticed a row of large steel jugs, 6 in all, near the back and covered with a sheet of black plastic, thin like a wrap. What could they be? Some kind of special gas for use in the lab. Voices in Spanish drifted in from the hallway. A woman and a man were arguing about something. "Okay, get out of here. Come back and check this out when nobody's around." I stepped back into the office, clicked off the thumb latch on the door so it wouldn't lock, and closed it. I realized I was pouring sweat. What next? Well, see if the phone's working again and try calling the Camino Real and see if Steve's come back there for some reason, maybe a change in plans. It would be a long shot, but still. My hand was shaking as I opened up the phone case. Thank God, the diodes were all quiet. Maybe the steel door I'd closed only moments before swung open and Alex Goddard walked through. Did he realize I'd left it unlocked? How did he get in there? Was there another door? He'd changed clothes and was wearing a pale blue surgical gown. I shut the phone case, as though just finishing with it. Could he tell I'd turned myself into a nervous wreck? I tried to smile and look normal, but my shirt was soaking. "Ah, I see you're finished," he said, not seeming to notice. "Good. As I said, I've got an in vitro procedure scheduled now for one of the here in the village. You're welcome to observe. It might help you decide what you want to do in your own case." He was moving across the room. "You can watch on the closed circuit." He reached up and snapped on a monitor bolted to the wall in the corner. "Oh, just one small word of forewarning." He was turning back. "Down here I've made certain cosmetic changes in the procedure to keep patients' anxiety levels as low as possible. It wouldn't be appropriate in your case, but, well, you'll see." Before I had time to wonder what he meant, he disappeared back through the steel door with a reassuring smile. Chapter 23. The monitor's picture was in color, but the predominant hue was brown. Where was this? The or had to be somewhere in the clinic, but still the space looked flawlessly sterile, obviously an operating theater, but it was certainly like none other on Earth. The walls were not white or pale blue, they had the shade of stone and were decorated with Maya picture writing and bas-reliefs. It was as though a sacred chapel had been converted into a surgery. I guessed this was what he meant by cosmetic changes. A door was visible on the right side of the screen, and moments later Alex Goddard strode through, coming in from the hallway. So, it must be right next door. God, the place looked ancient and haunted. I watched as he walked over to a basin and scrubbed his hands, then donned a white surgical mask. Next he flipped various switches on the walls. Finally he put on a second mask that glistened like some green crystalline material. What was that for? Then it hit me. A jade mask. That was something Sarah had mentioned in her ramblings. So she must have seen this too. Which meant not everything she described was just some drug-induced hallucination. The mask part was very real. Now Marcelina was rolling a steel operating table, bearing a dark-haired Maya woman, through the Dumay. The patient looked like all the others down in Barlam, except that she had a strange expression on her face. She appeared to be tense and very afraid, as her eyes kept darting around the room, then to the jade mask Alex Goddard was wearing, most likely papier-mâché covered with shiny green granules. When she was in position, he walked to the corner and flipped another switch, whereupon there started the deep droning of a chant, probably from speakers in the walls, that sounded like Kek Kai Maya. He bent over her and said something in the same language, after which Marcelina placed a rubber mask over her nose and mouth. Her eyes still frightened, the patient uttered a few words, perhaps a final prayer, then inhaled deeply. As her eyelids fluttered, he turned and opened what appeared to be some kind of stone tableau, covered by its own bas-relief. It was, I finally realized, merely painted fiberglass. That was what the whole room was, and inside were CRT monitors designed to display various vital life functions. As Marcelina helped him, he began attaching sensors to the patient's body. When the woman's eyes had fully closed, He removed his green mask and tossed it into a box. It's all fake. The room, everything. Just like Balaam. But now he's got Sarah's mind caught in his thrall. I've got to make her understand nothing here is real. Marcelina was carefully watching the screens, her apprehension obvious as she fiddled uncertainly with the knobs. Oxygen steady. Her voice was small and uneasy. EKG stable. He immediately stripped away the sheet that had been covering the patient. Beneath it was an open-sided gown coloured in brilliant stripes of red and blue. He pulled it back with absent precision, then turned to Marcelina. Shave her and scrub her. With the woman now under sedation, Marcelina put on her own surgical garb. She pulled a blue plastic cap over her hair, then secured a white oil mask over her face. While she was finishing the preparations, he turned and walked to the far side of the room, where he abruptly seemed to disappear through the wall. What? There must be a panel there, a camouflaged door. He was gone for a moment, then reappeared carrying a long metal tube that looked to be emitting white vapor. He next opened yet another ersatz stone cabinet to reveal a microscope with a CRT screen above it. He took out 3 glass ampoules from the tube, frozen embryos, undoubtedly, and placed them in a container. When he switched on the microscope, its CRT screen showed him whatever he needed to know. Interesting. In surgery, he was coldly efficient, no human touch. Here he was the scientist Alex Goddard. Next, Marcelina activated an ultrasound scanner and began running the wand over the woman's stomach. The screen above the table showed her uterus and her fallopian tubes with flickering clarity. He'd been readying the embryos, and now he walked over and carefully inserted a needle into the woman's abdomen. Ouch! His eyes on the ultrasound scan, which indicated the precise location of the needle's tip. I watched as the screen showed the needle on its way to its destination, a thin, hard line amidst the pulsing grey mass of her uterus. Seconds later all 3 embryos had been implanted with such flawless precision it was scary. Did I want to undergo this deeply invasive procedure at the hands of Alex Goddard? The very thought left a dull ache in my stomach. While Marcelina bandaged her and began preparing her for return to wherever she'd been, he turned off the systems, then closed their stone cabinets. I thought back to some of the hallucinations Sarah had poured out. She'd mentioned the green mask, and she'd also relived some sinister event that seemed to her like disappearing down a long white tunnel. Was that her own anesthesia? Did he perform an in vitro on her too? I jumped as I heard the bump, thump, bump sound of the operating table being rolled out of the OR and back down the hall. For some reason I thought of the sound of fate knocking on the door, like death coming to take Don Giovanni. Did Alex Goddard have plans to take me, only with drugs and medical sleight of hand? It wasn't going to happen. I switched off the monitor and turned to stare at the computers. Why were they here in this place of miracles? What did they hold? Maybe that was where I should be. That was the moment when the heavy office door swung open and Marcelina appeared. Your room is ready now. Her English was heavily but sure. He sent me to show you. And I'll wash any of your things if you like. My room? Whoa. Since when had I checked in? Marcelina, we need to talk. What happened to Sarah the last time she was here? Was she operated on like that woman just now? I also planned to ask her about all the bizarre trappings surrounding the procedure. Why was the woman so sucked in by his phony Mardi Gras mysticism? Had Sarah fallen for it too? Sarah was one of the special ones. You are surely blessed too. You resemble her a lot. She looked at me, affection in her dark eyes, then turned and headed out the door. But come, let me take you up. Of course I resembled her, she was my cousin. But so what? I didn't like the odd way she'd said it. And what about my question? Watching her walk away, clearly nervous, I realized this was the moment I'd been dreading, when I had to make a decision about how far to play along with Alex Goddard. Steve couldn't be reached yet, but I still might be able to handle the situation on my own. The first thing to do was to get down to Sarah and talk some sense into her. Then I had to arrange for a way to get us both out. So, probably the best way to accomplish that was to go along with my own medical charade for a few more hours, to give me time to scout the scene and come up with a plan. A room would be a base to operate from. Still, I was feeling plenty of trepidation as we ascended the marble steps to the second floor, which had a long, carpeted hallway with doors along each side. Then, when we started down the hall, I caught the sound of a baby crying. "What's this floor for?" I remembered Alex Goddard had claimed it was to provide a postpartum bonding period, but I wanted to confirm that with my own eyes. "This is the recovery ward and nursery. Here, let me show you." She paused and pushed open the door nearest us. I looked in to see a Mayan woman resting on a high hospital bed and wearing a white shift, with an ornate wicker cradle, wide and deep, next to her. Marcelina smiled and said something to her that sounded like an apology for the intrusion. The room was lit only by candles, but I did make out how oddly the woman stared at me, as though she was seeing a spirit. Why was that? Because I was a gringo here in the middle of the forest? But it seemed something more. The birth of a child is a sacred thing for us. Marcelina was discreetly closing the door again. When a woman carries a child, she will take walks to the mill paths, to the river, to the orchards, just so her little one can be in its world. Then, after her baby is born, our tradition holds that she should be alone with it for a week and a day. So their life's breath can one. I sense her heart was deeply entwined with the people here at Barlam. "Marcelina, how long have?" "Well, what do you think?" said a voice. I looked around to see Alex Goddard coming up the stairs behind us. And my anger welled up again. Everything about him was just too manipulating. He'd changed back to his black sweatshirt and jeans and was carrying a tray. The costume event was over. In an instant Marcelina slipped quietly around him and headed back down the stairs, almost like a rabbit startled by a fox. He smiled and moved past me. All those trappings just now, the fake green mask. I decided to challenge him head-on. Start forcing him to show his hand. What's merely a little harmless theatre? He looked back. The forest Maya like to think they are being ministered to by a shaman. Then he indicated I should follow him. "By the way, in case you do get hungry, I brought you something you can have in your room if you like. Then you can make yourself at home and rest a bit." Hold on. I was being given the illusion of freedom, but in reality I was nothing more than his prisoner. "That room next to your office. The steel door. What's in?" "That's the heart of Barlam." Pride in his voice. "The real reason I'm here." "You mean drug research?" He nodded. "Did you know the Central American rainforest easily contains 100,000 plant species? Over half of all pharmaceutical drugs are derived from plants, yet less than 1% of those here have been tested for pharmacological potential. Still, the old shamans and midwives all know of herbs they claim can cure everything from menstrual cramps to cancer." He smiled. "They also know which ones have powerful properties, which is particularly helpful in my primary study, fertility and fetal viability. I take the specimens they bring and perform a rough screening in the lab to determine if they are actually pharmacologically active. If they do test positive, I then examine their effect on the blastocyst, the early form of embryonic cell formed just after fertilization, to see whether they affect cell division and viability and the miscarriage rate here is very low, so some of these plants." His voice trailed off as he pushed open the door of a suite at the end of the hall. It had a stone floor, a simple bed, and through the slatted windows the light of midday filtered through, along with the bird calls of the rainforest. Any other time and place, I'd have felt like I was staying at a rustic nature retreat. But this wasn't some other time and place. And what about Steve? Where was he? Maybe he was somewhere worse. Thinking about him, I was startled to hear myself say, "Incidentally, I found out the man I've been trying to have a baby with didn't show up at his hotel in Belize last night. He was driving there from Guatemala City. I'm very worried. I keep hearing about how people get disappeared in this country. Could his name be Steve Abrams?" Goddard turned back, still holding the tray. It was a moment that stopped my heart. For a second I wasn't even able to speak. "How did you know?" I finally managed to say. "Elle never mentioned, that's the name they gave me. I received a call this morning from Guatemala City. From Colonel Ramos's office, in fact. As you might suppose, he's well aware you're here, and he said you were seen dining night before last at a downtown restaurant with a man by that name. They think he's in there because of you, and they are trying to locate him." I felt the life go entirely out of me. My God, what was going on? Steve was now the subject of a manhunt in a police state. Did he even know? Elle told them you were here for purely medical reasons. He sighed with frustration. And that they were being irrationally paranoid, but... So they don't actually know where he is, right? I was still trying to breathe. As of this morning. If they did, they wouldn't have called up here. He walked over and set the tray down on a rustic table next to the bed. Elle wouldn't worry too much about it. He's committed no crime. They just want to make sure you realize your presence has not gone unnoticed. Dear God! What had I dragged Steve into? If they found him, what would they do? I could only pray he was deft enough to elude them. If anybody could. Then I looked at the tray. An empty syringe was there. Also, there was a large bowl containing some kind of soup. I was finally growing ravenous, but still, what's this for? I indicated the syringe. I'll just need to take a little blood for some tests. Don't worry, it won't hurt a bit. Hold on. How far do I have to play along to stay in his chess game? Then I glanced down again at the tray. And what's in that bowl? Right now diet is crucial, so I've had Marcelina prepare you a healthy broth of soy extract and buckwheat and rainforest herbs. That what kind of rainforest herbs exactly? I was starving, but no way in hell, medicinal ones. Part of your program of wholeness. He turned, with that faraway look of his, and opened the window slats. Beyond them I could see foliage, now alive with flocks of multicolored birds. The forest was in full cry. You know, so many drugs are waiting to be discovered up here. He was gazing out. Beyond this window is a giant pharmacy, but if it goes like the rest of the Peton, it'll soon be bulldozed to make way for more Eagle ranches. He aimed back and picked up the syringe. That was when I noticed it didn't seem to be entirely empty. It appeared to contain traces of a yellow substance, though maybe I was imagining. Look, about the blood test. I don't think, consider it a free medical screening. He firmly gripped my arm as he plunged the needle into a vein. Seconds later he was capping off the syringe, red with my blood. I'm running a batch of tests this afternoon, so one more sample won't make any difference. While he swabbed my arm with, I looked down again at the bowl of broth he'd brought. Forget about it. I'd find something in the kitchen later. I want to go down and see Sarah. Get started immediately. Push and maybe I catch him off guard. I'm very worried about her. Of course. He nodded. Whenever you wish. I was thinking, as soon as possible. Then I'll send Marcelina to take you, the minute she's finished downstairs. But I assumed you might want to at least unpack first." With that he disappeared as quietly as he'd come. I walked over and stared out at the birds flitting past the slatted window, feeling my hopes go up. The colors and the freedom. I wanted to be one of them, to take Sarah and just fly away. Then, feeling vaguely drowsy, I settled myself down on the edge of the bed. The next thing I knew, though, the chaotic music of the birds had begun to sound amplified as though they were swirling down a long, echoing hallway. In spite of myself, I felt my consciousness begin to drift. "Shit, that needle he just slammed into my arm. It wasn't to take blood, you idiot. You suspected that, but he was too fast. Shit. 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 Don't let him do it. Stay awake." But now the tunnel was growing. I pulled myself up and staggered in slow motion to the door and tried it, but it seemed to be locked. I couldn't really tell, though, because the tunnel was swallowing me. No. I banged my head against the door, hoping the pain would bring me back, but the room just swirled even more. The tunnel. Now it was all around me, shadowy and dim. I thought I glimpsed Sarah at the end of it, wearing a white shift, beckoning me, but when I reached out for her, to take us away, all I could touch was empty mist. Chapter 24. I'm on a bed, in a dreamscape room enveloped in pastel fog, watching a melanina butterfly the size of a man pump his massive orange and black wings above me. His voice is mellifluous, hypnotic, and I feel the soft wind of his wings against my face, cooling, scented, enveloping. It is the softness of eternal peace. "Your body is a realm of fertility," he is saying, his tones echoing in the shadowy haze around me, sonorous and caring. "You are special." Then, iridescent blues and purples shimmering off his wings, his face evolves into the orange and black mask of a jaguar. "You are one of the special ones. Together we will create life." Did he say special? Marcelina said I was, like Sarah. Now his eyes are boring in and I'm thinking of the Chinese. Am I human, dreaming I'm a butterfly, or am I a butterfly dreaming I'm human? As he moves over me, the rest of his butterfly form disappears and he's become a lithe jaguar whose lips are touching mine. The sheet over me melts into my skin as the soft spotted fur of his underbelly presses onto me. And his face has turned even more feline and sensuous, with dark eyes that look directly through me. I can feel his whiskers against me as he sniffs down my body, then explores my groin with his probing tongue. Before I realize what's happening, his thighs press against mine and he knowingly insinuates himself into me. It all happens so naturally and effortlessly. I see only an intense twitch of his animal ears, erect and directed toward me, as he enfolds me completely, his hot male breath urgent. As he grinds his thighs against mine, he emits growls, low in his throat, then nips lightly and lovingly at my cheek, his pale fangs benign and delicious. I cling to him, bathed in sweat, falling into him, wanting him, but now. He's changing. My God. No. His face is becoming a jade mask with eyes that burn a fiery red, a spirit of evil. He's plunging something deep into me, metal, cold and cutting. Far inside, reaching, while my mind fights through the waves of pain that down my lower body. I struggle back, but my arms just pass through empty air. Stop. The eyes, the hard metal time turns fluid, minutes are hours, lost, and I don't know. Finally, it could be years later, he growls one last time and the room begins fading to darkness. Then a blessed numbness washes over me. He's gone. And I dream I am dead. Sometime, probably hours later, I sensed my consciousness gradually returning. Around me the room was still dark and, remembering the dream, I came fully awake with a start, my heart pounding. What had it done to me? I was shivering, with a piercing, pointed ache in my groin. I needed air. I rose up unsteadily and reached out, and realized I was in a hospital bed with metal bars along one side. What? How did I to be in this? Then I began remembering. I was at Barlam, in Alex Goddard's Nino's Del Mundo clinic. And I'd been trying to get Sarah and take her home. Instead, I'd passed out and then, an attack, some unspeakably evil get out of here. Now. I settled my feet onto the floor with a surge of determination, and that was when I sensed I was in a different place from where I'd. Where? I gazed around in the dark, then reached out and felt something on a table beside the bed. It was a clay bowl full of wax. What, a candle? And next to it I touched a plain book of matches. My hand was trembling from the pain in my groin, but I managed to light the candle, a flickering glow. My wristwatch was lying nearby on the table. Someone must have taken it off and placed it there. I picked it up and held it by the candle, and for a moment I was confused by the seconds ticking off. Then I realized the time was. How could that be? It read 4:57 a.m. Had I been out for hours? I gasped, then raised the candle and gazed around. The walls were brown stone, or maybe they just looked like stone. Yes, now I was in the fiberglass-walled operating room I'd seen on Alex Goddard's closed-circuit monitor. What was I doing in here? My arm brushed against the table and I felt an odd sensation. Glancing down, I realized there was a band-aid on the inside of my left wrist. What was that about? Earlier he'd taken blood from my right arm, but then he'd just swabbed it, so why this bandage? And what in hell was I doing in an operating room? I hadn't agreed to any procedures. Did he come back for a second? Or, that was what he'd done? He'd injected me with an 4 drug. The bizarre vision I'd had was his cover for some perverse invasion of my body. My God, I'd been unconscious since yesterday afternoon. During all that time, what could he have done to me? I was fist-clenching furious. Looking around the operating room I wanted to rip the place apart. When I tried to stand, I realized my groin was tender and sore as hell, all across my panty line, only somewhere deep inside, in my reproductive. It was like after he'd given me those shots up at Quetzal Manor. I checked and saw no red needle punctures this time, but the pain was much worse. That sick butterfly jaguar dream was no dream. I'd been raped by the bastard. I pushed aside the pain, edged across to the door, and tested it. Unlocked. Good. Go find the sob right now. Tear his head off. I pulled back the door, took a deep breath, and checked out the hallway. Whoa! How did they get here? In the dim light I made out 2 uniformed army privates down at the end near the slatted windows, dozing in folding metal chairs, their AK-47s propped against the plaster wall. Why were they here? Just a cool, breezy place to hang out? Or were they in place to guard me? The breeze was causing the candle's flame to cast flickering shadows across the hall, so I quickly reclosed the door. Now what? I was trembling as I returned the candle bowl to the table and sat down on the bed. Soldiers with guns were outside my room at 5 in the morning. In the farthest end of Guatemala. What was I going to do? I gazed around at the stone walls and tried to think. My mind still felt clouded from whatever drug he'd given me, but it was beginning to. Wait. I saw Alex Goddard come into this very room with embryos from the lab, which is connected by the steel door to his office. Where there was a phone. Time to dial the embassy, get some help to get the hell out of here. I sat there thinking. All right. I'd need to wait an hour or so, now I'd get some low-level flunky stuck with the graveyard shift, but there was something I was damned well going to do immediately. With the lab right next door, I could try to find out why Goddard had just performed medical rape on me. There had to be some connection. According to him, the lab was for plant research. But if that was all he was doing, why was the army here? Right outside my door? I felt a pump of adrenaline that made me forget all about my pain. Before I got the hell out of Barlam, I was going to know what he was really up to here. God, I feel miserable. I really hurt. All the more reason. I took the candle, stood up, and moved to the opposite wall to begin looking for an opening in the fiberglass stone. It appeared to have been made from impressions from the room atop the pyramid, rows and rows of those little cartoon-faced glyphs, mixed in with bas-reliefs, but there had to be a door somewhere. I'd seen him walk right through it. As I ran my hand along the surface, I was struck by how their hardness felt like stone. But it couldn't be. What was I looking for? There certainly were no doorknobs. I came across a hard crack, next to the bas-relief of a feather-festooned warrior, but as I slid my hand down, it ended and again there was more rough stone. Solid. Damn. I stood back and studied the wall with my candle. He'd come in from the left, which would be about. I moved over and started again. This time my fingernail caught in a crevice that ran directly down to the floor. Then I discovered another, about 2.5 feet farther along. It had to be the door. I felt along the side, wondering how to open it, till I noticed that one of the little stone glyphs gave way when I pressed it. When I put my hand against it harder and rotated it, the panel clicked backward, then swung inward. Yes. And there it was, the lab, CRT screens above the incubators, gas chromatograph in the corner. This, according to him, was where he tested the rainforest plants the shamans and midwives brought in. But what about what he'd just done to me? I was still worried about the army guys outside, but I walked in, trying to be as quiet as I could. The first thing I did was head for the row of black boxes above the bench. Those, I assumed, were being used to maintain a microenvironment for incubating plant specimens. And sure enough, the dimly lit windows revealed rows and rows of Petri dishes. They were clear, with circular indentations in the center. But wait a minute. Those weren't just any old lab dishes. And no plant extracts were in them either, just clear liquid. That was odd, very fishy. I stood there puzzling, and then I remembered seeing pictures of lab dishes like these being used for artificially fertilized embryos. At the beginning, freshly extracted human ova are placed in an incubator for several hours, afloat in a medium that replicates the inside of a female fallopian tube, to mature them in preparation for fertilization. Goddard had said something about tests on the blastocyst, the first cellular material created after fertilization. So was he using actual fetuses? My God. I felt like I was starting to know, or guess, a lot more than he wanted me to. My thoughts were churning as I looked up and studied the video screens above the boxes. It took a moment, but then I figured out the Petri dishes and their chemicals had been placed in the incubators between 4 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. last evening. What? I started counting. They were in racks, stacked, in sets of 4 by 4. Let's see. 5 in this incubator, 5 in the next, 5 in the... There were over 200 dishes in all. Impossible. I looked down at them again, feeling a chill. Nothing seemed to be in them yet, at least as far as I could tell, but then human eggs are microscopic. So if ova were... When he supposedly was doing that in vitro on the Mayan woman, was he actually extracting eggs? Get serious. That was not where they came from. By then I was well along the Kubler-Ross scale, past denial and closing in on anger, but still. So many. How could they all? I turned and examined the row of plastic-covered jugs at the back of the lab, lined up, 6 in all. Now I had to know what was in them. I was still shaky, but I steadied myself, walked over, pulled back the plastic, and touched one. It was deathly cold, sweating in the moist air. When I flipped open its frisbee-sized top, I saw a faint wisp of vapor emerge into the twilight of the room. Then it dawned on me. Of course. They were cryo storage containers. He'd need them to preserve fertilized eggs, embryos. I lifted off the inside cover and placed it carefully onto the bench, where it immediately turned white, steaming with mist. Then I noticed a tiny metal rod hooked over the side of the opening. When I pulled it up, it turned out to be attached to a porous metal cylinder containing rows of glass tubes. Book.2 feeling like I was deep in a medical fourth dimension, I took out one of the freezing tubes. It was notched and marked with a code labeled along the side, BL-1 La BL-1 pound BLILC, and so it went, all the way to G. But nothing was there. I began checking the other tubes. They all were empty too. So why was he freezing empty containers? Go with the simple answer. He's getting them ready for new embryos. I slid the rod back into the cryo tank, then walked over and hoisted myself onto the lab bench next to the dancing Shiva, creator and destroyer. And when I did, I again felt a stab of pain in my groin. The bastard! I was shaking, in the early stages of shock. More than anything, I just wanted to find him and kill him. I thought I heard a scraping noise somewhere outside, in the hall, and I froze. Was he about to come in and check on his experiments? Then I realized it was just the building, his house of horrors, creaking from the wind. I took one final look at the incubators, and all the pain came back. The whole thing was too much for my body to take in. I sat there trying to muster my strength. Don't stop now. Keep going. I got back onto my feet. The phone? Use the telephone. Find Steve, alert the embassy, then get Sarah. Do it now, while you still can. I was holding my breath as I walked over and pushed open the door to the office and looked in. It was empty and dark. Good. I headed straight for the black case of the Magellan World phone. When I picked up the handset and switched it on, the diodes went through their techno dance of greens and yellows and then stabilized, giving me a dial tone. Thank you, merciful God. I decided to start off by calling the hotel in Belize again, on the long shot that Steve had managed to get the hell out of Guatemala. Baby, please be there. My watch said the time was 5:20 in the morning, but he once told me they manned the desk around the clock. No problem getting through, though they had a lot of static. But then came the news I'd been dreading, no Steve Abrams. He's still not come back, Mon. Where was he? I wanted to scream, but I was determined to keep a GNP. All right, try the Camino Real and hope you can get somebody awake who speaks English. Maybe he went back. Please, God. I had the number memorized, so I plugged it in, and I recognized the voice of the guy who picked up, the owner's son, who was trying his best to learn English. Hi, this is Morgan James. Remember me? I'm just calling to see if there's a Steve Abrams staying there now. Hey, Q Pacer, Senora James. Very early, yes? Memento. There was a pause as he checked. Come on, Steve, be there. Please, please be somewhere. Then the voice came back. No, nobody by that name stays here. Okay, gracias. Shit. It was like a pit had opened somewhere deep in my stomach. I replaced the handset, feeling grateful that at least the phone still worked, my last link to sanity. My next call was going to be to the embassy, but I risked using up my opening shot with the graveyard shift. Maybe by 6 a.m. somebody with authority to do something would be there. Just a few more minutes. Now what? I felt the aching soreness in my groin again, along with a wave of nausea. I had to do something, anything, just to keep going, to beat back an anxiety attack. That was when I turned and stared at the computers, the little ducks drifting across the screens. All right, you know what he's doing, now it's time to try and find out why. The real why. There must be records of what he's up to stored there. What else would he have them for? Clang, clang, clang. A noise erupted from somewhere outside the window. In spite of myself, I jumped. Then I realized it was just the odd call of some forest bird. God, I wasn't cut out for this. Now my head was hurting, stabs of pain, but I rubbed at my temples and sat down at the first terminal. I'm a Mac fan, hate Windows, so I had to start out by experimenting. In the movies people always know how to do this, but I had to go with trial and error, error compounding error. After endless false starts that elicited utility screens I get rid of, I finally brought up an index of files, which included a long list of names. Alkaloids, cardiac glycosides, phenolics, saponins, terpenoids. Biology 103, which I hated, was coming back. Plant extract categories. Looks like he actually is doing research on the flora here. But, still, what does he need my over for? I scrolled on. Scientific terms that meant nothing. Then, toward the end of the alphabetical list, I came to the word Quetzal. What was that? I clicked on it and, lo and behold, up came a short list of names. 6 in all, organized by dates about a year apart, and each a woman. My God! First I assumed they were patients from Quetzal Manor who'd come here for fertility treatment, though each was indicated terminated at the end, whatever that meant. But as I scanned down, I didn't want to see what I was seeing. The name next to the last was S. Crenshaw. She'd been terminated too. The bottom was M. James. But I hadn't been terminated. Not yet. I slumped back in the chair, trying to breathe. How much more of this horror could I handle? Finally I leaned forward again and with a trembling hand clicked on S. Crenshaw. A lot of data popped up, including 3 important dates. The first was exactly 3 weeks after the one in her passport, the Guatemalan entry visa. The second was 10 months ago, the third 8 months ago. After each was a number, 268, followed by 153, and finally 31. The count of her extracted over. Kill him. Just kill him. A lot of medical terminology I couldn't interpret followed each number, but the note at the end required no degree. Blastocyst material from embryos after third extraction shows 84% decrease in cellular viability. No longer usable. My God, had he made her permanently sterile? While that obscenity was sinking in, I went back and clicked on my own name. The date was today, the number was 233. He'd just taken 233 of my ova. I stared at the screen and felt faint. No medical analysis had yet been entered, but it didn't matter. I stared at the screen, feeling numb, for a full minute before clicking back to Sarah's page. Yes, I was right. The last date was just 6 weeks before she was found in a coma, down the river from here. No more mystery. He'd been using her eggs to create embryos, and they'd finally stopped working. Not special anymore. So her program had been terminated. In the river. My stomach was churning, bile in my throat, and I thought I was going to throw up. I took a deep breath, slowly, and stopped myself. Before I got Sarah and we got the hell out of Barlam, I was going to smash everything in this lab. It all had just come together. Those shots of muscle relaxant he gave me up at Quetzal Manor, they had to be a cocktail of his proprietary ovulation drugs. Then, with my ovaries ripening, he'd lured me here using Sarah. He knew I'd come after her. Next he'd arranged with Alan Dupre to fly me here. Finally, a sedative, and he'd harvested 233 of my ova, which he now had out there in those incubators. But what about proof? To show the world. Morning sounds were building up outside, so I was less worried whether the two soldiers in the hallway were still asleep or not. Truthfully, I was so wired I no longer cared. I clicked on a printer and began zipping off the files of each woman he'd violated, all 6. Disgust flowed through me like a torrent. Heart of darkness. The horror, the horror. Alex Goddard had used Sarah in the most unspeakable way possible, then tried to have her murdered. Probably he'd just turned her over to Colonel Ramos. The same thing must have happened to those other women. All disappeared somewhere in Guatemala. But who would know? One thing I knew. I was next. The printer was old and loud, but thankfully it was fast. 4 minutes later I had what I'd need to nail the criminal. When I got out half here, somebody would have to believe me. While I was stacking the printouts, I resolved to dial the embassy right then, the hour be damned. I was sweating like a gazelle when the line is closing in. Alex Goddard had just performed primal, surgical rape on me, and now the army was right outside. I had to get the embassy. And that was when I realized I didn't have the number. But it had to be in a phone book somewhere. A quick look around the office didn't turn up one. I ringing the Camino Real again, to ask them to look up the number, but then I had an inspired thought. Steve had said Alan Dupre's number was easy to remember because it promoted his business. What was it? I couldn't remember. Then it came back, for Mayan, the 6-digit number they used in Guatemala City. Call the slezbag and ask him who can get me out of here. He's supposed to know everybody. Dawn was bringing more and more forest morning songs through the thin slats of the windows. I walked over and pushed them open, running my fingers out into the air. It felt cool, the touch of freedom, and I thought for a moment about bursting through to escape. Just get Sarah now. Instead, I walked back to the phone, clenching my fists, and dialed Alan Dupre's number, praying and hoping it was where he lived. Steve had called him late in the evening, so it probably was. I'd thought I never wanted to speak to him again, but now. God, let him be there. The phone, however, just rang and rang and rang. Come on. Damn. It rang and rang some more. Then finally, who the fuck is this? We don't open till 9. The first sound of his voice brought a wave of relief, but then his cocky attitude made me livid all over again. It's Morgan James, you shit. Why did you leave me stranded up here? You have no idea what, oh, you. He paused for a cigarette cough. You made me walk all the way downstairs just to bust my chops. What though? Talk to me, you prick. I still intended to strangle him. I'll need your help. You owe me. You have no idea what, hey, lady, you didn't possibly believe taking off in that fucking hurricane was my. Let's just say I was acting under duress. I all but didn't get back. Well, you can start making up for that right now by springing me the hell out of here. So, somebody had put him up to it, just like I'd thought all along. But who? I want you to look up the number for the American Embassy. And tell me the name of somebody there who, Jesus, you truly don't get the picture, do you? He paused for another early morning reefer hack. I'll get that you, missy, it was a high official at that very establishment suggested I fly you up there. Why the hell else would I do it, for Christ's sake? You know I'm not a citizen of this fun house. Said party noted that if I didn't, he could make a few phone calls about my residency status, my pilot's license. Let's just say it was an offer I didn't see fit to take issue with. Oh, my God. I felt like a knife had just plunged into my back. Was his name Barry Morton? Please tell me. Taking the fifth on that one, he said, coughing again. But you've got primal instincts. I heard a noise outside and sank lower in the chair. What was I going to do now? Listen, do you have any idea where Steve is? They are looking, no shit, Madam Sherlock. I had a long, deeply uninspiring interrogation by a couple of upscale assholes who showed up here in an army jeep. They wanted to know where the fuck he was, when I'd supped with him last. Let me inform you, love, you got my old heartstrings buddy in some decided doo-doo. I'll feel guilty enough about that as is, so stop. In spite of all Alex Goddard had done, I felt horrible about Steve, like a self-involved witch. But do you know where he is now? Haven't the foggiest fucking idea, never heard of the jerk. Shit, hang on. The line went silent, and I could feel my pulse pounding. Outside the office door, I heard footsteps approaching down the hall. Please, God, please. But then they passed by, terminating where the two soldiers had been dozing. Next I heard the tones of a solid dressing down in profane Spanish. Tu hies un pedazo de mierda. Then a familiar voice from the receiver. I couldn't believe it. Morgie, why in hell did you let Alan take you up there by yourself? His tone had a sadness, and a deserved pique, that cut me to the core. I think I stopped breathing. Oh, baby, thank God you're. I was expecting the door to burst open any moment. Men with AK-47s. Do you know the army's looking for, 7 you're completely nuts. I got Haluai to Belize and called the motel to see how you were doing, and they told me you'd taken off with this asshole. So I turned around and drove back here. It was after midnight and the army thugs had just left. Morgie, I'm coming to get you. Soon as the gas stations open. I know a back road to Mexico. We've got to get out of this fucking country immediately. Don't try to drive up. It's too dangerous. Can you get Alan to fly you? Sarah's here and she's been turned into a space cadet. I don't know how I'm going to pry her away. I stopped to try to assemble my thoughts. He's got soldiers watching me. I've got to smuggle her out somehow. I bring myself to tell him what was really going on. Let me talk to Dupre a second. The fucker. I can't believe he did this to you. But maybe we can come up with something. Artemis, I may just kill him with my bare hands. I heard a cough, which told me Alan had been listening in on an extension. It teed me off, but then, he did have to be in on this. Shit. The idea of relying on Alan to pray for anything, well, do it fast. I broke into Alex Goddard's office to use this phone and... Just hurry. You got it. Now the sound of firm, officer-like boot steps stormed past the door, headed out this time, after which the two young soldiers began berating each other in high-pitched Spanish. Has falta tenor cogents. Hijoda tu chingada madre. More and more light was creeping through the slatted windows. A glance at my watch showed the time to be 6 sharp, but the embassy was no longer an option. Listen, Steve said, coming back on, there's some rain due for tonight, but he says he thinks we can try. He claims there's a clearing about a quarter of a mile down a gravel road that goes south. With the rain as cover, maybe we can put down just after dark. Think you can find a way to get Sarah and meet us? I'm not even sure she can walk, at least not far, but we'll be there. I was flashing on her back in the square, proclaiming her happiness. Would I have to drag her out, carry her on my back? Well, I would. There's some kind of ceremony on for tomorrow morning. The army's going to be here in double strength because of it, but maybe it'll make for some that'll help. Still, damn, this is going to be big time dicey. Honey, let me tell you as much as I can about the layout of this place. Just in case. Which I did. The main problem was, I didn't know exactly where Sarah was. Is there anybody there who could help you? He asked when I'd finished. I'm not hopeful. I paused. Listen, can you get your hands on a gun or guns? What are you? Don't even think about it. That's the best way to guarantee we all get killed. I'm not taking on the Guatemalan armed forces. And you're not either. We've got to keep this very low tech. The dark and the rain, that's what we use. They don't shoot back. At that moment I wanted nothing more than to shoot Alex Goddard. I'd have done it if I'd had the chance. Happily. But I knew Steve was right. Okay, look, what time? We'll try to set down about, say. There was a crackle as the yellow diodes on the phone erupted in a high-pitched whistle, cutting the connection. No. My God, had somebody been listening in? So when exactly was he coming? Around dark? That would probably be about 8 o'clock. Or maybe 9. I was closing the phone case when I heard a sound from outside, as though someone had passed the door, then come back to listen. All right. Get going. I gathered the printouts, then headed back through the laboratory, where I took a long, last look at the Petri dishes being incubated. Should I just dump them now? But then he'd know for sure that I knew. The time would come, and soon as I eased myself back into the fake stone ore and closed the door, the dawn outside was steeped in forest sounds, clacks and whistles and chirps. That was good, because I needed some stray noise to mask what I was going to do next. Take control. Chapter 25. I began by feeling along the fake stone walls to find where the crevices were, the doors that enclosed the medical instruments. Somewhere, I was sure, there was a cabinet that held a complete set of surgical equipment. When I found the first crevice, I gave the wall on either side a push and, sure enough, the panel was spring-loaded. Good. The side on the right of the crevice popped open to reveal the microscope Goddard had used. But nothing else was there. I moved on down the wall testing for cabinets, trying to remember what Marcelina had done when Alex Goddard told her to prep the Mayan woman. One after another the panels snapped open till... Yes, this was the one I wanted. Hallelujah. The third drawer held the scalpels. I took out the largest I find, heavy and steel, then wedged it into the metal sliding mechanism and snapped off the tip. Perfect. I felt like I was holding the key to my escape as I carefully reclosed all the panels. Since there were no windows in the ore room, I slipped back through the lab, it had now become a haunted place of monstrous obscenity to me, and checked out the office. It was still deserted, but now the hazy light of early day was mingling with the sounds of nature seeping through the slatted window. As I walked over to it, the cool, moist morning air once again felt like freedom. How long did I have before the clinic started stirring? I'd originally planned to try to unscrew some of the slats, but that turned out to be unnecessary. The strips of wood were held in with crude, rusty clamps, and one by one I began prying them out with the blunted scalpel. I figured 5 slats should give me enough space to squeeze through, and I'd already removed 3 when I heard a frustrated voice in Spanish just down the hall. Oh. Tengo que mis dientes flotan. It was followed by the sound of boots headed toward the office. I ducked down behind a desk, holding my breath, but then the footsteps marched past, headed for the front door of the clinic. That was when I finally processed what he'd said. I've got to piss so bad my teeth are floating. So where was he headed? Moments later I knew. I heard the noise of someone kicking their way through the underbrush till they were right next to the window, followed by the sound of a zipper. My God, I thought, he's right here. Will he spot the missing slats? I bit my lip as I listened to a member of the Guatemalan Armed Forces vigorously urinate upon the north wall of Alex Goddard's clinic. Well, I told myself, that's probably what they think of him. I'd like to do the same. Then a confirming rezip, after which the sound of slashing boots faded back into the distance. If he'd noticed the window I'd just burgled, it hadn't alerted his curiosity. Moments later I heard his heavy footsteps returning up the hall. Jesus, 2 minutes more and I'd have been out there. I was trembling, but I managed to finish prying out the last 2 slats. I then pushed all 5 out onto the ground, hoping the clatter would be lost in forest music, and climbed through after them, trying to be as quiet as I could. I ended up going out headfirst and collapsing onto the ground in an unceremonious crumple. 30 seconds later, though, the slats were wedged roughly back into place, and I'd discarded the broken scalpel in the jungle underbrush. Yes. Now the cool air of freedom was all around me. My first small step. How long before Alex Goddard discovers I'm missing? Will I have time to find Sarah, bring her to her senses, and hide her from him? A lot would depend on what kind of physical and mental shape she was in. As I passed around the parking lot, grey clouds were thickening overhead and I noticed that half a dozen new olive-green jeeps were parked there. The army was arriving in force, getting ready for God knows what. I took one look at them and felt my breath start coming in bursts. Steve, we are going to need our own kind of miracle. How are we going to get out of here? I skirted the edges of the lot and reached the trail leading down into the village. And I was trying to quell my pulse. What was down there? With the dense rainforest arching over me, I felt as though I was entering a domain of my dream time where the past lived again, only with a sinister twist. The air in the dark groves was thick with the buzzing of insects, harbingers of the coming rainstorm, but before long I caught a glimmer of daylight ahead. Soon I emerged into a wide arbor that, after another 100 feet, opened onto the central plaza and the pyramid. Now it was daylight, but it also was. The sight took my breath away. What was going on? A milling horde of men was gathered in the square, and resinous torches were flaming on each of the pyramid's tiers of steps. A lot of drinking from clay jugs was getting underway, and the men were in the process of painting their faces, stripes of black and white, with dark circles around their eyes. Some also were applying rows of red seeds to their cheeks with white glue. The bizarreness of the scene rippled through me like the shards of a dysfunctional dream. Jesus. Alex Goddard had said the ceremony got frenzied and now I was beginning to realize. What were they getting ready to do? Had I been wrong in thinking the classical Maya never got around to ripping out hearts? Did that explain the half-dozen young army privates loitering there at the far side, rifles slung over their shoulders? I melted back into the trees and studied the geometry of the plaza, my situation. I needed to find some way to get around it and onto the cobblestone pathway at the far side, which led into the village. Finally I decided I could skirt the periphery if I was careful not to advertise my presence. Dawn had gone and the quick light of tropical day was arriving, but everybody appeared to be preoccupied with their nightmarish preparations. Thank God it worked. I weaved in and among the trees and in 5 minutes I'd reached the central pathway, now deserted. Still barely letting myself breathe, I turned back and gazed up at the pyramid. I had no idea what was next, but I decided it would be my signpost, to help me keep my bearings as I moved through the confusing, tree-shrouded huts of Balaam. Except for the men in the square, the village now seemed deserted, though a pack of brown dogs, curious and annoying, had spotted me and now circled around to sniff. Don't bark, damn it. That was when I saw Marcelina, in her white shift, striding through the crowd of drinking men like an alpha lioness parting a posturing pride. My God! My heart stopped for a moment. Does Alex Goddard already know I've fled and has he sent her to lure me back? No way. I clenched my fists and kicked at the surly, long-tailed mutts, still circling and nuzzling. As she came closer, I saw she was smiling and carrying a brown wicker basket. "What?" "I've brought you something," she announced as she walked up, her dark eyes oddly kind. "You must be starving by now. How did you know I was down here?" Looking at her earnest Mayan face, I suddenly wondered if she could have any idea what Alex Goddard had done to Sarah, and to me. "You were gone from your room," she declared, settling the basket onto the walkway and beginning to open it. "Where else would you be?" When I looked, I saw it had a seal of yogurt, a banana, and 2 eggs, presumably hard-boiled, traditional safe food for gringos in third-world places. "I'd been planning to bring you down today," she went on. "They all want to meet you." Was she to look after me? The more I examined her, the more I began to suspect something else was going on. Would she help me get Sarah out and away from Alex Goddard? "I want to find Sarah," I said. "Why not start out with the truth? Does he, Dr. Goddard, know I'm here?" "He's not here now," she said, her eyes shifting down. "He left for Guatemala City early this morning. I think to meet with the army." "On business?" "Yes." His big Humvee hadn't been in the clinic's parking lot when I went by. Why hadn't I noticed that? For the first time I felt the odds were tipping. Now was going to be the perfect time to get Sarah. "Yes. Yes. Yes. If you want to see her, I can take you," Marcelina offered, replacing the lid on the basket. "Yes, perfect." I wanted to hug her. "Then let's go right now," and while I was at it, I was determined to get through to this woman somehow, to enlist her help. As we headed down the central walkway of the village, we passed the rows of compounds where I'd seen the women that first morning. None was in evidence now, and the gardens were empty, as though the entire settlement had been evacuated. It felt very strange. And what about those bizarre proceedings now underway in the square? Was that going to interfere with getting Sarah out? "Marcelina." I pointed back toward the milling plaza. "What's that all about?" "The drinking and the..." "It's begun," she answered, both simple and vague. "They are getting ready." I didn't like the way she said it. Her tone seemed to imply I was involved somehow. "Ready for 7 the ceremony. They like to drink a tree bark liquor we call balch. It's very strong and rancid." She smiled and touched me. "Take my advice and avoid it. El plan to." Why did she think I'd even be offered it? As we hurried along, 2 women abruptly appeared on a porch, bowed, and greeted us. Marcelina waved back, then went over and spoke earnestly with them for a moment. Finally she turned and motioned for me. "They've invited you in?" Something about the easy way it all just happened felt as though they'd been expecting me. Had Marcelina's trip down to the village been part of a set-up, wittingly or unwittingly? "El told them we could only stay for a minute," she went on. I sensed she was reluctant, but felt we had no choice. The last thing I wanted to do was this. "Marcelina, until you tell them we'll come back later. It's important." She was beckoning for me. "Please." Well, I thought, this could give me the time I need, the personal moment, to get through to her. Even after I locate Sarah, spiriting her out isn't going to be simple. I've got to make Marcelina understand what's really going on, then get her to help us. As we headed through the yard, the women smiled, then politely led us under the thatch overhang and into the hut. They both were short and Maya sturdy, with white shifts and broad faces, and they exuded a confident intensity in their bearing, a powerful sense of self-knowledge. I tried a phrase in Spanish, but they just stared at me as though they'd never heard the language. Then I remembered my first attempt to ask about Sarah. The women hadn't understood me then either. Or had they? The room they ushered us into had no windows, but there was cool, shadowy morning light filtering through the upright wooden slats of the walls, laying dim stripes across the earthen floor. A cooking fire smouldered in a central hearth, and from the smoke-blackened roof beams dangled dried gourds, bundles of tobacco, netted bags of onions and squash, and several leaf-wrapped blocks of salt. The room smelled of ancient smoke, sweet and pungent. They immediately produced a calabash bowl with a grey liquid inside, pronouncing the word atoll as they urged it on me, smiling expectantly. "It's our special drink," Marcelina explained. She seemed to be wary, watching me closely as they handed it over. "It's how we welcome an honoured guest." I wasn't sure how politic I ought to be. "Third world food, Marcelina," I said, taking the bowl and trying to smile. "I'm not really, you must have a little," she whispered back. "It would be very rude." Well, I thought, just a taste. I tried it and realized it was a dense gruel of and honey water, like a lukewarm gluey porridge, though with a bitter after jolt. But I choked it down and tried to look pleased. Marcelina urged me to have more. I took another small sip, and then they produced corn dumplings wrapped in large leaves, together with a pile of fiery chilies and a bowl of squash, corn, and beans, all mixed together. After one bite, though, Marcelina reached out and, her eyes downaced, whisked the bowls away, passing them back to the women. She said something to them, then turned to me. Eating too much would be as rude as not eating at all. That was a cultural norm I didn't remember, and I suspected she'd just changed her mind about the wisdom of my eating low-IL food. I smiled at the women and used some of my so-so Spanish to offer them thanks. "Muchas gracias." I nodded toward the bowls. "Esto es muy delicioso." They beamed as though they understood me. Who say? But they'd been intensely interested in watching me eat, even more than Marcelina. "Work on her. Now. Marcelina." I turned to her, only vaguely noticing she hadn't had a bite. "Do you understand why Dr. Goddard moved me down to the operating room yesterday? They're in the clinic." "What did he tell you?" "He said it was for special tests." Her voice was gentle through the gloom. "You were very sleepy. You must have been very, very tired. But he told me something in your blood work was unusual, so he had me bring you down for a pelvic exam. I gave you a sedative." She was pointing at the band-aid still on my arm, "the way we always do. But then he said you were fine. Do you realize he did things to my body I didn't agree to?" I studied her trusting mine face and tried to get a sense of how much she knew about what was going on. That was when I first became sure of an increasing disquiet in her eyes, as she kept glancing away. Why was she so uncomfortable talking about Alex Goddard? And I think he did some of those same things to Sarah. Dr. Goddard tried to help her in many ways when she was here before. Marcelina's tone had become odd and distant. "Now he wants to help you too." Yes, there was definitely something uneasy in her eyes. "Before he came here," she went on, trying to look at me, "Barlam was just a poor, simple village. Many children died of diseases. So I left and went to Guatemala City to study. To become a public health nurse. Then after he came here, I moved back to help him with his clinic, the children." She was trying to make a case for him, and I noticed she'd avoided the actual question. "Now Barlam has become a special place," she said finally. "A place of miracles. And if a woman from outside comes, she can be part of that. When Sarah was here before, I started teaching her to speak our language, and the others did too. She truly wanted to be part of his miracles. Sometimes we don't understand how they happen, but he has great medical powers. One thing's for sure, I thought. He's got plenty of power over the people here, including you. The whole place has been brainwashed." I looked her over and realized she'd just gone on mental autopilot. She wants to be loyal to him, and she can't let herself believe there's something rotten in the special paradise of Balaam. Listen, I said, getting up, I'll need to go see Sarah right now. Her father's been in the hospital, and he's not well. I spoke with him yesterday, and he's very worried about her. I know Dr. Goddard is treating her, but it's better if I just take her home immediately. More and more I was beginning to suspect this day tour for the two women had been a diversion, an attempt to stall. Marcelina had set it up. Maybe she wanted to tell me something, and she didn't have the nerve to do it point blank. Families are very important, she said, sounding sincere. We'll go now. She spoke to the women briefly, an animated benediction that seemed to leave her even more disturbed. As we headed out and on down the path, I again wondered what was really happening. When we reached the end of the long street, the arched arbors still above us, she stopped in front of an odd stone building unlike any of the others and pointed. This is where she likes to be, she said quietly. Except for the pyramid, it's the most sacred place in Balaam. The Dome was a stone arch about 5 feet high and pointed at the top like a tiny Gothic cathedral. What is this? I felt as though I was about to enter something from the Temple of Doom. It was once the royal bath, she explained. In ancient times heated rocks were brought in, with spring water from a sacred senate. We walked through the portal and entered a room whose roof was a stone latticework that let the grey daylight just filter through. The space was vast, with carved and coloured glyphs all around the walls, while the air was filled with clouds of incense from pots along the floor. It felt like a smoky pagan church. At the far end was a large stone platform, and in the dappled, hazy light I could see it was embossed along its sides with carved and painted classical scenes and glyphs, glistening little red and green and blue pictures of faces and figures. My eyes finally started adjusting to the shadows, and I realized the platform had been fitted with a covering across the top, a jaguar skin over bundled straw, and a tiny form was lying on it, wearing a white shift. Dear God! Morgie, I've been so hoping you'd come, Sarah said, rising up and holding out her hands. Then she slid her feet around onto the rough stone floor and managed to steady herself. Her shift was wrinkled now, but she still was wearing the brown slippers and the braided leather waist cinch. She appeared sleepy, though her eyes were sparkling, and she seemed to have more strength than she'd had when I first saw her out in the square. I looked at her and weighed the chances she could walk. Possibly. But I'd carry her if I had to. "Sir, honey, we are going home now," I said, finally finding my voice. She didn't respond at first, just turned to address the decorated sides of the platform. "I've been wanting to show you this, Morgie. It tells my story." Her voice sounded as if it were coming from a long way off, as though through a dense haze. "Please, we don't have time for stories." Was she hearing me at all? "Let's just see," she went on, ignoring me as she pointed down. "That's the cosmic monster, that one there with maize sprouting out of his forehead. And that man next to him with a flint knife is my father, letting blood from his penis. He's the king. And that one there is me, Lady Jaguar. He gave my name to this place." She paused to reverently touch the carved stone. "Look, I've just stuck a stingray spine through my tongue and put my blood in the copal sensor there. Sir, please, here, see it." She was pointing to a section at the very end. "That's the two-headed vision serpent up above me. He's the god Kukulkan. Or something. I've made him come to me by giving him my blood. Sir, what in heaven's name is going on with you?" I grabbed her and, in spite of myself, shook her. Jesus. The whole scene left me in shock. She was sinking back deeper into her fantasy world. Was she taking the drug again, I wondered, and fantasizing she was some dead Mayan princess? Please, God, no. That was when I saw Marcelina walk over to a shelf along the wall and lift down another clay pot incense burner, along with a small white brick. "What?" Oh, yes, Sarah exclaimed, moving quickly over to her. Let's do it for Morgie. Marcelina nodded warily and handed her the white brick, then turned to me. She likes to do incense. It always calms her. This is copal, what the shamans use. I watched while Sarah shakily began crumbling pieces of the sticky substance into the pot. My God, I thought, she's truly lost it. Next she inserted dry tinder and began trying to knock sparks into it with a piece of hard black jade and a flint. But she was too weak, and finally Marcelina had to take the flint and do it for her. Then, as the grey smoke started billowing out, Marcelina began a long chant, shrill and strangely melodic. I felt a chill creep down my back. When she finished she turned her dark eyes on me sadly, waiting. What were you saying? I asked finally, sensing she wanted me to. I was singing from the Popol Vuh. Then she translated. Holy Earth, giver of life, help us in our struggle against the god of the House of Darkness. Wait a minute. What's she saying? Who's the god of the House of Darkness? Could she be talking about Alex Goddard? Elle didn't want to do it, she blurted out, reaching out to me, her eyes even sadder. But he said you're the new special one. We had to. What the hell was she talking about? Had to what? Did it have something to do with my visit to the women in the hut? Please stay here with us, she pleaded as she took my hand. Don't go. Stay. Don't even think about it. I had Sarah halfway to freedom. While the army was still getting its act together, we could lose ourselves someplace in the forest where nobody would find us, and when Steve got here tonight, sir, come on, it's time. I pulled away from Marcelina and slipped my arm around her. Nothing here is what you think it is. Are we leaving? She asked, her eyes blank. Yes, honey, we're leaving. This very minute. The dense forest was all about us, and I'd just carry her into it if I had to. In the coming storm, nobody was going to find. That's when I noticed I was beginning to have gastric rumblings. Damn. Never, ever eat native food, no matter what the social pressure. That damn visit, when I turned to ask Marcelina if she would help me get Sarah outside, I noticed she'd been joined by the two women, both still in their white shifts, who'd just fed me the sickly sweet atoll. And more women were behind them, all staring at me, expectant, as though wondering what I would do. Maybe it was my imagination, or the dizziness that was abruptly growing around me, but it also seemed they'd painted their faces with streaks of white, designs like the men in the square were putting on. She's going to be all right, Marcelina was saying. But we have to get you back now. You'll need your strength. I needed it then. My stomach had really begun to gyrate, and my vision had started growing colored. I noticed I was sweating, even though the day was cooling down. Actually, I felt as though I was about to pass out. What had those women fed me? It was finally dawning on me that Marcelina's fearfulness back in the hut had nothing to do with betraying Alex Goddard. It was because she knew she was betraying me. Well, damn her, I'm not going to let Alex Goddard win, no matter what. Marcelina, please help me. I've got to get Sarah out of here. Now. I don't know what poison drug he's giving her, but he's driving her insane. We'll take care of her, she said. But I could barely make out the words. They echoed, bouncing around in my head. I'm really getting dizzy. I glanced over again at the women standing by the door. Please tell me what they... The elixir, she said. For tomorrow at sunup. That's when you'll see his real power. I'd begun experiencing white spots before my eyes, and for some reason I had a vision of the army jeeps parked up the hill. I didn't know how the two were connected, but in my jumbled thoughts they seemed to be. Just get Sarah and get out into the air. Walk, don't think, and you can do it. I pulled her next to me and struggled toward the door, the women studying us, unmoving. "Morgie, I've missed you so much," Sarah was saying, slipping her arms around my neck to help herself walk. I'm ready to go home. I've missed you too." I think my heart was bursting as I urged her on through the stone portico. At last. Had something clicked that freed her from Alex Goddard? Maybe her mind was finally becoming her own. When we got outside, the skies were growing ever more foreboding, storm clouds looming. Steve had been right about the coming rain, but now it seemed the perfect for us to just get out. I took a deep breath of the misty air and forced myself to start helping Sarah up the cobblestone path. "Sir, you can walk, I know you can. Be strong. For both of us." I felt myself sinking slowly to the cold stones of the walkway, the hard abrasion against my knees, Sarah tumbling forward as I pulled her down on top of me, Marcelina's arms around me trying to hold me up. It was the last real sensation I would remember. Chapter 26. Sarah was hovering around me, a sylph-like presence, as I watched myself drift up the steps of the pyramid there in the square, my senses waxing and waning like the waves on a distant ocean shore. There seemed to be rain, or fog, or smoke, but it had a luminous, purple cast one moment, a day-glow orange the next. In fact, all the colors were swirling and changing, shimmering from hue to hue. A pack of howler monkeys was cavorting up and down the steps on my left, like circus harlequins in electric red and blue suits, doing pratfalls and huffing as they flew through the air and tumbled one over another. Sarah was floating silently beside me, but where was Steve? Had he come? Were we escaping? No, I sensed his face drifting across my sight like a cartoon cloud before dissolving into nothingness. He wasn't here. I was having the eeriest dream I'd ever had. When I reached the stone-paved platform at the pinnacle, I felt Alex Goddard clasp my arm and turn me around to face the plaza below. "They are waiting," he said, pointing toward the hazy square. I looked down, and at first I couldn't see anything except rain and smoke, but then slowly a crowd materialized. The scattering of men I'd seen earlier had become an undulating sea of upturned faces painted with stripes and swirling circles of blue and white and red, a torch-lit garden of brilliant blossoms. They all were looking up at us, at Sarah and me. Next he held out a mirror whose reflecting surface was a polished silver metal. "Behold yourself, Morgan. As befits a royal one, a special one, your nose has been built up with clay and pierced with lustrous blue feathers and a giant topaz. Your front teeth have been filed to a point and inlaid with jewels, your royal skull has been shaped back and flattened." I gazed into the mirror and gasped. I was monstrous, a Halloween harpy. Then he moved over to a waist-high sensor stationed there on the edge of the platform and began adding balls of sticky white copal resin, together with bark and grasses, which he ignited by the quick friction of a fire stick spun by a bow. Finally he turned to me and held out his hands. "Now we will make a miracle, the miracle of Balaam." Heavy smoke from the censer was pouring out into the rainy sky as we started a stiff pas de deux, the strains of a clay flute drifting around us. Was it the ceremony? Was I dreaming it? As the incense billowed, our Maya Dreamtime dance became ever more intense, and then a faint form began to writhe up out of the haze between us, an undulating serpent the deep color of jade. As Alex Goddard wrapped his arms around it, it began to form into two dark heads, then pirouette above us. Finally, as the two-headed spectre opened its mouths and gazed down on the platform, Sarah stepped toward it and held out her arms. "Sir, no." I screamed to her to get back, but as I did, the thing reached down and swallowed her in flames. It was the vision serpent to receive her. "Sarah. Can you get up now?" said a voice, cutting through the haze that enveloped my consciousness. At first I thought it was more of a dream, but then someone was touching me and I opened my eyes to see Marcelina standing beside the bed I was in, dressed in white and holding a candle. For a moment I thought I was still atop the rainy pyramid, but then I felt the moistness of the sheets and realized the storm I'd been dreaming of was being blown in through the slats of the windows. I was shivering. "Marcelina, where's Sarah?" The nightmare had seemed so real, and now I was hallucinating, having flashes of colors I didn't want to see. I just had the most horrible dream. I was on the pyramid and there was smoke, rain and some kind of ghastly, "It's the elixir from the toad. It makes you dream dreams of the old ones." She took my hand. "She's resting now." He gave her something to calm her. "More drugs," I thought angrily. Then I caught the he. Alex Goddard must be back. Everything had gone wrong. "I've got to get her and, not now," Marcelina went on, helping me up. "Come. I want to show you the true miracle of Balaam. Now is the time you should know." The upstairs hallway was dimly illuminated by rows of lights along the floor as she led me forward. There also was total silence, except for the whimper of a baby in one of the rooms. Where was she taking me? When she stopped in front of the third door from the end of the hall, I tried to get my mental bearings. I was still hallucinating, in control of only half my mind, to the point where I wasn't sure I could find my hand in front of my face. But then she tapped on the door, and when she heard a voice inside, something in the Kekkai dialect, she gently pushed it open. When we moved inside, the room was dark and there was no sound, except a gasp from the bed when the woman realized I was a gringo. The dim slant of illumination from the doorway revealed a small night lamp just above the head of her bed, and Marcelina reached for it. As the light came on, a pale glow filling the room, I noticed the woman was staring at me, her eyes wide and frightened. "She's afraid you've come for her child," Marcelina whispered, pointing toward the bassinet. "She knows we have to give him back." The woman was pure Maya, a powerful visage straight off that upright stele in the square. I walked over and took her hand, hoping to calm her fears. Then I lifted her hand to my cheek and realized my face was moist with tears. I held it there for a long moment, till the alarm in her eyes diminished. Her newborn infant was sleeping quietly in a crib right next to her, on the opposite side from the table. When I looked closely at him, I finally understood everything. I laid her hand back onto the bed and walked around. While the woman watched, I pulled away the stripped red and green coverlet and lifted out her groggy little boy, tender and vulnerable. He made a baby's protest as I cradled him, then began sleepily probing my left breast, making me feel sad I had no milk. "It's okay," I whispered, first to him and then to his mother. "Está bien. Tzac sots," the woman said, pointing at him. I could feel her deep, maternal love. "His name?" I asked in English, before I thought. When Marcelina translated, the woman smiled and nodded. Then the blonde-haired Tzac sots started to sniffle, so I kissed him gently, turned, and took the woman's hand again. There was nothing else I could do. Tzac sots was Sarah incarnate. This was no hallucination. He had her special blue eyes and her steep cheeks, her high brow. I was holding her child. "They are sent from Kukulkan," Marcelina was saying, "the white god of the plumed serpent. Then there's the ceremony on the pyramid and they go back." The woman was staring at me, seemingly awestruck. Then she pointed at Tzac sots and at me, saying something to Marcelina. Finally the woman bowed her head to me with great reverence. "She says he looks so much like you," Marcelina explained. "You are surely the special one. The new bride." I was still speechless, but then I noticed the baby had a little silver jaguar amulet tied around his wrist with a silken string, and on the back, as on Kevin's and Rachel's, were rows of lines and dots. It finally dawned on me. They were digits, written in the archaic Maya script. What could they be? Maybe his birthday? No, I realized, that was far too simplistic. This was the original barcode, it was his Barlam serial number. For a long moment it felt as if time had stopped. Sarah, and now me, we'd been lured here to provide the life force for Mayan surrogate mothers. This whole elaborate recreation wasn't about rainforest drugs and research into fertility, it was just a cover to use the bodies of these intensely believing Native Americans. Alex Goddard had perpetrated the greatest systematic exploitation of another race since slavery. The difference was, he'd found a way to get them to give themselves willingly. Barlam was definitely a place of miracles. There could scarcely be another isolated spot on earth where he could find this many sincere, trusting people with powerful beliefs he prostitute. And all of it hidden deep in an ancient rainforest. But I had to be sure. I turned around, leaving Marcelina to watch in confusion, and marched out into the hall and into the next room. The Maya mother there cried out in shock as I unceremoniously strode over to her crib and checked. Her baby was the same. Sarah stamped all over him. My God! When I went back, Marcelina was still trying to calm Tzak Sotz's mother with her bedside manner. As I stood looking at them, the extent of what was going on finally settled in. All those new babies at Quetzal Manor, even Kevin and Rachel, they all looked alike because they all were from the same woman. The one who was here before Sarah. And now hers were ready. I was going to be next. The new bride. Those fresh Petri dishes down in the lab. My God, why didn't I destroy them when I had the chance? So whose sperm would he use? Of course. It would be from the man Alan Dupre was going to deliver to him. Marcelina, don't you realize what's happening? I wanted to pound some sense into her. They didn't have to let him do this to them. I'll know that with miracles must come sadness, she said, reaching to touch Tzak Sotz's tiny brow. We all understand that. It's not a miracle. It's science, don't you realize? Scientia. He's using you. We know he does many things that are magic. He makes powerful medicines from the plants we bring him, and when women want to bear a child, no, Marcelina. I felt my heart go out to her, and to all the others. It's black magic. It's all a lie. The first thing to do was go down to the laboratory and dump every last one of my Petri dishes into the sink, over and all. Destroy the nest, then call Steve and warn him. I glanced at my watch. No. The time was 4:58 a.m. He was coming at 9 o'clock last night. I was standing there in horror, unnatural colors flitting across my vision, when I heard. It's almost morning. I jumped as Alex Goddard walked into the room, dressed in white, hair falling around his shoulders. He took Tzak Sotz from his crib, checked the number on his amulet, and then absently put him back. Next he examined me, his eyes brimming with concern. How are you feeling? He placed his hand on my brow. When I looked around for Marcelina, I realized she'd vanished. Where's Steve? I felt the bottom dropping out of my world, my whole body trembling. If you've harmed so much as a hair on his head, 111, he's here, he said quietly. I want to see him. Dear God, what had I done? I wanted to die. He's been given something to help him rest. Are you sure you want to disturb him? Il told you I want to see him. I could barely get out the words. Now. If you insist. He's just downstairs. We slowly walked down the marble steps, my mind flooding with more and more hallucinations. When we reached the first floor, he opened the door of a room adjacent to his office. I realized the window slats were open, sending a rush of moist air across my face. Then he motioned me forward and clicked on the bedside light. Steve was there on the bed, comatose. I walked over and lifted his upper torso, then cradled his head in my arms. Baby, I love you. Please forgive me. Please. His eyes were firmly shut and he didn't stir in the slightest. He was in a death-like stupor, and there were large bruises on his face and a bandage across his nose. Then his bed shift fell open and I noticed another bandage on his groin. You've already done it. I whirled back, ready to kill the bastard. As I said, he was injected with a mild sedative. He had walked over and started taking Steve's pulse. Given the condition he was in, I decided to go with the simplest procedure possible. After Hugh was brought in, I made a small incision in the vas deferens and extracted a substantial quantity of motile sperm. He was turning down the lights. Don't worry. I've performed the procedure before. The last was a Swedish tourist who was in an air accident up by Lake Atitlan and then lay in a coma in Guatemala City for weeks on end. I listened to him, my mind racing. I'd thought Kevin and Rachel looked Nordic, big and blonde. That Swede must have been their father. Those over of mine you took, the way you stole Sarah's, and all the other women you've brought here, you don't use them for research. I have ample leftover embryonic material here for that. He started helping me onto the bed next to Steve. Now his face was undulating through my vision, as though I were seeing it in a wavy mirror. Please understand, it's very expensive to run a laboratory up here. But the good I'm doing? You're a criminal. I remembered the frightened eyes of the women upstairs and felt myself seething with anger. No. I am, in my special way, giving them back a small part of what they had taken away by people exactly like us. I am providing them proof, living proof, their truths are still powerful. He strolled over to the window and looked out. The women come to me for my blessing whenever they hope to bear a child. They know that if they wish, I can cause their first child to be a descendant of their white deity Kukulkan. For them it is a sacred event. They believe that. It was sickening. I felt a knot growing in my stomach, even as my hallucinations flashed ever bolder, bright rainbows that flitted about the room, then wound themselves around me. A great philosopher once said, all religions are true. Who are we to judge? He paused. Let me try and explain something. Those patterns you see the women weaving on the down in Balaam, those patterns are actually just like the designs on that 1,000-year-old pyramid. But though that pyramid had been buried and lost to them for so many years, they still made the designs all those years, because those symbols are a road map of their unseen world. Not the forest here where we are now, but their real world, where the gods dwell who rule the lightning bolts, the germination of corn. He was at the door, preparing to leave, but he paused. They also understand though. Special infants who come are miracles that must be returned. They receive but they also must give. Now they wish you to be part of that. With that he closed the door with a swing of his long hair, a slam followed by a hard click. Chapter 27. As I watched him depart, hallucinations swirling through my brain like furious fireworks, I had a bizarre thought. In an ancient rainforest all things are still possible. The old fairy tales we grew up with mostly took place in a deep wood where evil could lurk unfettered. Today, though, the Earth's forests no longer symbolize the unknowable dark within us. Nowadays, the ogres of our nightmares descend from outer space or even from our inner selves, places we can't physically know or subdue. Here, though, at this very moment, Steve and Sarah and I were marooned in a 1,000-year-old forest where horror still lived. I got off the bed and steadied myself, breathing deeply, forcing my brain to clear. Steve was wearing a shift, but his clothes were hanging from a hook on the door. For a long moment I just stared at the bruises on his face. God, baby, what did he do to you? No answer. Come on, love. Please wake up. He didn't move, but his breathing was normal, not labored. I immediately decided I'd slap him around if I had to, anything to get him going and able to walk. "Honey, wake up. Please." I pulled his feet out of the bed and slid them around and onto the linoleum floor. I didn't know what kind of sedative he'd been injected with, but if I had to shake him out of it, fine. This was no time for half measures. "Come on." I pulled him to his feet and dragged him across the floor to the slatted window at the rear of the room, where the pre-dawn sounds of forest beyond filled the air, mingled with the rain. What I needed was a gallon of black coffee, but the wet breeze would have to do. It took 10 minutes of working on him, with me barely able to hold a grasp on my own reality, but then his eyelids began to flutter. I kept talking to him, pleading and badgering, and when he finally started coming around, I began to walk him back and forth in front of the window. "Steve," I thought, "I'm so sorry, so terribly sorry I dragged you into this. Can I please lie down?" His timorous voice startled me, but it gave me a burst of hope. "Come on. Baby, just walk a little more. Try to get the blood flowing and flush the damned chemicals out of your brain. Morgie, are you okay?" His eyes had finally started to focus. And the first thing he asked about was me. I impulsively hugged him. "I'm going to be." I pulled back and examined him. "You know where you are." He grinned with only half his face, and I could tell even that hurt. Then he stared around the room. "Tell you one thing," he said, "this ain't Kansas anymore. Last thing I remember is, Alan and I were sitting down. Then out of nowhere, your Colonel Ramos and about 20 kid soldiers with AK-47s were all over us." He groaned. "They took me and then he told to pray to get back in the chopper and disappear. I think that son of a bitch tipped Ramos off we were coming. Then Ramos worked me over and gave me an injection. About 5 minutes later I passed out. It's the last thing I remember." Ramos. Was he going to kill us both, now that Alex Goddard had gotten everything he wanted? I thought about it and decided this was not the moment to share that possibility with Steve. Instead I turned him around and lifted up his head. "Are you really awake?" I loved this poor, beat-up man. More than anything, I just wanted to hold him. "I'm not. But I damned well better be." He tried unsteadily to straighten up. "Morgie, before he put me away, that Ramos bastard was talking about me, and you, in the past tense. Like we'd already been disappeared. He didn't know I speak Spanish. What the hell's going on?" I wasn't sure how to tell him. But I was getting that super energy God gives you when you realize life is no longer a game. We had to get focused. "Baby, where's your passport?" I asked. He looked around then pointed to his battered Emira bag in the corner. "It's in there. Or was. Central America. Never leave home without it." He grimaced then lightly pushed me away and stood by himself. "Jesus, do you know what they are doing? You were right all along. They are selling kids in the States. That Ramos prick is running the operation, not to mention Alex Goddard's slice of the action. And somebody at the American embassy here is handling all the paperwork, so they ingrease everything through the INS. But I still don't understand how it is we're, honey, I know exactly what's happening. I'd long since figured out that Alex Goddard and Colonel Ramos were working hand in glove. But I still couldn't bring myself to tell him how he and I were going to be used. It was just too sick. Listen, not long from now I think I'm supposed to be taken down there to the village for some kind of rite, as part of this whole disgusting operation, and then after that he's going to use. You don't want to hear. You know, Ramos and a bunch of G2 thugs are here to take away a batch of little kids," he rambled on, not seeming to hear anything I was saying. He was off in his own world, trying to sort out things in his head. But what I can't figure is, how in they just take a cauldron from here and nobody tries to stop them. Are these indigenous so terrified? Listen, please. Now my hallucinations were returning in spite of all I could do, trails of light that glimmered off all the objects in the room, and I didn't know how much longer I'd be coherent. I'd have to talk fast. We've got to get Sarah before daylight. She's down in the village. I tried to get her out of there yesterday, but, is she okay? He stared at me and his eyes cleared for a moment. Elmine, is she able to? No, she's not okay. She's hallucinating worse than ever. I'm sure he's giving her more drugs. Really heavy stuff. So how, 7 hopefully, we are going right this minute. There's a river. But if that doesn't work out, there's something I can do to buy us a month's time. Alex Goddard's got a laboratory here, just down the hall, in back of his office. It's the evil center of this place. So if I can get in there and dump all his petri dishes, his in vitro culture mediums. Baby, it's all so disgusting. But I'm going to take care of it. I was starting to have real trouble just stringing words together into sentences. My hallucinations were still growing, the loud whispers of light, but I did manage to tell him how I thought we could get Sarah and elude the army, if we did it before sunup, though my plan probably came out pretty jumbled. Yet I felt that if we did it together, we take care of each other. Then, with my remaining strength, I launched into action. Let me check the hall. I just want to shut down his lab. Call it insurance. 5 minutes, and then we'll be out of here. It also would be a kind of justice, to even the score for what he'd done to Sarah and to me. I leaned Steve back against the wall, then walked slowly across the tile floor to the door and tested it. Surprise, surprise, it was locked. I again tried the knob, an old one, then again, but it wouldn't budge, just wiggled slightly. He'd locked us in. Now what? Then I remembered the time Steve and I were in a similar situation. When we got locked in my room at the Olofsson in Port-au-Prince, he'd just taken his Swiss Army knife and unscrewed the knob, then clicked it open. He'd made it look like a piece of ick, but he had a way of doing that. He was barely conscious, so this time I'd have to do it myself. I glanced around at his bag. Is your Swiss still in there? I'll think. His mind seemed to be wandering. Then he gave a weak thumbs up. I went over and zipped it open. Be there, I prayed. We really could use a break. I rummaged through telephoto lenses and film canisters and underwear. Then I found it, zipped inside a water-repellent baggie and stuck in a side pouch. I snapped it open and went to work, him watching me, his head nodding as he struggled to stay conscious. The main difference between this time and Haiti was, here I didn't know what was on the other side and I was having hallucinations of multicolored snakes. You're doing great, he said finally, seeming to come a bit more alive. And I was. Out with the screws, off with the knob, in with the small blade, and click. Maybe we just think men's mechanical skills are genetically hardwired. Maybe it's all a secret plot to elicit awe. I closed the knife and shoved it back into his bag, then turned to him. Honey, I'm just going to be a second. While I'm gone, practice walking. Be careful, please. He gave a cautionary wave. They don't want us leaving here alive. Just get ready. I quietly pulled back the door and peered out into the dark hallway. It was empty, abandoned, no snakes, with only a light breeze flowing through. When I stepped out, the fresh air hit my face and I had a moment of intensity that made me realize what I really wanted to do, first and foremost, was see TZAC Soates one last time. A last farewell to one of Sarah's children. Stupid, yes, a private folly of the heart, but I had to do it. I was halfway down the hall, experiencing flashes of color before my eyes, when I heard a voice. "They are all praying for you. It's almost time." I turned back, startled, barely able to see. Finally I made out Marcelina, in her white shift. We were standing a few feet from the stairs, where I wanted to go, and I was tripping, my reality almost gone. I think she knew that, because she reached out to help me stand. "Marcelina, where's Sarah?" I grasped her hand, which helped me to keep my balance. "Is she still down there in that place? She's been so looking forward to the ceremony. She wants them to bring her, you don't know where she is." I realized nothing was going to go the way I'd hoped it would. "They all love her. They are taking good care of her. Well, I love her too. And I have to get her. Now." I was whispering to her, trying to save my strength. "Marcelina, promise me you'll stop all this. It's so horrible. So sad." "It's our life," she whispered back, then turned her face away. I didn't know what else to say, and I was terrified Alex Goddard might materialize, so without another word, I pulled away and started up the steps. When I reached the top of the stairs, the hallway was lighted by the string of bulbs along the floor, and I made my way as fast as I could to my room at the end. I pulled my passport out of my bag, along with a charge card, slipped them both into my pants pocket, and headed back down the hall. When I got to the door of the room where Tzac Soates and his mother were, I gave it a gentle push and peered in, but the glow from the lamp above the bed showed it and the crib were both empty. No. They must have already taken the children. Next they'd be coming for me. I realized I'd been a fool not to head straight for the lab. I should have just gone. The room went completely dark, together with the hallway, a pitch black that felt like a liquid washing over me. The main power, somewhere, had abruptly died, or been deliberately shut off. Then I heard a thunder of footsteps pounding up the steps, hard boots on the marble. I made a dash, hoping to slip past them in the dark hall. I'd reached the top of the stairs when I felt a hand brush against my face, then a grip circle around my biceps. Somebody had been too quick. I brought my elbow around hoping to catch him in the face, bring him down, but instead it slammed against something metal, which clattered onto the floor. "Chingad," a muffled voice. I drew back and swung, and this time my arm scraped hard against the flesh of a face and the bastard staggered backward, his grip loosening. I twisted away and dropped to the floor to begin searching for what had fallen. Surely it was a pistol. The marble was cold against my bare arms as I swept my hands across the floor. Then I ran my fingers down the edge of the stair. And there it was, on the first step. My left hand closed around the cold barrel of an automatic. I shifted it to my right, grasping the plastic grip, not entirely sure what I should do with it. But at least I had a gun. I'd never actually held a real one before, but it was heavy and I assumed it was ready to fire. I was halfway down the first set of stairs, on my way to the landing, when I felt an arm slip around my neck. I ducked and twisted away, stumbling down the last 3 or 4 steps, and landed on my feet, staggering back against the wall to regain my balance. All I knew was, the next steps loomed somewhere to my right. Just a few more feet, but he was there again, moving between me and the final stairs. Get around him, I told myself, but at that moment he grabbed me at the waist. Dancing in the dark, but the swirl had no music and no swing, just a quick, dizzying pirouette. I aimed the pistol as close as I could to his face and pulled the hard metal trigger. Murder! Blinding light, a face lost in the burst of flame, stars filling my head. The fiery explosion tongued out past his ear like a brilliant sword of reds and yellows, sending a round off into space. The noise left a ringing in my ears and multicolored hues stuttering across my eyes. It hit me who I'd just seen. It was Ramos. With a gun? Shit. The flash of my pistol had given me the advantage for a second, since I knew it was coming, and with that edge I swung an elbow across his chin, then kneed him in the groin. It should have been enough to bring him down, but instead he merely sank to one knee and redoubled his grip. Hey, I thought, maybe I know something he doesn't. How to take a fall. I'd seen enough movie stunts to know what you're supposed to do. It'd be risky, but I knew I wasn't going to win a wrestling match. I opened up with the automatic, firing everywhere again and again and again, getting off 5 rounds in a crescendo of light and sound, like a huge firecracker in my hand, enough to illuminate the stairwell like a strobe and catch him off guard. In that fleeting moment I slipped a foot behind his ankle and shoved. I think I yelled as I felt myself being pulled forward. Then I realized he was wearing a heavy bracelet that had tangled in my hair. I had been planning to roll down the remaining stairs, protecting my head, and let him bounce, but the pull of his bracelet ruined it. I felt myself being swept into empty space, my gun flying away. Then something glanced off my face, the wooden banister of the stair, which had mysteriously come up to meet me. I turned and felt his body beneath mine, arms flailing, a soft landing, till we rolled and I was beneath him again. I struck out, a right fist, and he fell away, his bracelet disentangling as he tumbled farther down the stairs. Then I rose and tried to take a step, but it wasn't there. In the pitch dark the angle was wrong, off by just inches, and as I toppled forward into empty space I reached out, taking a handful of dark air. Finally I felt something clenching my wrist, and the next thing I knew I was being swung around. I twisted sideways one last time, but then my head hit the wall. The hard marble AEUGHT me just above the ear, and I saw the darkness of the space grow brilliantly light, then transmute to vibrant colors. Or maybe the hall lights had come back on. I only know I felt a set of arms encircle me. "Come," Alex Goddard was saying as he lifted me up. "They are ready." Chapter 28. When we reached the parking lot, several more army thugs were waiting, grown-ups now, khaki shirts and dense mustaches, the regulation G2 sunglasses even though it was still dark, with 9mm automatics in holsters at their belt. I took one look at them and I think I blacked out. Steve and I were about to disappear, and possibly Sarah too. Probably in another hour or two. My tattered mind finally just slipped away. Soon afterward, I sensed myself being transported in a large vehicle, and after that I was being carried, up, as though I were floating into the dawn. When I regained consciousness, I realized I was standing in a rainstorm near a small stone building. A dozen army men were huddled inside, shielding their cigarettes from the blowing rain while they guarded a row of olive-green bassinets. Around me, sensors were spewing copal smoke into the soggy air. I became aware of the cooling sensation of the fresh rain across my face, and wondered if it might clear some of the toad venom, surely that was what it was, from my brain. Maybe it was working. Instead of seeing vivid everywhere, I was abruptly experiencing a hyper-acute clarity of every sensation. The stones beneath my bare feet were becoming so articulated, I felt as though I could number every granule, every crystal, every atom. The paintings and carvings on the lintel above the door to the stone room, Elle recognized it as where I'd spent the first night, sparkled, leapt out at me. "Stand there on the edge of the platform," Alex Goddard commanded, urging me forward. It was only then I realized we'd come up the back steps of the pyramid, where the G2 men had parked their black Land Rovers, unnoticed and ready. Looking down at the crowd of people gathered in the square, I realized they couldn't really see much of what was going on atop the pyramid. To them it was just a cloud of copal smoke and foggy rain. Although the sun was starting to brighten the east, the only real light still came from the torches stationed around the plaza. Then, like a ghost materializing out of the mist, Marcelina moved up the steep front steps, leading a line of Maya mothers from the clinic. I counted 12, each carrying her newborn, the special baby she would give back to Kukukan, perhaps the way Abraham of the Old Testament offered up his son Isaac in sacrifice to Jehovah. It was a sight I shall never forget, the sadness but also the unmistakable reverence in their eyes. I wanted to yell at them to run, to take Sarah's votive babies and disappear into the forest, but I didn't have the words. Next the women arrayed themselves in a line across the front of the pyramid, facing not the crowd below, but toward Alex Goddard and me. Then, holding out a jade-handled obsidian knife, he walked down the line, allowing each woman to touch her forehead against its flint blade. I assumed each one believed it was the instrument that would take her child's life, ceremonially sending it back to the Maya otherworld whence it came. Had he drugged them too, I fleetingly wondered, hypnotized them or given them some potion to prevent them from comprehending what was really going on? I kept remembering 100 other insane episodes of immortal yearning leading to a mass transport to some other plane. This, I thought, must be what it was like in the jungles of Jonestown that death-filled morning. And Alex Goddard was there, Jim Jones, the spiritual leader of the moral travesty he'd imposed upon the lost village of Balaam. I was going to stop it, somehow. By God, I was. I stared at the women and felt so sad at the sight of the hand-woven blankets they held their babies in, primary greens and reds and blues lovingly woven into shimmering patterns that mirrored the symbols across the sides of the stone room. Their faces, especially their eyes, were transcendent in a kind of chiaroscuro of darkest blacks and purest whites, as though all their humanity had been caught by their blankets and shawls, surely created for this ultimate moment. And the mother of Tzac Soates was there, carrying him, the baby I'd so wanted to hold one last time. Next Alex Goddard emerged from the stone room bearing a basket filled with sheets of white bark paper. He approached Tzac Soates' mother, then took a wide section of the paper and secured it around her face with a silk covering her vision. Down the line, one after another, he carefully blindfolded the women, while they stood passively, some crying, from joy or sorrow, I could not tell. Finally, at the last, he also covered Marcelina's face. So she's not supposed to know what's really happening. Nobody's supposed to know except him, and me. And, of course, Ramos and the G2 secret police and whoever else is in on this crime. But, secretly, she does know. The God of the House of Darkness. When he finished, he put down the basket, then turned to me. Stand at the front edge of the platform and lift your hands in benediction. They all want to see you, the new bride. I took a couple of steps, then looked back to see him adding more copalto, the main censer, sending a fresh cloud of smoke billowing out into the rain. As the incense poured around us, the army thugs who'd been loitering at the back of the stone room began coming forward, each carrying one of the bassinets. They set them down on the stones, ready to start taking the children. My outraged mind flashed on Ghirlandajo's massacre of the innocents. Here, though, Sarah's children weren't being stabbed to death, they were being kidnapped and stolen. Revulsion pierced through me as though I'd been hit by a jagged shaft of lightning, but instead of being knocked down, I synergized. Or maybe the final effects of the toad venom were giving me a spurt of adrenaline. Letting his criminal charade continue 1 second longer became unbearable. What would happen to me, I didn't know, but I couldn't let it go on. No, I yelled, startling myself by the sound of my own voice. In God's name, stop! The rain was growing more intense, and I was soaked and bleary-eyed, but before I could think I found myself stalking over to Tzac Soates' mother, shouting at her. The next thing I knew I was ripping the paper from her frightened eyes. I hugged her as best I could, then yelled back at Marcelina. Tell them all to take off their blindfolds. This is obscene. Then I went on autopilot, shutting out everything around me, the rain, the perilous sides of the pyramid, the pistol-carrying G2 thugs, even Alex Goddard. The way I remember it now, it all took place in slow motion, like some underwater dream sequence, But surely it was just the opposite. Anyway, I do know, I snapped. I started shouting again, and with the G2 hoods momentarily frozen, I started flinging the still empty bassinets down the steep side of the pyramid, where they just bounced away into the rain. As I watched them disappearing, one after another, I felt marvelously emboldened. I would throw one and watch it go flying, and then I would throw another. Yes, damn it, yes. I wanted to show anybody with two eyes that it was all a sham. Once they realized what was really happening, surely they would rise up and drive Alex Goddard from their home. For a moment it seemed to be working. A stunned silence was slowly spreading over the square, while everybody around me was paralyzed, like waxworks. Maybe it's the same way you're temporarily caught off guard when a stranger on the street goes berserk. By the time I'd flung away the last bassinet, the women had all removed their blindfolds and were staring at me, dumbfounded. Finally, TZAC Soats's mother whispered something to Marcelina, and she turned to me. She wants to know why you're angry. You're the bride. They only want to please you. Angry? I was terrified, but also fighting mad. Marcelina, this is all a ghastly lie. I'd finished throwing and I was moving to the next stage. Get control. Could he risk killing me in front of all these people? Tell them to take their babies and hide in the forest. That was when I heard a cry that pierced through the rain and across the square beyond, and I turned back to see Alex Goddard shoving toward me. He's coming to murder me, since I've exposed him. But I wouldn't let it happen without a fight. I clenched my fists, waiting, feeling my adrenaline surge. Instead, though, he just brushed past me, headed toward the edge of the platform. At first I didn't know why, but he was intent on something off in the mist, his open hands thrust up at the rainy skies. That was when I heard the Guatemalan army hoods yelling curses. Vet a la chingada. They also were staring off to the south, in the same direction. Hadn't they noticed I'd just dismantled their sick pageant? I wanted a reaction that would drive home the truth to Marcelina, to the mothers, to everyone. Damn it, look at me, I yelled, first at him and then at the G2 thugs. Myra. But their focus still was on something beyond the square. Finally I turned, following their gaze, and for I too forgot all about everything else. An intense red glow was illuminating the morning sky from the direction of the clinic, a vibrant electric rose, weaving its hues in the mist. Then I saw spewing spikes of flame, orange and yellow, dancing over the top of the clinic. There was a finality about it that momentarily took my breath away. Then it hit me. Steve's in there. It was a horror that, in my initial shock, I couldn't actually process, the thought just hovering in the recesses of my brain defying me to accept it. Then Alex Goddard turned back, shouting at the army men in rapid Spanish. I recognized the word for fire, that galvanized them to action. They snapped out of their mental paralysis and headed down the pyramid, toward two Land Rovers parked at the back. Next he turned around and fixed his gaze on me. At last he knew he was capable of unspeakable evil, and I knew he knew I would do everything in my power to stop him. All my records. His voice sounded as though it was coming from another world, and it held a sadness that touched even me. You have no idea what's been lost. He was distraught, but also obsessed. With his wild mane of hair, he did, finally, look like Shiva the Destroyer. He stalked over and seized the obsidian knife, then turned toward me. I looked for something to defend myself with. The bassinets, which I might have used as a shield, were gone. I only had my bare hands. I had to get away from him, get down the pyramid and find Sarah and Steve. But as I started toward the front steps, the women were all clustered there, blocking my way. Then, For no reason I could understand, the mother of TZAC Soats stepped out of the group and handed me her baby, saying something in Kekkai Maya and reaching to touch my cheek. I was so startled I took the bundle that was Sarah's child. But then I thought, no. Alex Goddard will just kill him too. She said he must not harm you, Marcelina whispered, moving beside me. You are the special one. She wants you to give her child back to Kukukan. She still believes, I realized. They all do. Holding TZAC Soats, my eyes fixed on Alex Goddard, I'd entirely failed to notice a new presence on the pyramid, a ghost-like waif in a white shift who now stood silently in the doorway of the stone room. Sarah. Marcelina had said she'd wanted to come for the ceremony. She was being helped to stand by the 2 Maya women who'd fed me the atoll. Somehow, she'd gotten them to bring her. Morgie, are you there? Sarah asked, gazing up at the rainy skies, the downpour soaking her blonde hair, her eyes unblinking. At that moment, I felt we'd joined, become one person, me the dogged rational half who'd just gone over the line, her the spiritual part that needed to float, to fly free. Elle wanted to be with Sa, get back, I yelled and started to go to her, but there wasn't time. Now Alex Goddard was moving toward me holding the knife, as though tracking a prey, oblivious to Sarah, to everything. He'd concentrated all his hatred on me and me alone, and I hated him back as much. Death hovered between us, waiting to see whom to take. But then the woman who had borne TZAC Soats said something in Kekkai Maya, pointing back at me and her child, and lunged at him. They collided together in the rain, and next she slid down, first seizing his leg, then losing her grip and slipping onto the stones, her long black hair askew in the hovering smoke. She's trying to save me, I realized. Why? Then I saw Sarah pull away from the women supporting her and slowly move across the platform. Morgie. She was walking in the direction of Alex Goddard, but then she stumbled over the fallen woman's leg and her hand went down as she sprawled across her. She must have touched something, because she recoiled backward, and only then did I notice the flare of a torch glinting off the obsidian knife now protruding from the woman's chest. Sarah rose up, her eyes full of anger, and awkwardly flung her arms, searching. I feel the passion that had been pent up all those months she lay in the feeding her madness. She managed to catch hold of Alex Goddard's arm, and they began an awkward minuet, neither realizing how close they were to the stone platform's edge. I stood mesmerized a moment, then dashed toward them, but only in time to watch them vanish into the rain and haze. It was as though there had been some sleight of hand. 1 second they were there and the next they weren't. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but then I realized it was real. They were gone. Sarah. I reached the side in time to see them land on the first tier of stones below. She'd fallen near the edge, but she was solid and safe. Alex Goddard, however, hit with 1 foot on and 1 foot off, and the result was he slid away, then vanished into the dark rain. It's her final act of self-destruction. She's joined me in my rage, but we've both been spared. That's the miracle of Balaam. Sir, don't move. I finally found my voice. I was still holding TZAC Soats, who'd begun to shriek, his blue eyes flooded with fear. Now several village men from the square were running, shouting, up the slippery steps. Their faces looked like they'd been painted at one time, but now the rain had washed most of it away. While I yelled down to Sarah, again begging her not to move, Marcelina was asking them something, and their answers were tumbling out. Finally I turned to look at her, the screaming TZAC Soats still in my arms. No one knows where he is, she was saying as she looked down over the side. He's gone into the forest. Good. I pulled TZAC Soats to me and kissed him, trying to tell him to calm down. It wasn't working. Marcelina, here, please hold him. I've got to get down to Sarah. She took him. Then I walked over to where his mother lay bleeding on the stones. The woman wasn't moving, the obsidian knife still protruding from her chest. She'd saved me, but now death had taken her. There was nothing anyone could do. I was trembling, but I turned and began easing myself over the side of the stone platform and onto the first tier of the pyramid. "Sir, don't move." I inched my way across to her. "Just stay still." The rain was pouring again, but the electric bloom of sparks and flames from the direction of the clinic was unabated. It would be completely gutted. Was Steve awake enough to get out? He'd seemed alert when I left him. "Morgie, is that you?" She was holding out her fingers. "Elle can't see you." "Where? I'm here, sir." "Right here." I reached down and took her hand, which was deathly cold. "Come on. Let me help you get up." Carefully, leaning against the wet stones of the side of the pyramid, I gradually pulled her to her feet and away from the treacherous edge. Then it hit me what she'd said. "Sir, what do you mean, you can't see me?" "I'm okay. It's just..." She was gripping my hand now, and then she brushed against the stone side of the pyramid and put out her other hand to cling to it. "Morgie," I took it again. "To go to their sacred place. But sometimes you only see visions and then after a while everything goes blank." That bastard. Alex Goddard had given her the drug again. Now she was lost in a world of colored lights, a place I'd just traveled through myself. She probably had no idea she'd just pushed him off the pyramid and into the dark. "Your hand feels so soft," she was saying. "You're like warm honey. Sir, try to walk. We're going to turn a corner and then we'll be at the back of the pyramid. Next we'll come to some steps, and then we're going down." As I inched our way along, scarcely able to keep our footing because of the rain, I wondered again about Steve. Please, God, let him be all right. When we finally got to the steps, Marcelina was there, standing expectantly, holding TZAC soats. He was still crying, intermittent sobs. "He belongs to you now," she said, holding him out for me. It's what she wished. What? I took him before I realized what I was doing. As I cradled him, gazing down at his tender little face, I realized he truly was Sarah all over again. And I was so glad she couldn't see him. Never, I thought, she must never, ever know. I finally forced myself to place him back into Marcelina's arms. "You've got no idea how much I want him, but I can't. Let one of these women give him her milk, have a twin for her own child." For that wrenching moment I'd held the very baby my heart longed for. But he was the last one on earth I could have. "Just go, take Sarah and find Steve and go as far from Barlam as you can, before you lose your and do something terribly selfish." "Marcelina," I said, reaching to hug her, "tell them these sacred children are all from his medico. Look up in vitro in your dictionary. That's all it is." She hugged me back, though I wasn't sure whether she understood. Then I asked her to take Sarah's hand for a moment while I went back up the steps to the platform. I felt a primal anger as I took one last look at the women Alex Goddard had wronged, now clustered around the body of TZAC Soates' mother. Then I bade them a silent farewell, turned, and walked, holding my tears, back through the stone room. The rear of the pyramid was deserted, the steps slippery and dangerous, but it was our way out. I began leading Sarah down, step by treacherous step. Everything had happened so fast I barely had time to think about Steve. Those flames, my God. It was finally sinking in, truly hitting me. Had he gotten out in time? Then the slimy Rio Tigre, now swelling from the rain, came into view. I stared at it a second before I noticed the 3 young army recruits leaning against the trunk of a giant sabia tree next to the trail, their rifles covered in plastic against the rain. When they saw us, they stiffened, shifted their weapons, and glanced up at the top of the pyramid, as though seeking orders. Neither group had any idea why the other was there. Sarah and I were an unforeseen contingency they hadn't been briefed on. What are they going to do? They have no idea what just happened. Morgie, Sarah said, gazing blankly at the sky, the colors are so beautiful. Can we? Shush, we'll talk in a minute. I smiled and nodded and began walking past the young privates, holding my breath. Then a spectral form emerged out of the rain just behind them. It took me a moment to recognize who it was. I was hoping it might be Steve, but instead it was a man dressed in white, now covered with mud, and holding a knife, not obsidian this time but long and steel. His eyes were glazed, and I wasn't sure if he even knew exactly where he was. Why had he come down to the river? Had he known I'd come here, too? For a moment we just stood staring at each other, while the army privates began edging up the hill, as though not wanting to witness what surely was coming next. Why don't you put an end to all the evil? I yelled at him finally, trying to project through the rain. Just stop it right now. Balaam was my life's work, he said. Then he looked down at the knife a moment, as though unsure what it was. Finally he turned and flung it in the direction of the river. It could have been beautiful, I said back. Thank God the knife was gone. But what would he do next? But now, no, he said, staring directly at me, his eyes seeming to plead. It is. It will be again. To make a place like Balaam is to coin the riches of God. I want you to stay. To be part of it. Together, but whatever else he said was lost in the cloudburst that abruptly swept over the embankment. In an instant it was a torrent, the last outpouring of the storm, powerful and unrelenting. Nature had unleashed its worst, as though Kukulkan was rendering his final judgment. Morgie, I'm falling, Sarah screamed. The ground she and I had been standing on began turning to liquid as though it were custard melting in the tropical heat. As we began slipping down the embankment toward him, I gripped her arm with my left hand and reached up to seize a low-lying branch of the sabia with my right. Then, under the weight of the water, all the soil beneath us gave way, tons of wet riverbank that abruptly buckled outward. Alex Goddard made no sound as the mass of earth lifted him backward toward the river. His solid garb of white blended into the grey sludge of mud and rain, then faded to darkness as the embankment dissolved into the swirling Rio Tigre. Sir, hold on. Please hold on. I felt my grasp of the tree slipping, but now the mudslide had begun to stabilize. I managed to cling to the limb for a few seconds more, the bark cutting into my fingers, and then my hold slipped away, sending us both spiraling downward till we were temporarily snagged by the severed's newly exposed undergrowth. I still had her hand, though just barely, but the torrent of rain and mud was subsiding, and finally we collapsed together into the gnarled network of roots. After a moment's rest, I managed to crawl out and pull her up. Come on, Sarah. Try and walk. Together we stumbled and slid down the last incline before the river's edge, then turned upstream along the bank. After about 50 yards, sure enough, the native Kiukas, the hollowed-out mahogany canoes I'd told Steve about, were still there just as I'd seen them that first morning, bobbing and straining at their moorings. In the rain I couldn't tell how usable they were, but I figured going down river was the only way we'd ever be able to get out. We'd have to flee the way Sarah had that first time. For a moment I thought they all were empty, dear God, no, but then I realized there was a drenched figure in the last one in the row. When I recognized who it was, I think I completely lost it, all the horror of the last 2 days swallowed me up. I grabbed Sarah and hugged her for dear life, feeling the tears coursing down my cheeks. I literally couldn't help myself. They were tied up here just like you said. Steve wiped the rain from his eyes, then reached to take my hand. His bandaged nose was bleeding again, and he looked like he'd just been half killed. Il told those little army chicos I was a big amigo of E/Dr. and they saluted and showed me where these were tied up. Thank God you're okay. What happened? Did Ramos, the son of a bitch. He came in and I guess it was time to finish me off. But I wasn't as drugged out as he thought. He was staring at Sarah, clearly relieved but asking no questions. Il brought along his 9mm, he indicated the silver automatic in his belt. In East we run into problems. I wanted to kiss him, but I was still too shaken up. Instead I focused on helping Sarah in without capsizing everything. After I'd settled her, I pulled myself over the side and reached for a paddle. If we go with the current, I said, we'll get to the Juxtaposed. Hopefully the flooding will help push us downstream. Honestly, I didn't think the fire would get away from me like it did. He shoved off amidst the swirling debris. Jesus. I heard them taking you away, and I assumed you didn't get to mess up his lab. So I figured there was one way. I just threw around some ether and pitched a match. The place was empty, so I looked around at the roiling waters, snakes and lurking, and felt a lifetime of determination. Was Alex Goddard still alive? I no longer cared. Sunrise was breaking through the last of the rain, laying dancing shadows on the water as we rowed for midstream. Someday, I knew, what was real about Barlam and what I dreamed here might well merge together, the way they had for Sarah. But for now, true daylight never looked better. Chapter 29. We got picked up by a ragged crew of Mexican fishermen just before dark. Aside from being sunburned to medium rare, we were physically okay. The fresh air and sunshine did a lot to bring Sarah back, though she did have lapses of non-rationality, and once tried to dive over the side of their fishing cutter. They dropped us off at the tourist site of Juxtaposed, a Mayan ruin on the western bank of the mighty Juxtaposed, where we joined an American day tour on its way back to San Cristobal de las Casas. There we caught a prop flight to Cancun, and then Aman Airlines to New York. We had no luggage, but I flew us first class, and I still have the MasterCard slip to prove it. As things turned out, though, returning Sarah to normalcy, or me, for that matter, was another struggle entirely. For me, time, after that rainy morning in the Piton, became an essence that flowed around me as though I were a swim in the ether of interstellar space, pondering the conjunction of good and evil. I suffered flashbacks, late-night reveries of forests and children that must have been like those Sarah struggled to bury. For weeks after that, I had a lot of trouble remembering meetings, returning phone calls, giving David an honest day's editing. For her own part, Sarah just seemed to drift at first, to the point I sometimes wondered if she realized she was back at Lou's loft. Then abruptly, one day she snapped into her old self and started sending for re-registration materials from Colombia. I really needed to talk with her about our mutual nightmare, but she seemed to have erased all memories of Barlam, except for occasional mumbles in Kekkai Maya. Perhaps that was best, I consoled myself. Maybe it was wise for us all just to let the ghosts of that faraway place lie sleeping. As for Lou, I told him as little as I could about what happened to her there. He hadn't returned to work, had mainly stayed at his Soho place to be near her, as though he was fearful she might be snatched away from him once more. Frankly, I think all his enforced closeness was starting to grate on her nerves, though I dared not hint such a thing to him. In the meantime, Steve returned to Belize to wrap up his photo essay, and David submitted a very rough cut of Baby Love to the selection committee at Sundance. Our hoped-for distribution deal with Orion was, alas, in temporary turnaround pending yet another management shuffle. We did, however, squeeze an advance from Lifetime that lowered the heat with Nikki Russo. Nevertheless, the story of how Alex Goddard touched all our lives still wasn't over. It was 2 months after we got back to the city that my dark dance with the man who thought he was Shiva, creator and destroyer, had its final pirouette, as though his ghost had returned from his rainforest redoubt for one last sorcerer's turn. Truthfully, it all transpired so fast I could scarcely take it in, but here's the rough outline of what happened. I was working late that Thursday evening in the editing room at around 7 o'clock. And I was feeling particularly out of sorts, including a headache and stomach pains from the leftover pizza I'd microwaved to keep me going. I was recutting some new real-life interviews I'd filmed to replace those of Carly and Paula. Children of Light had gone defunct, by the way, the phone at Quetzal Manor disconnected, but I didn't need any more excitement in my life of the Colonel Ramos variety. The replacement interviews weren't nearly as bubbly and full of exuberance, but they were actually much truer to the realities of adoption. Anyway, I listened to my stomach, and decided it was high time to toss in the towel. I got my things, locked up, and then I ran into David on the elevator, down from the floor above. "How's it going?" he asked, ostentatiously checking his watch, an approving gleam in his eyes. I was glad he wanted to let me know he'd noticed I was logging long hours. Then he looked at me again. "Hey, you feeling okay?" "I've been better," I said, thinking how nice it was that he cared. Could be a couple of aspirin and a good night's sleep are called for. "So now you're a doctor," he said, following me into the lobby, providing self-diagnosis. "David, give me a break. I just happen to feel a little off today, okay? It doesn't mean I'm at death's door." "Yeah, well, the way you look you could have fooled me." He headed down the street, toward the avenue. Then he called back over his shoulder. "I don't want to see you in tomorrow unless you look like you might live through the day. I pay for your health insurance. Use it, for God's sake." After I found a cab, I began to think he might be right. This was no typical down day. So I decided I'd stop at the Dwayne Red on my corner and talk to the pharmacist. The man was a grey-haired portly old guy who knew more about drugs than most doctors. The tag on his jacket said Burned, and that's all anybody ever knew of his name. I sometimes called him Dr. Burned by way of banter, but nothing I could do would ever make him smile. The place was nearly empty, and the pharmacy at the rear, with its spectral fluorescent lighting, looked like an outtake from a low-budget Wes Craven movie. Burned, who was in back putting, came out and looked me over. I know it sounds naive, but I trusted him more than I trust half the young, overworked interns you get at an emergency room these days. I poured out my symptoms, including the story about how I'd been given fertility drugs and toad venom. Was it all coming back to haunt me, the dark hand of Alex Goddard? He began by asking me some very perceptive questions, about things that had been puzzling me but I'd sort of managed to dismiss. Finally, he walked around the counter and lifted a small, shrink-wrapped box off a rack. "Try this," he said, handing it over, "and then come back tomorrow. Maybe it's not such a big deal." "You're kidding," I thought, looking at the box. I got home, onto the couch, and opened it. Believe it or not, I actually had to read the instructions. I did what they said, checked the time, and then decided to run a hot bath. I filled the tub, dumped in some bubble bath, put the cordless on the toilet seat, and splashed in. It felt so good I wanted to dissolve. Then I reached for the phone. The clock above the sink read 8:30, and I figured rightly that Steve would be back at his hotel in Belize City. Sure enough, I got him on the first try. "Honey, you sitting down?" I said. "I'm lying down." "You wouldn't believe my day. You're not going to believe what I just heard from the pharmacist at the corner. Remember I told you I've been feeling strange, and some things were a little behind schedule? Well, guess what? We're about to find out something. We can't be together, but we can share it over a satellite." "You mean?" "I'm doing the test right now. You know, you take the stick out of the glass holder and if it's turned pink." He was speechless for a long moment. Finally he just said, "Wow." I checked the clock again, then reached for the test tube. This, I realized, is the most incredible moment in any woman's life. Is your world going to go on being the same, or is it never, ever going to be the same again? When I pulled out the stick, it was a bright, beautiful pink. Steve. I love you. It's Maximum. He didn't realize it, but his voice had just gone up an octave. What? That's my dad's middle name. I want to name him Maximum. It's an old family tradition. And what if it's a girl? Don't say Maxine or I'll divorce you before you even make an honest woman of me. Nope. If it's a girl, then you get to pick. I believe I was finally having this conversation. It was something I dreamed of for years. It then got too maudlin to repeat. He was home in 11 days, and we planned the celebration. Dinner at Le Cirque and then an evening at Café Carlyle. For a couple of would-be New York sophisticates, that was about as fancy schmancy as this town gets. I was crying tears of triumph by the time we hung up. By then it was late enough. I figured Arlene would be home from her exercise class, so I decided to call her and break the happy news once more. Who I really wanted to call was Betsy, on the coast, but I knew she'd still be driving home from her temp job. Arlene would have to do. Telling her would be the equivalent of sending an urgent email to the entire office, but I wanted everybody to know. 2 birds with 1 stone. I looked down at my body, all the curves and soft skin, and tried to think about the miracle of a baby finally growing inside it, life recreating itself. God. Arlene was going to break my mood, but for some reason I had to call her. If only to bring me back to reality. I reached over and clicked open the cordless again. I was punching in her number when something made me pause. It was a nagging thought that I'd managed to repress for a while. Finally though, it wouldn't stay down anymore. There was something I had to check out. I slowly put down the handset, climbed out of the tub, dried off, then plodded into the bedroom to dig out my private calendar, which had long since become a record of everything relevant to my and Steve's baby project. It was buried at the bottom of the desk's second drawer, in amongst old bank statements. It was also, figuratively, covered by 2 months of dust, since that was how long it had been since I'd bothered with it. I guess my attitude had been, what's the point? I placed it on the desk, trying not to get it wet. Then I wrapped the towel more firmly around me, switched on the desk lamp, and sat down. I think I was also holding my breath. All the days twice, but there was no mistaking. The night Steve and I had spent so gloriously together in the Camino Real wasn't a fertile time. Not even close. I suppose that by then I'd become so despairing of ever getting pregnant, I hadn't even given it any thought. It was enough just to see him and hold him. I just sat there for a long time staring at the white page, unable to move, random thoughts coming too fast to contain inside my tangled brain. Finally, though, I managed to get up and numbly put the Islander away. Order, I needed order. I then worked my way into the kitchen to fix myself something. I had a glass of water, then pulled down a bottle of Red Label and poured myself half a tumbler. Okay, somewhere down deep I knew it was the worst possible thing I could do, but I wasn't thinking, just going on autopilot and dismay. I drank off a shot of the foul tasting, then realized how thoughtless that was and dumped the rest into the sink. Next, I moved into the living room and put on a Raga, Malkoun's concert volume, the one where the first note goes straight to your heart. Finally I collapsed onto the couch, the room now gloriously alive with all the spirituality and sensuality of the Raga, notes piling on exquisite notes. For a while I just lay there numbly, enveloped in its lush eroticism. Eventually I started to think. Alex Goddard had planned to take from me, but had he also given? Had his proprietary ovulation drugs, causing all those hundreds of eggs to mature simultaneously, inadvertently let me get pregnant? Then I had a dismaying counter-thought. Could he have done an in vitro while I was under sedation, when he harvested my ova? The ultimate link to Balaam? Was my baby Sarah's too? One of those last frozen embryos in his. Then I leaned back and closed my eyes. No, surely not. This baby was Steve's and mine. Ours. Had to be. His unintended, beautiful, ironic gift. Surely go for a second take. Embrace life. Be Molly Bloom and shout it. Yes. Yes.